You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. We are your guest episode intro friends from In Defense of Ska, Adam and Aaron. On this episode, we are going to discuss the song Ska Sucks for a little bit, and then we're going to turn it over to Greg's Deluxe episode for everything he has ever done for the song. Greg's bonus content features the full episode he did with his co-host Keith in 2020, which has an interview with Professor Adam Shprintzen. Then the episode featuring me, possibly the most important episode he's ever done on his podcast. Then members of the band Whole Lotta Milka and Sam Thompson from Witch Police Radio. And then we will hear interviews with Danny Lohr from Against All Authority and Dave McWane from Big D and the Kids Table. But before you get to this massive episode, which I'm guessing is probably somewhere in the range of 3 to 5 days, you're going to listen to Adam and I discuss our memories of the song Ska Sucks. So, Adam, I'm going to throw it to you first.
Sure.
What is your memories of Ska Sucks from back in the day when it came out and, just in general in the 90s?
Sure. I think my memory of it is just hearing it in the van touring with Link 80.
Yeah.
I don't even think I realized it was a propaganda song at first. I think, God, I want to say that we had a comp with the Against All Authority version on it.
Yeah.
And that's what I was hearing. Also because like a lot of guys in the band did listen to propaganda. They were listening to Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes in the van a lot. So I was the two Ska Sucks and that album don't sound anything like each other. So I don't think I made the connection until much later.
Do you remember what you thought about the song? Like lyrically, did you think it was funny or did you think it was strange?
I think at the time I kind of got that it was kind of an inside joke. And I mean, also even being in a ska band like Link 80, where we were playing, a lot of more punk and a lot more hardcore and listening to a lot more punk and a lot more hardcore and playing with, this, like you play with young bands and a young punk or hardcore band has an easier time of sounding good than a young ska band.
Mm-hmm.
And so you see a lot of bad ska straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And so from that perspective, like sometimes, yeah, ska does suck. Like, cause if you don't do it right, it's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of my impression of it at the time. And I feel like other bands were covering it, that we would, see on tour.
Yeah.
And so maybe that would be the one ska song that a band would throw into their set because they were playing with a ska punk band.
I remember it being a thing. I feel like I remember hearing about it or hearing it on tour. And I think I just remember thinking it was funny or that it was funny to like it. Maybe I'm not sure exactly how I would describe it. I don't remember feeling like it was an offensive thing because it's so just like ironic and 90s to me in general for it to be a song saying that ska sucks and it to be a ska song. It just felt so of the time in a way.
Yeah.
I mean, I've like done so much more research about the where the song came from and why and all that presently, and I didn't know any of that at the time. So to me, it just felt very much part of the time. Like these weird it's an inside joke or it's kind of like tongue in cheek or I don't know. Like,
yeah.
If you're in on it, like you want to be in on it, you don't want to be out of it. So that's kind of how I kind of remember the song while I was actively touring as a ska band.
Yeah.
And I feel like I saw bands too. Like I know that Against All Authority and Big D were the big ones. They were the ones that released cover versions on like comps or whatever, and their versions kind of like exist to this day on like YouTube and streaming services. But yeah, I feel like bands covered it all the time.
Definitely.
It was like a popular song to cover, and I do feel like it was generally done in a kind of funny way. Like it was definitely done to elicit laughs.
Now, I think one of the funny things about listening to one of the other deluxe editions of this same episode of this same podcast is the back to back to back to back to back to back covers of the same song.
Mm-hmm.
Like by the time you get to like the fifth one, it's like, okay, like the joke starts to wear off, but then you get to like the eighth one and it gets funny again.
A different joke emerges.
Yeah. It becomes extra funny.
Did you ever see Propaganda back in the day?
I did not.
Oh,
I've
okay.
never seen them.
Wow. But your band was into them. Were you into them?
I wasn't super into them. I didn't have anything against them. It just wasn't what I was into at the time.
Yeah, you were just so mad that they wrote a song called Ska Sucks.
No, I hadn't even put two and two together. Like
I'm thinking that maybe Fox News is gonna like clip out the part of you that said that Ska sucks, and they're gonna like write an article saying that Adam Davis of In Defense of Ska says Ska sucks.
Oh,
it's gonna be a huge controversy.
That would be rough. That'd be like having my face used by AI to say that all sorts of terrible things. I was just looking to confirm this, but yeah. So of the covers that Big D did, they covered Ministry's Thieves, and that was my favorite like Big D cover.
All right.
And I remember hearing that there was a ska punk band that covered Ministry, and then realizing it was Big D. And now every time I see them, I punish them and try to get them to play it.
Do they ever play it?
I don't think so. I think it's like something that they maybe did at one point. I don't think they do it anymore.
Well,
I mean, they have so many songs and so many albums. Like the last thing they want to do is play a Ministry cover in the middle of their set.
Well, it should be the first thing they want to do.
Yeah, get me and Colin from Mustard Plug up there, and we'll either play guitar or do vocals.
I think you should do vocals because that's when you're at your most unhinged.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's when you're like always. That's when you're, bumping up against whatever the lead singer of that band is.
Yeah.
So
as long as I follow the rules.
As long as you follow the rules. Bands, if you're listening, I know that you are all fans of Unscripted Moments. Get Adam Davis on stage with you to sing your favorite song with you, and he will upstage you. But it'll be worth it. You will appreciate that he upstaged you.
Oh, I can't help it. I'm a big guy.
All right. We should probably go to the episodes, but has this song has it like taken up any space in your brain over the years or recently, or is it just one of those things where you haven't really thought about it much?
I feel like it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, especially since we spend so much of our time online, anytime there's discourse about ska, this song comes up. Like people quote it in their comments about ska, and it's always kind of hard to tell because you can't tell tone on the internet. It's always hard to tell if they are taking it from the perspective of, ha, I like ska, this song's fun, and also pokes fun at the genre, or if like people are taking it at face value and being like, yeah, fuck ska, this is the ska song that says how I feel about ska.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this song's definitely like taken up a lot more space in my brain after writing In Defense of Ska and doing a whole chapter on it, which you'll hear that part of that episode later, and you will enjoy it very much. But it is funny how people bring it up. One time I did a literary event at Silver Sprocket with Dan Ozzie, author of the book Sellout. And during my Q&A portion, he said, his question was, what is the song that has done the most damage to ska, and why is it Ska Sucks? Which I don't know if that's true, if it really has done any damage or the most damage, but that's, I mean, he was trying to be funny, but I mean, I think that might be a perception people have.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, the irony kind of wears off, and it kind of over time, it's like, here's a song that says the whole genre sucks, and the band that made it is one of the most respected bands in the world of punk.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to say about this song. Fortunately, you are about to hear a whole lot about this song.
A whole lot.
A whole lot. And I hope you brought snacks, because once we begin this journey, you will not want to stop.
You're not allowed to stop either.
You're not allowed to
listen
stop.
To the whole thing in one sitting.
So press pause right now and go get your snacks, and go get
your snacks. Use the toilet.
A jar. Yeah.
Make sure your notifications are turned off. Get a blanket.
Mm-hmm.
And listen to the whole deluxe, super deluxe edition of this Ska Sucks episode.
Yeah. And then shoot us an email at indefenseofska@gmail.com. Let us know what you think.
Let us know that you heard the whole thing.
Yes, let us know that you heard the whole thing in one sitting.
You're listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda, hosted by two teachers who break down a different propaganda song each episode. Today we're talking about Ska Sucks, track 5 from the first full-length LP, How to Clean Everything. So, Keith, the first thing I did to prepare for this is I went on YouTube to try to find live footage of the band playing this song. Because I wasn't sure I'd be able to. But a video from 1996 popped up with John K. Sampson on bass. And something that really surprised me is that the crowd, they're in the middle of between two songs, right? And the crowd is yelling, "Ska Sucks! Play Ska Sucks!" And I'm like watching it like, why are you yelling that? And I know they're going to play it because the video, obviously, that I've found on YouTube is them about to play Ska Sucks. But why the audience is yelling for this it just boggles my mind. However,
it's the snowboard frat guy version of Play Some Slayer.
Yeah, yep, Raining Blood. So, but it's 1996 in the video. And so Sampson in the video says... So I'm like, I'm watching it. I'm like, no, not Ska Sucks. And John K. Sampson on the video does exactly what I'm thinking. He goes, no. But Chris Hanna offers to do it, undercutting John. And he says, we'll play it if somebody else sings it. So this dude comes up to sing it. And there's like 4 or 5 people on the stage. And they all want to all sing it together, with multiple voices and heads around the microphone. And this one guy totally monopolizes the microphone and sings basically the entire thing. And it turns out that guy who monopolized the microphone went on to sing in a ska punk band called The Impossibles from Texas, who were on Fueled by Ramen Records. And so apparently Gabe from The Impossibles sings Ska Sucks on this obscure propaganda video from 1996. So anyway, they played the song. Gabe from The Impossible sings the whole song. A ton of people come on stage, and at the end of the video, one guy is naked on the stage.
That sounds appropriate in some way, yeah.
Yeah, and that's mid-90s for you. So anyway, Keith, how do you feel about ska as a part of your musical listening experience throughout your life?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I listened to a lot of Real Big Fish in middle school. Maybe some MU330 in high school, Mustard Plug, basically the biggest names from, I guess that's the third wave of ska. I don't really know much about the genre before or after that. And I think the only band that I still listen to frequently is just the Bosstones.
Yeah, my only band that I still listen to frequently really from ska, I don't even know if you can consider them ska, but I listen to Link 80 now and then. They were on Asian Man Records, and they used to have their lead singer who passed away some years ago was the romance novelist Danielle Steele's son.
Weird.
So if you know Danielle Steele, her son, Nick Trina, sang in Link 80, who was on Asian Man Records. So I like some Link 80. Loved MU330, man. Chumps on Parade by MU330 is, in my opinion, the best third wave ska record that there is. It is wild. And I think they dubbed themselves for a while Psycho Ska. But I'm super pumped to see MU330 on your list there. I also liked Slapstick, fronted by Brendan Kelly, who went on to sing for the Broadways and the Lawrence Arms. So, but it wasn't really my cup of tea much either. Less Than Jake, Hello Rockview was a record that I got super into for a while. But it was mostly like the fast bands that just had a couple of horn players that captured my attention for ska. So anyway, we have this song Ska Sucks from How to Clean Everything. And we're going to talk about the song in a little bit. But we do have a special guest discussant to chat with you, Keith, about this week's song Ska Sucks. So tell us a little bit about our guest for this episode.
Yeah, Greg. So Adam Shprintzen is a professor at Marywood University in Pennsylvania, and he and I have been Twitter pals for a while. As a teacher, I follow a lot of hashtag Twitterstorians. Woo! And Adam's knowledge of U.S. history and food history, punk, religion, all of that, coupled with the fact that he's a pretty funny and kind guy, that made me reach out to him. And I think he had some really thoughtful things to say about a song that is otherwise just kind of easy to write off.
Yeah, and I know that Adam is super into studying the history of vegetarianism as well, which is super relevant to Propagandy. I think his Twitter handle is even @VegHistory, which is really fantastic. So we'll chat about that in a little bit, but let's go to our chat with Dr. Adam Shprintzen.
Adam Shprintzen, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandy.
Thanks for having me, Keith. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk and to spend some time with you.
So, Adam, can you tell the listeners about your research and your areas of interest as a historian?
Sure. So broadly, my interests are in kind of 19th century America, food history, history of reform, history of social movements. Like on a more micro level, my real interest is in the history of vegetarianism as a reform movement in the United States. And that kind of pushes me a little bit outside of the 19th century into the early years of the 20th century. So I have interest in the idea of social reform, social change, how that takes place, social movements, and then especially how social movements interact with food. Because in the 19th century, vegetarians are kind of one of the first groups that actually pulled together, in the United States at least, the idea of social reform being tied together with food choice. So for me, I like to think about history in terms of interpreting people's motives for trying to create a better world, but then also thinking about some of the unintended consequences of that often aren't, that can be unintentionally malicious or even intentionally malicious.
And that includes like the abolition movement, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first half of the 19th century, vegetarianism, and the word vegetarian only becomes sort of embraced in the United States around 1848 or so. It previously had some popular use in England. In America, they went through a slew of different sort of terms. I usually just say, meat abstainers, because there wasn't like this coordinated sort of community surrounding that ideology yet until around 1850. But through the first half of the 19th century, people who consciously chose to abstain from meat and linked with others into a community centered their ideology with the other big social reform movements of the time period, especially abolitionism. They saw meat abstention as a way to create a more moral universe. The idea was that only in a society where people were cruel and vicious enough to eat meat, that they would also be cruel and vicious enough to be involved in the chattel slave system. They tied themselves together to the burgeoning women's rights and women's suffrage movement, pacifism. So like the great sort of social reforms of the early 19th century, and vegetarianism was sort of the one conjoining ideology that said all of these important social changes can be achieved through a shift in dietary choice.
Yeah, that kind of resonates, that idea I keep seeing, just, hashtag everything has a history. Who would think that as a vegetarian who's just kind of the awkward person at Thanksgiving in my family, that there's this complex history behind it in the U.S.
I know how that goes. It's funny because that's how I first kind of came across it, because I had stopped eating meat around 2005 or so. I had realized that, this is a not insignificant life change in terms of not just practice, but self-identification, right? It becomes part of who you are, part of your self-identity. And I was struck sort of by the idea that other significant life identity changes, religion, politics, things like that, most people, and maybe this is a bad assumption, but I think most people would take some time to learn about the history of those ideologies or movements before they said, yeah, I'm part of this, right? And then we make choices of whether we ignore the the bad parts of those histories or not. But it struck me that I had made this pretty significant life change and took on this new identity without actually knowing anything about that history, at least as it related to somebody who lived in the United States. And I had vague sense of sort of the religious connections to vegetarianism over time, and that meat ascension had always happened. But I knew that there had to have been some sort of history of this as a movement in the United States that went before the hippies. And it turned out that there was. So it was just kind of like a good confluence of events that happened at the same time that led me down this path. And here I am, a decade later, still trying to figure it out. And but there's more, right? Everything has a history. There's so much more hidden history about it that it just continues to kind of interest me.
So we're excited to talk to you, not only from your perspective as a historian, but also as, a lover of punk music. So can you tell us a little bit also about your relationship with music or with punk? What sort of bands grabbed your attention in terms of maybe style or message?
I benefited. I always tell people when I have this conversation about how you start forming a musical identity, and I think people sometimes get that from parents, friends, siblings, and I was lucky that I had an older sister who listened to really good music. So my sister introduced me to music pretty early on, and this is the early and mid 80s in New York. And she was kind of into the new wave movement in the early 80s. So that's kind of my first foray into music. And there are these threads of sort of confluence between new wave and punk in New York in particular, and globally too. That kind of slowly introduced me into sort of classic old school punk. So the Ramones are probably the first band that I was ever just really into. And we're talking about probably when I was 8 years old.
Oh, wow.
And remain to this day probably one of my absolute favorite bands of all time, because I think they represent something just good, just good, enjoyable, and it's what music should be. It just I think music should just be some sort of visceral reaction of just you listen to something and it's just it resonates with you, and for whatever reason it just resonated with me. So growing up, I think that certainly the Ramones, the Clash, Bad Brains, moving on to Minor Threat and Fugazi were sort of bands that I listened to a lot. Circle Jerks, moving towards Fishbone, things like that. Those were bands that were kind of on my heavy rotation as in my misspent youth. And then I think about that kind of evolving over time and going into college in the mid 90s and starting to get into things like NoFX and the Descendants in particular. So I think there is a bit of an evolution there, but it is kind of interesting to think about these things now. And try to think about the question of how you think about punk, whether it's an aesthetic, is it a musical style, is it something more than that? And I always think about it in terms of how I think about punk as a thing, and in some ways it is an aesthetic. We forget about the fact that in the 70s, there were people on runways dressing in punk fashion, right?
Yeah.
but I think what drew me towards it was the idea of sort of intentionality of politics and music. And all music is political, right? I'd say that the creation of music is a political act. The consumption of music is a political act. But the idea of having sort of intentionally political music was something that appealed to me even as a very young person. I think continues to appeal to me today. And that can go across musical boundaries, from punk to Motown was explicitly political music, hip hop, things like that. And I think maybe that's something that keeps kind of appealing to me as a historian, because it is important. Like, it's important in terms of social change. It's important in terms of thinking about how people relate to the world around them. And I think that's where my sort of earliest connection with punk music was thinking about just the intentionality of being political while also creating art.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about this project so far is that I've been able to talk to a number of people who discovered not only, propaganda, but all of punk before I did. So their taste and perspectives are pretty different in terms of a description of the music, or even like what they prefer stylistically, or of course from this band's discography. So what we're talking about today, this episode's a little different because we kind of reach out to people we know and we ask them to send us a few of their favorite propaganda songs. And I assume Ska Sucks is not one of your favorite songs. So why did you pick this one to discuss?
It is not one of my favorite songs,
Yeah.
but interestingly, and probably most importantly, it's the first one that popped into my head. Now, for a few reasons. Probably first and foremost, this is maybe a good lesson in thinking about history and thinking about memory. It's the first propaganda song I remember hearing. So that's right where my mind went, because it brought me back to when you asked me this question, it brought me right back to that moment in time where I heard this for the first time, and what I thought about it, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but like what I thought about that song and what it said and things like that. So it brought me back to this very moment in time which I discovered this band. While there's something that feels kind of hacky about the song, and it serves like a very specific purpose, I think that the song, in hindsight, and the types of questions that it raises about music, the types of questions that it raises about culture, is actually really interesting and compelling and important, and could lead us to a really good discussion about things related to authenticity, about questions about cultural appropriation versus cultural appreciation.
Yeah.
So on its surface, it seems like this silly little satirical song about ska that's also like very like of the moment in time of like early 90s catchy ska tunes. Right. That's the irony of it, is that the song itself is like this catchy, like very prototypical early 90s ska tune. But it actually, to me, raises all these really interesting questions about how we think about and consume culture and consume music. And that may not have been the intention in writing the song. I'm not very familiar with, like, say, the ska scene in Winnipeg in the early 90s or late 80s, but that doesn't, to me, that matters less than what it can mean, because great art is obviously open to interpretation, right? And it can evolve over time. So while it may have been kind of a silly, fluffy little song in 1993, I think thinking about that within an arc of musical history, that it actually reads in a very different way than it maybe did in that moment in time. So the song, it resonated with me because it's the first propaganda song that I ever heard, and that just kind of opened up a new world. And I remember asking somebody. The irony was that I heard it the first time actually at a ska show. This was probably like 94, 95. In the East Village in New York City. And between sets, I'm 95% sure that this was a Mephistopheles show. Phenomenal band name, by the way.
All the ska puns. That's a good one.
That is a good one, right? And the DJ spun it in between sets, and I remember asking somebody who it was, and soon after that, I bought How to Clean Everything soon after that. So as much as it's kind of a fluffy song, it opened up my eyes to this band. So in that sense, I think it's an important song for me as well.
So as a historian, as a fan of punk music, You kind of touched on it. What else do you think this song, like how we can interpret it differently, say in the early 90s versus the context of today? I mean, even singling out like Rudy, just that single word seems to have evolved within, the last in decades. So how could the interpretation or what the meaning of the song could be over time?
Yeah, I think, looking back at that song in hindsight, especially at a precise moment in time, early 90s, within 3 to 4 years, like third wave ska is going to become a like semi-commercial success in the United States, which is, I don't think anybody could have predicted that necessarily in 1993 or 1994. And I remember when I first listened to the song, trying to like suss out like who was being targeted.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah.
there's the break in the song where they start playing A Message to You, Rudy. And right, that's a call to the Specials. So is the song making fun of like two-tone ska and the Specials, Selector, bands like that? And it doesn't seem like it is, right? Because there's something kind of, and this is a very charged word, and I might not feel totally okay using it, but it maybe it'll spark something, a better conversation about this. But there was something kind of authentic about sort of the two-tone ska scene and the idea that it brought together. It was a sort of multiracial musical moment of working class people across class boundaries in England, and that's significant, right? Mm. Even if it wasn't, right, it was a derivative musical style already that brought in aspects of punk, rhythm and blues, all these other styles that weren't necessarily even natively Jamaican. So trying to think about like who the target of this song was, even if you think about the reference to Message to You, Rudy, like the Special song, right? That's a cover of a Dandy Livingstone song, which was the first Jamaican song the first Jamaican artist who charted in the UK. And it was called Rudy, A Message to You. And it was, very similar, but very distinct. So thinking of questions of authenticity, on one way you could read the song as like a critique of this Jamaican musical style being filtered and changed over time in different places. And the Specials changing that song is indicative of that. Now, musicians who actually recorded the original Dandy Livingstone song are actually play on that song for the Specials. So that maybe complicates things. So to me, it doesn't seem like it's a call out to the Specials necessarily, because there's something like inherently like kind of like connected to the past in that song. So when I first heard the song, and this is like the mid 90s, it felt like it was definitely making fun of, or at least calling out, this burgeoning sort of third wave ska scene in the United States. And as somebody who listened to that music, I was in New York at the time, there was a rise in this music sort of as a subculture, but then it kind of took off as a commercial success. It kind of made sense in terms of thinking about these questions of authenticity, right? What does it mean to have a predominantly, to have a Jamaican musical style that was crafted by Black Jamaicans as part of post-colonial identity, no less, produced by predominantly white musicians? And that's what kind of happened in the third wave of ska in the United States. Mm-hmm. Does that call into question its authenticity? Does it call into question motives? Is it any different than any other musical style, right? That's the history of rock and roll in some ways.
Yeah.
So I think it actually raises these really interesting questions in terms of thinking about, predominantly white American artists, and it wasn't just American artists, but predominantly white American artists taking this Black Jamaican musical form and turning it into something new and different. And then you get all these like derivative ska, ska punk, ska core, like types of styles that started gaining attention around that time. It's funny, I was thinking about this before in terms of like who they're making fun of in the song, and it's like Ska Sucks sounds like it could be like a NoFX song. Yeah,
right.
And so, and it's kind of right. I mean, and I'm sure that wasn't the intention. That's probably not the best way to like make make friends with the head of your label. But that's something that I immediately thought of when I heard of that song, is that it sounds like it could be connected to like a NoFX song or something like that. So to me, it brings up these really interesting questions of what does it mean to try to search for, in music it would mean commercialization. What does it mean as a consumer in terms of what we think about the commercialization of music? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Right? Objectively, if more, I say this as somebody who loves first wave ska and rocksteady, in the same way that I love old school early 70s through the 70s, early 80s punk, right? That if people listen to a third wave ska band or listen to Green Day, right? It's probably an objectively good thing if it introduces them to everything that came before that. And I guess maybe it's part of me getting older. It feels like any subcultural musical scene that I've ever floated in really just focuses in on the idea of authenticity and the idea of what's real, what's fake, what's commercial, what's non-commercial. And I get it, right? I get it because there's an ethos there. But I also question or wonder what that type of gatekeeping does in terms of thinking about, I don't know, shaming people into not liking something that they like. So it's very, I think it's I don't think there's an easy answer to this, but I think, but this song makes me think about all those things as not just a consumer, but also as a person who interacted with all these different groups over time, and thinking about my own snobbery that has definitely existed, and whether that's a good thing, destructive thing. But again, if today in 2020, some 14-year-old kid picks up, a Green Day album, and it means that they end up exploring the Clash, that's a good thing. And if they enjoy Green Day, that's also not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Right. So I think maybe it's part of just getting older, but it makes me think about all these things in terms of how we gatekeep culture and whether that's a good thing or not.
Yeah. That what is and isn't punk, which seems by itself somewhat like a catch-22 to define something. Being myself kind of more familiar with and immersed in metal, which is so elitist, and what is and isn't true cult. That has definitely, I agree, it kind of faded over time. That doesn't mean if I'm out buying, a record somewhere, I don't kind of side-eye the person next to me to see what they're buying, and then I go, oh no. So of course I kind of can't help but do that. But, when a student comes up to me and they've discovered some band, and if I think it's not good, I encourage it, because I listened to a lot of really terrible stuff when I was 13 and 14, and my taste have kind of plateaued. But who knows where I would have ended if people just kind of didn't support it or just shot it down.
And it's funny, I think you're getting into something here that that ties to something that I'm always interested in terms of thinking about history, is just how we romanticize the past. I mean, romanticize our own past, right? I think about something that I was listening to when I was 12, and there probably was some really terrible music that I was listening to when I was 12. There's probably some terrible music that I'm listening to at 43. There's nothing wrong with guilty pleasures. Maybe you need to balance that with certain things, but. Because I catch myself. I do catch myself living in a world in which I interact on a day-to-day basis, or at least previous to being stuck at home, interacted on a day-to-day basis with people generally in the range of 18 to 22 and 23. And it becomes very easy to shake my fist at the culture that they consume. And it just means that I'm probably a curmudgeon old man. But on the flip side, if it's resonant and relevant to them, I don't necessarily know if I need to be the arbiter to do that. But it does take an effort for me to sort of submerge that desire to do so. But it has made me sort of rethink how I thought about music in the past. Everybody's had a moment where they've listened to a song that they're like, oh, this is good. And then they found out who it was, and they're like, oh, I'm not supposed to like this. And it's funny. I remember, and I remember there was a, God, I can't remember. It was on a compilation album. There was an MXPX song on a compilation album called Punk Rock Show that came out, and this was probably the mid '90s or something. And I remember thinking this is a great song, and I had no idea who it was, and I found out who it was, and I just really this feeling of shame, right? but why? Like it shouldn't be a question of who. It should just be like this aesthetic response to something of if it resonates with you or not, because that's what drew me to punk music in the first place, was like an aesthetic response to something.
My older brother was like just like listen to Twista every day on the way to high school, and like 3 6 Mafia. And while I like a lot of rap and hip hop, just for me in high school, like a lot of my discovery of punk and metal was kind of trying to be as opposite of my older brother as I could.
And I think like that's what draws people, like that antithesis idea is I think what draws people to punk in general. It just depends on what that target of the antithesis is.
Right.
So for me, it was living in an area where, I mean, like my high school, I'd say was like 75% Deadheads. Like this weird, just like Northeast lacrosse, Grateful Dead sort of fusion thing. And I think that my, that my movement towards punk, especially as I was in high school, was definitely in response to that. Which, brings up interesting sort of questions of like what other antitheses you could have gone towards, but
I have this mental image of a bunch of Deadheads playing lacrosse now. And all right, let me jump back to, all right. So Propaganda has been like pretty openly critical of this song, jokingly making fun of themselves for writing it, but also like seriously reflecting on what the track seems to imply, maybe about race, maybe about culture. So what might you say if a fan pushed back and was just like, this is just a silly song making fun of ska? Like, as a fan of punk music, as a historian, do you hear it as more than that?
I absolutely do hear it as more than that. I think it raises this important question about who gets to represent a music and a culture. And that could be applied to punk, that can be applied to ska, that can reggae, right? Basically every musical art form. Is it okay? Like these are interesting questions that I always think about as a consumer of these things, right? Is it okay for a white ska musician to sing in a patois? Now there's white Jamaicans who have patois, but right, this is a like Black Jamaican cultural marker related to a history and a language. So, there's a reason that you should like wince if you hear like a white American musician singing in patois. And yet I don't have that same reaction just listening to say somebody, to a white reggae musician, right? If they're playing it well and in an interesting, compelling way. So I struggle in terms of thinking about these ideas of authenticity and this question, I guess, of how do you suss out cultural appreciation versus cultural appropriation? And that's a really tricky question. But I think it's also a question that we, especially in this moment in time, we should be thinking about all the more, especially as we thinking about things in terms of representation in media, TV, movies. It should apply to music as well. So I struggle in terms of trying to figure out what is authentic and what is appreciation and what is appropriation. Now, the historian in me tends to default to thinking of appreciation as somebody, as an artist who's cognizant of and somewhat reverent of the past. It doesn't mean that they have to play a musical style in the exact same way that it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Authenticity and these questions of cultural appreciation versus cultural appropriation, and how that relates to how we can approach and thinking about history, and how we can think about as a historian of the United States, how we tend to, how Americans popularly tend to either forget about the past or reinvent the past. So for me, in terms of applying those principles and ideas to music, in terms of figuring out who is authentic or who is appropriating versus who is appreciating, that there has to be some sort of cognizant awareness of the history of that music, the history of the people who produce that music, the politics of that, because there's something very political of, the people who are producing this music as it's a pure initial art form. And if you're appreciative of those things, it will not only show in your music, but I think that maybe gives you a little bit of leeway to play with the musical form. Whereas if you're totally ignorant of these things and utilizing the music as a vehicle for commercial success, maybe we're connecting back to the song now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the song says, right, like bands are only in it for the bucks. That if you're just using it for a motive for commercial success without any sort of cognizant awareness of what that music meant in the past, that you are kind of leaving yourself open for criticism. So as much as I spoke out against gatekeeping, and I have a bit of a hesitancy for people to gatekeep, I also understand and think it is necessary to maybe make these judgments based on how people think about the history of an art form and a culture, because at that point you're just being exploitative if you are thoroughly unaware of these things.
Yeah, I think for me, thinking back, the song kind of at best, is a novelty song. I can hear the band calling it, youthful folly, maybe the equivalent of a fart joke in a punk album. And at worst, maybe, dismissive and an overly simplified, kind of condescending cheap shot on, a pretty diverse and rich musical subgenre with a really interesting backstory.
And I think it could be, but I think, it's easy to think of something as a novelty song and knock it because of that. And yeah, it is a novelty song. There's like kind of no two ways around that.
Yeah.
But a novelty song can still be insightful, and it still can, and maybe this is like the cultural historian side of me, like a novelty song can say a lot of things about a particular moment in time and a way in which we think about or approach culture. It's funny, like I don't know, this is going to be the strangest musical leap, but when I think about novelty songs, it's the first thing that went into my head. Like is it Alan Shermer, right? The "Hello Mother, Hello Father" song. Like that's like the peak of novelty music, right? But that song says something so much about like Jewish American culture in the United States in the 50s, and like maybe attached to ideas of Jews becoming white in America, like rise into the middle class and things like that. So to me, a novelty song, yeah, it may be a novelty song, but that doesn't mean that it's not significant or that it's not really insightful. And the very fact that when we first started this conversation on Twitter about talking about a song, that's the first place that my mind went to, it maybe says something about how this song has evolved over time.
Yeah.
And to me, that's one of the great things about music and about art, is that on one hand, you have what the artist is putting out there, and there's an intention there. And that intention often does come through. But the listeners or consumers of that art also, I mean, this is a question about agency. The consumers of that art also have the ability to consume it in a way that that could be different from the original intention, that is just as, if not more, impactful. Now, I don't know if this means that we need more novelty songs or not, but I think it does maybe give us a chance to rethink songs. I mean, this song in particular, but songs in general in the past that we just kind of played off as fluff. Culture is never fluff. It's always more than that. It's always an artifact of the moment in time it was produced, but it's also a lens into everything that happened, since that piece of art was produced. And I think this song is a great example of thinking about how we can look back and reinterpret a song that we played off as being kind of silly novelty fluff in the first place.
Well, Adam, Greg and I were really struggling with how we were going to make an episode about this song, and both of us were somewhat hesitant to take the lead and to really have to come up with an explanation. Like, even when I pulled up and copied the lyrics, I realized how few words there are. Obviously, it's a shorter track, but I think this conversation has certainly opened my eyes to some ideas that I hadn't considered about this track, but also just about music in general. So I really thank you for your ideas.
I'm sorry for giving you a song that has like 25 words in it. So I guess we can do a deep dive into analyzing the lyrics. But yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to have this chat. This was a lot of fun.
So if people want, where can they find you or your work online?
So probably the best way to find me is on the sometimes cesspool of Twitter, which is you can catch me at Veg History. And from there, you can find my contact information and information about my book if anybody's interested in reading about vegetarian history.
Yeah, I have a copy of on my growing pile of books on my nightstand, so I'm waiting to dive into that and hearing you talk about it. Some of those ideas at the beginning of this episode, I think, is kind of changing its place in the queue. So, thanks for talking with me today. Thanks for chatting with me on Twitter for the last few years. Sharing recipes, insight, and history, and of course about punk music.
This is great. Thanks so much.
All right, Greg. So Adam had a lot to say about a song that doesn't seem to have a lot to say. What stood out to you from our conversation?
So I have a lot of thoughts on this fantastic chat that you had with Adam. I love that he picked a song that is not one of his favorites. That really cracks me up. I think that it's so fitting that a PhD historian who studies vegetarianism loves propaganda. I have no doubt that there are, many professionals around the world out there who were exposed to propaganda, and then that had some kind of impact on their career path. You know what I mean? Like, imagine not discovering propaganda, but like if he hadn't discovered that, like, would he necessarily have become a historian of vegetarianism? I mean, it's really quite profound whenever you consider how bands can actually change people's lives. And I don't know if Adam did that specifically, but it's not too far-fetched. So anyway, Adam's identity formation story about his older sister was just so perfect. You had me in stitches over here. I was rolling on the floor. I want to go to shows with Adam. Also, his list of bands was so fantastic. He listed all of my favorite bands ever. So that was amazing. Something else that Adam says, I like that he said that that consumption of music is political, and that intentionally political music appeals to him, because I agree. It reminds me of people freaking out now on the internet saying, I liked your music until you got all political. Keep your politics out of your music. Just shut up and sing. And, it reminds me of how people, that former congressman and Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, one time said that his favorite band was Rage Against the Machine. What? And so, I feel like I want to put people like Adam and Chris Deutsch, who we've had on the show before. I want to put people like those guys in a room, and people who love some other bands in another room, and then make them all take the GRE or something like that and see which room of people does better on the graduate record examination. I feel like that would be super funny, because I'm consistently impressed with the level of intellect out there from some of Propaganda's fans. So another thing that jumped out at me was Adam's stories of growing up going to shows, and a band name that jumped out at me a lot is the band Mephistopheles, which is a portmanteau between ska and Mephistopheles from Faust. So that's pretty cool. Mephistopheles jumped out at me because Michael McDermott, who used to play for the Bouncing Souls and is one of my all-time favorite drummers. So he leaves the Bouncing Souls, and he played for a while in Mephistopheles, and I went to see them live just so I could see Michael McDermott play drums again. And funny story, Michael McDermott now plays drums for Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. And I would go see Joan Jett and the Blackhearts live anyway.
Yeah.
But knowing I'd get to see Michael McDermott play drums again would just be the cherry on top. So big ups to Mephistopheles and Adam for name dropping that band. So another thing that jumps out at me is the fact that Adam found Propaganda because of Ska Sucks, And so he's at this show. He hears it in between bands. And it's so cool that Adam actually had the wherewithal to ask and get the answer to who played the song that was on the PA system in between bands. Because he just as easily could have not asked, because it wasn't like Anti-Manifesto was blaring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was like an amazing early Propaganda song. It was the worst early Propaganda song. I mean, they have, I'm not talking about the 7 inches and stuff, you know? So, and like, this reminds me of like today where, if I go to a show and I hear something on the speaker between bands, all I got to do is bust out my SoundHound app on my phone to find out what's playing. And, you know, it reminds me of this moment where, like, you can make a new friend by being like, hey, do you know who this is on the PA system? But now you don't have to make that friend. You just bust out your app on your phone and it recognizes the song for you. Like, I remember a few years ago, I was at an Every Time I Die show, and Sabaton was playing in between bands.
A Sabaton.
And it was the album Carolus Rex. So it was the title track, like Carolus Rex. You know, they're like this like Viking, like marching sounding to war band. There was this guy on the stage setting up gear, and he was singing Carolus Rex, man. And so I busted out SoundHound, and, you know, that's just one example of finding a new band in between bands, like over the PA system. Another thing that I learned today from you guys is that this is that Rudy, A Message to You, that is name dropped in this Propaganda song, is not a Specials song.
Right. Yeah.
I was today years old when I found out that this was not that song was not by the Specials. When did you learn that?
I think the day before, or when he had messaged me, and I kind of I listened to the song that he told me about. And if, you know, Rudy in the Specials song, if that refers to, or this version refers to like fans of ska, the original is referring to like rude boys, meaning essentially the criminal element in Jamaica. So like that term itself evolving over time. But yeah, I had never heard it, and I think it's really good. It's like it almost has like this sweet, genuine feel to it, and it's a pretty good song.
Yeah. I found that the song was also extremely endearing. I went back and listened to the original one, and I could imagine that song being written by like a middle school teacher. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who sees his students go off and do things after school that he's working so hard to try to dissuade them from doing. And he reaches the end of his rope, and he, you know, sings this song, Stop You Messing Around.
Right.
And it sent me down like a little rabbit hole of searching for like 1960s and 70s ska. And wow, there is so much I don't know. You know what I mean?
I don't know any of it. Yeah.
I was listening to a bunch of 1970s Toots and the Maytals for a long time after I listened to Livingstone's Rudy that you and Adam talked about. So that's another thing that jumps out, and the vast history of this genre that is so important to know if you're going to talk about it, you know, in any kind of critical cultural way. Another thing that jumped out at me is the derivatives section about like ska punk and ska core and the different waves of ska. That was super interesting to me. And I name dropped Slapstick earlier, whose singer was Brendan Kelly, who sings in the Lawrence Arms, but also Dan Andriano from the Alkaline Trio was in that band as well. You know, and they were like a 90s ska punk band. And so many sounds, you know, have come off of this ska genre. The question that Adam posed about who gets to represent music and culture was super fascinating to me. The point about patois was super interesting. Who can sing, who should sing in this patois accent? What is the difference between cultural appropriation versus appreciation, and how like culture is never fluff. So
yeah,
these were some of the main points that jumped out at me. What are some of your favorite things about what Adam had to say?
Yeah, I think just that the fact that it's a conversation, and that maybe that what the song means isn't as important as what the song could mean. And that description, in leading us to other conversations, if they're cultural, historical, if they're about race, if they're about appropriation, if they're about authenticity, that piece there I thought was enlightening in a way, because I wasn't really expecting it for such a dumb song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I have to just go ahead and say to the audience right now that I do not like this Propaganda song. Like,
I don't think anyone is surprised.
Yeah, I do not like it. When some of my favorite songs are like Duplicate Keys of Caro, Dear Coach's Corner, Without Love, Back to the Motor League, Purina Hall of Fame. I have like a style of Propaganda that I'm like super into. I don't appreciate this joke song. So knowing my personal hatred of this song was going to come out on this episode, I decided to stop myself before I spiraled and launch into something interesting that would possibly expand my musical palette. So I wanted to use this as an opportunity not to harp on this particular song, but to see what ska had to offer me that I didn't know about.
Cool.
So instead of it like being like, oh, I can't believe this stupid song, blah, 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 I wanted to see what kind of ska was out there that I have neglected to explore. There's only so much music that a person can explore in their lifetime. I can only listen to so many records. I can only find so many bands. So something positive that I did is I watched a documentary today called This Is Ska, which traced the history of ska back to 1959 in Kingston. Some new music that I listened to today was by Byron Lee, Jimmy Cliff. I really enjoyed the Jimmy Cliff song, The Harder They Come. I listened to a whole bunch of Toots and the Maytals. I listened to Desmond Decker. The song Israelites by Desmond Decker is gorgeous. The vocal melody is unbelievable. And I wanted to know a little bit more about the term ska as well. So I did a little digging. And I learned that the ska started out as a multi-part dance move.
Mm-hmm.
And like back in the day, like whenever you'd see people doing the Macarena and there was like a series of steps they would go through.
Yeah, the Cupid Shuffle or some orchestrated dance.
Yeah, all those that you see in like, that you would see them at like skating rinks or you would see them at like dance clubs or whatever. So anyway, the ska started out as something just like that, apparently, with like a multi-part dance move. So that was super interesting. So I watched a video of a Byron Lee song where people were doing the ska, which is the dance, to the music. And I found another documentary as well called The Origin of the Word Ska with Benjamin Zephaniah, which had several interesting takeaways that I found out. So a journalist named Maureen Cleave got the word ska in print for the first time in the UK in 1964 after writing about Chris Blackwell, who founded Island Records. And there are a few different theories presented in the film about what the word ska means. So the first one is that the word ska is based on the sound the guitar made with the upstroke. So ska, 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 ska. It's got that ska, 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 ska. So it's got this sound with this upstroke.
Like an onomatopoeia.
Yeah. And so another theory is that it comes from the word scat, like scat singing, like Louis Armstrong, or from like the Monkey in the Jungle Book, like shooter shoobop, shoobop, And so ska also had like a heyday in the like the 1960s in the aftermath of Jamaica's independence from Britain. And it soundtracked that period, man.
Yeah.
Like that social like change that happened after Jamaica's independence. Like ska was the soundtrack of that. So like anyway, the history of this musical movement is so rich, so layered, and has so many historical contexts that must be considered. So needless to say, I like these songs that I've been listening to today from like the 60s in Jamaica way more than Real Big Fish.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to dive in and check them out. Make a playlist for me.
Yeah, maybe I'll put some notes or some links in the show notes for listeners where they, if they want to go and learn a little bit more about ska, they totally can. So let's go ahead and dive into the lyrics for Propagandy's Ska Sucks. First of all, this is one of how many songs on this record? 3 that are like novelty tracks.
Yeah.
So the lyrics for Ska Sucks are not even included in the liner notes for the LP and the CD. Why do you think that is?
I didn't realize that. I don't know. I mean, I know Chris Hanna mentioned that Fat Mike was really pushing for those novelty tracks to be on them, that he really liked this and Haile Selassie and the Cheap Trick cover. So if it was like a last minute decision and that those were kind of forced onto the album, if they didn't want to include them because they're so dumb and juvenile, a combination of the two.
Yeah, well, and you know, I'm looking at the lyric sheet right now inside the LP, and so there's also the song This Might Be Satire on side B, and it says, I want to chew my bub. Ah, what a waste of space. Next. So like on the inside of the LP, instead of I want to chew my bubble gum with you, I want to walk you home from school. They don't even put that in the lyrics sheet because, and here it says, what a waste of space. So I'm wondering if the fact that Chris didn't want these songs on the record to begin with, and that he would have rather had Pigs Will Pay, which wound up on the 7-inch. I'm wondering if they didn't put that in there because they were disappointed that it made the record in the first place.
Yeah, I get a little bit of a feeling, regardless, that they're also not taking the record too seriously.
Yeah. I love his stories of recording during that time period. And I mean, it is hilarious to me how good this band is now. And when you listen to them tell stories of themselves when they were like in their early 20s, first signing to Fat, how they knew nothing. And Chris's stories of like bringing his like amp head in a hockey bag to the LAX airport and seeing Wayne Gretzky walk by at baggage claim. It's too much because he's like, I knew nothing. We knew nothing. And you're like, come on, you must have known something. But the way that they present it is like they were completely clueless about everything. It's just too funny. So let's talk about something that I can like about the lyrics. So I get the critique of the line, the bands are only in it for the bucks, right? And so to me, it makes sense if I think about a band like No Doubt with Gwen Stefani, right? Who started off as a ska band, but then like immediately bailed on that sound when it was more profitable for them to bail on being a ska band.
Yeah.
So I get that part fully. Okay. That's like the one thing that I'm taking away from these lyrics. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's like a sense of like a punk attitude, not necessarily resentment, since they clearly have stated that commercial viability has never been a goal of theirs, but instead, like, they just would rather be punks and point the finger at other bands jumping in on a trend. That's what I definitely, that's how I kind of interpret, I think, the purpose of the song as well. And Chris also mentioned in the Haile Selassie podcast that there was a push and a rise in white nationalist and white power ska and punk bands at this time, and that part of the way to undercut that and a part of the way to undercut those bands' popularity was kind of to mock the reality that, you know, these white nationalists are borrowing music and stealing music from a culture they consider to be inferior.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. So what do you think about the music for this song?
Yeah. So I don't know. I think the remastered version, it makes it a little bit more palatable to the ear. You know, the tones are a little better. There's some more clarity. But it can only help so much, right? You can't really polish a turd. I like the music during the break, like the Rudy part.
Yeah.
But ultimately it doesn't take itself seriously, and that seems to be intentional. What the outcome is and what conversations take place because of that, I can't say. But, you know, there's like that goofy laugh right after the "fuck you, Rudy."
Oh my God, it's like Krusty the Clown. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really. There's a fart sound at the end. There's like the do 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 do. So I mean, it seems to be sending a message like, don't take this too seriously. And maybe they just needed a filler, and, you know, people like novelty songs. So
Yeah.
If it is Fat Mike pushing for it and getting this on the album, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, there's not much to say musically.
Yeah. I mean, what's so interesting though is the presence of these novelty songs. And I wonder if novelty songs on punk records have always been there, or if this is something I'm just now realizing. You know, I know that there's like always the Offspring songs like Pretty Fly for a White Guy and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know that NoFX has tons of novelty songs. But like outside of those two bands, like there's not like a novelty Pennywise song that I can think of. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the only one that came to mind as well, and I messaged with Adam a little bit after our conversation and saying that, you know, even novelty songs have something to say. Well, the only good fascist is a dead fascist.
Yeah.
Also, to me, very much feels like a novelty track because it sounds so different from the rest of the band's discography and certainly everything else from Less Talk. But that song has like super powerful things to say, even if it's not necessarily serious in its sound.
I legitimately like that song.
Oh, same. I love that track.
Yeah. So while I was spiraling in my hatred for Ska Sucks, I went on YouTube and I looked up to see if anybody had done any covers of this song that I could listen to that might help me reframe what I was listening to, right? So I found that Big D and the Kids Table covered this in 2016, it's a really cool cover because in the middle of the song, they go into the original Livingstone Message to You, Rudy. And
cool.
and it's so slow. Like it's just so slow. Stop you messing around. Like real slow, right? But then they go back into the Propagandy song and they end the song with totally different lyrics than Propagandy did. And part of the lyrics are about ripping on people who only know Propagandy's old songs. So like people who say like, oh, How to Clean Everything. And like, that's like the only Propagandy record they know. Like Biggie and the Kids Table covered a song from How to Clean Everything and ripped on people that only know How to Clean Everything. So that was hilarious. Loved that little touch. The band Against All Authority, who was like sort of like a hardcore band, like ska punk elements. They were on Hopeless Records. They did a cover of this song in 2001. And, you know, Against All Authority is like super gritty, but they're also super ideologically aligned with Propagandy. They sing a lot about police brutality, and they're just a fantastic band. So I was really excited to see an Against All Authority cover of this song as well. So do you have any lessons that you would take away from this song before we go away today?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to double down with that phrase that I said with Adam. You know, everything has a history, and exploring what that history is good. And it's a good way to learn about yourself and the world, and maybe just kind of shutting something out or demeaning it probably won't take you too far. So everything has a history, even ska.
Yeah, learning the history of moments like these in time, and also when Adam said culture is never fluff. I mean, I could not agree more. And so instead of latching onto what I didn't like about this particular song from Propaganda, I found so much other great music today that I was listening to. And I don't know, man, I think I'm going to have to just stock up on Jimmy Cliff records and I know that Tim Armstrong from Rancid is a massive Jimmy Cliff fan. So I think that I need to go off and find some things that I can appreciate, because 60s ska is absolutely perfect to have on in the kitchen while you're cooking dinner. I mean, could not stress that enough. I had Toots and the Maytals and Jimmy Cliff on while I was cooking dinner, and it was spectacular.
I can only listen to so much black metal and grind, so feel free to make me a playlist.
Hey, maybe I will. So did you find any YouTube comments out there or anything?
Yeah, so one says, I get how this song is easy to misunderstand if you don't know the historical context, but this song is totally sarcastic. You have to remember this is considered a ska punk classic from within the community, precisely because they capture the sound while also criticizing bands like No Doubt and Sublime, two bands I love from the 90s who play ska-esque music, but later denied being ska bands when it stopped being cool.
Oh, sweet. That's just exactly what I said earlier.
Yeah.
No, that's okay, interesting. Okay, that's cool. What else?
And another said, the song is ahead of its time.
I don't know if I agree. I'm not sure.
I'm going to bet money that person's just being snarky.
They probably are. Okay. So anyway, thanks for the comments out there on YouTube. Go ahead and rate this bad boy.
I'm going to say it's a 1. Maybe I sang along with this when I first bought this record in late 2003 or so. But it's ultimately a skippable track, and I enjoyed the conversation with Adam Shprintzen more than I do the song itself.
Absolutely. I would actually encourage skipping this track. Not only is it a skippable track, but I would actively do my best to persuade people to just skip it and go find some Jimmy Cliff instead. So I would rate this a 1 out of 5 as well. Am I allowed to give it a 0.5 out of 5? If I were able to do that, I would do it. I would give it less than a 1 if I could. But man, that chat with Adam was fantastic, and I have gone down such a magnificent 1960s Jamaican ska rabbit hole that, I'll stick with my 1 because I'm grateful for the tangent that I went on today to expand my own musical horizons.
Nice.
So that's it for this week. Thanks again to Dr. Adam Shprintzen for hanging out with us. You should follow him on Twitter at VegHistory, VEG History. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at PropagandyPod. Keith and I really love hearing from you. If we ruin your favorite song, hit us up and we will personally apologize. Thank you so much for listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propaganda. See you next time. Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propaganda, is created, hosted, and produced by Keith Goff and Greg Soden. Musical clips on this show are composed and performed by Propaganda. Artwork on the show is by Justin Santora, who can be reached at justinsantora.com. You can find us on Twitter at PropagandyPod and on Instagram at PropagandyPod. If you like the show, please drop a rating on your podcast app of choice and subscribe to receive future episodes. Tell your friends. Thank you so much for listening.
We hate this song. I hate this song. Ska sucks. And if you stupid fuck. And if you don't believe me, you're a smart. If you stupid fuck. And if you don't believe me, you're a smart.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda and ska music. What? That doesn't sound right. Let me explain. So, first, this is a bonus episode of Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. It's a bonus episode because we already did a full episode about the song Ska Sucks on episode 12, and we found more information. So we're making an appendix bonus episode. Also, Keith isn't on this episode. Keith is doing some other stuff right now. And so I had an opportunity to make something about Ska Sucks based on some recent developments that I have discovered, and I just kind of rolled with it. So a few weeks ago, a kind listener pointed out that a new book called In Defense of Ska is slated to be released by Clash Books in April 2021. And the author of that book, Aaron Carnes, had published an excerpt related to Propaganda's Ska Sucks on punknews.org. And I read it, and it was just a delight. So I got in touch with Aaron. And getting in touch with Aaron led to a rabbit hole that became this episode. Aaron and I had a great chat about being a fan of ska, why he wrote his forthcoming book, the saga and story of Ska Sucks and the meaning of the song, and the research behind writing the chapter, as well as some additional information about the book. A central component of our chat involved an infamous rebuttal song called A Message to You, Chris, written by Winnipeg ska band Whole Lotta Milka for their 1998 full-length Got Milka. In the song, Whole Lotta Milka sings back in response to Ska Sucks and then even launches into a recreation of Stick the Flag Up Your Ass from How to Clean Everything. So after my chat with Aaron Carnes, I contacted Sam Thompson, the host of Winnipeg's own Witch Police Radio and friend of the podcast, and also massive propaganda and ska fan. And he's also a member of the former Winnipeg ska band Grandpa's Army. And I had a chat with Sam. And Sam and Aaron helped me contact Greg Crow and Jeff Crow, who have no relation, who are two members of Whole Lotta Milka. So a lot of threads got woven to create this bonus episode, and it was kind of like one stepping stone led to another, and then before you know it, I have a whole bunch of new information to bring all of you. So this bonus episode is jam-packed. We have a full interview with Aaron Carnes, which will then go into the song A Message to You, Chris, which I am republishing with permission from Whole Lotta Milka, and then a full interview featuring Greg and Jeff from Whole Lotta Milka and Sam from Witch Police Radio. The episode also ends with something kind of fun, because Sam's former band, Grandpa's Army, performed a version of Ska Sucks at the Winnipeg Ska Festival, Skalloween, which we talk about in the interview, in the year 2000. So we have a soundboard recording of Grandpa's Army from Winnipeg playing Ska Sucks at a ska festival in Winnipeg almost 21 years ago. So there's a lot of unexpected information in these interviews as well, talking a lot about the context in which Ska Sucks was originally written. And Greg, Jeff, Sam, and Aaron brought so much more to our episode 12 that this was just a no-brainer for me to make. So if you look in your show notes in your podcast player, I'm going to also put a link to pre-order Aaron Carnes' In Defense of Ska, and I highly recommend you also go check out Witch Police Radio, a DIY podcast about the Winnipeg music scene, which is also highly involved with the Manitoba Podcast Festival. So huge thanks to Sam for all your help and support the past several months. Thanks to Aaron for coming on the show to talk about the book. And thanks to Greg and Jeff for giving us some early 90s ska Winnipeg context and stories that really round out what I think that we did for episode number 12, but just shed so much more local context onto the original version of Ska Sucks. So this is a fun one, folks. Ska Sucks is, interestingly and arguably, my least favorite Propagandhi song of all time, and I had an absolute blast making this appendix episode about Ska Sucks. So, first up, enjoy my chat with Aaron Carnes, and then my chat with Greg Crow, Jeff Crow, and Sam Thompson.
Ska sucks, and it's easy to make fun. And if you don't believe me, you're smart. We tell it to us, fun. That's only in fun. And if you don't believe me, you're smart.
Aaron Carnes, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandhi and the appendix bonus episode for Ska Sucks.
Hi, how you doing? Thanks for having me on.
It's wonderful to have you here, Aaron. Just for those listeners out there who don't know who you are and what you do, can you briefly introduce yourself for the audience and let them know what you do?
Sure. I have a book coming out next May called In Defense of Ska. And it's a collection of essays that revolves around the topic of ska, but also the topic of defending ska as a respectable genre that people could look past the stereotypes and actually see that it's a rich genre with a long history, but also a diversity of bands that are political, bands that are emotional, bands that are everything, not just the 5 or 6 bands that got really popular on MTV that sort of have taken over the narrative to a lot of people of what ska is. So that's kind of the main purpose of my book. And every chapter is sort of a standalone essay that it touches on that theme in some way. And one chapter I wrote was about the song Ska Sucks. So
awesome. Well, that's great. And so listeners of this podcast will know that we did an episode for Ska Sucks ages ago. And I took an approach to that episode, which I was telling you a little bit about off air, that I took Chris's challenge of ska sucking in his proclamation in the song to discover the history of ska music. And I went back to like 1959, Kingston, watching the This Is Ska documentary, discovering Byron Lee, listening to Jimmy Cliff, Toots, Desmond, everything. You know, I went as deep as I could researching for that episode. But I realized that I overlooked a little bit more context regarding Winnipeg and the writing of this song. And we're going to get into all this, and I'm super stoked. But before we do, I want to know why you care about ska in general as a genre, so much so that you would go to the tremendous workload of writing a book. How did you come to care so deeply about this genre?
Oh, sure. Oh, and can I just say too, before I dig in, that my book is on sale for pre-order already, even though it releases on May 4th. So people can go to my publisher's website, which is clashbooks.com. They can pre-order it. They'll actually get it in April, which is a little earlier than the official release, which is May 4th.
Oh, nice. Well, I saw that Mike from Hard Girls reviewed it recently, didn't he? I think he was posting about it on Twitter saying that he had read it and that he really liked it. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Mike and I are old friends. We're actually, I live in Sacramento, but I used to live in San Jose. So we used to both live in San Jose. And actually, funny story too about Mike is I'm the editor, the music editor at the Good Times newspaper in Santa Cruz. And Mike, well, before the pandemic, at least, Mike was one of the writers that worked under me.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I saw that he reviewed that, and I love that band. So when I saw that Mike from Mike was like, this book is fantastic. I was like, okay, you have my attention now. And then I saw the Propagandhi chapter, and I was like, holy smokes, my brain is going to explode because we did this Ska Sucks episode, and now here you are, and I'm going to do a part 2 on arguably the song that Propagandhi probably hates the most in their entire discography. So, which is actually kind of poetic if you think about it. You know what I mean? Like punishing listeners with multiple episodes about one song, where the band doesn't even like that particular one. It's like, why can't you do 2 episodes about Anti-Manifesto? Why does it have to be Ska Sucks? But I just found it to be so funny. So anyway, so I'm so sorry, Aaron. Tell me why you love ska so much. Tell me a little bit about your interest in the genre.
So when I was a teenager, let's see, I graduated high school in 1993. So before I graduated high school, like 1992, I discovered ska. I just took an interest in music that was off, that was not mainstream. I just, I grew up in this small town called Gilroy. Nothing much happening there, but it's on the southern tip of the California Bay Area. And so there was this allure to what was happening in the clubs in San Francisco and Oakland and San Jose and Santa Cruz. So I was really fascinated by it. And I would just try to find out about all these bands. And through that process, somebody recommended I check out Skank and Pickle, which is,
Mike
they're
Park.
from that. Yeah, they're from that area, but they're also, they toured constantly.
Yeah.
And that first show, which was in 1992, I was at a club called One Step Beyond in Santa Clara. Just totally blew my mind because I didn't have any context for it, but I was like, this is amazing. This band's amazing. Their show was like almost like a circus show. It was so crazy. This is like early Skank and Pickle when they were a little bit more like zany, but it was like unicycle. The bass player was on a unicycle. Just the band members were Mike Park and the bass player were stage diving like every 5 minutes.
Nice.
Mike Park, he had a song called Asian Man. And before that song, he invited, or more, I would say more demanded, all the Asian people to get on stage with him for the song. So it was just like all this energy and like all these kind of bits that went with it. But the music was so good. It was so catchy. And it was like so much energy, but not angry. Like it was really fun. And the scene was really inviting. Like every kind of person was there, whether they were like metalheads or hippies or whatever. And they were all just like one cohesive scene. It was no sense of elitism or even like a scary vibe, which I kind of got a scary vibe from some of the underground music that I was into.
Yeah.
I was kind of like a kind of an innocent kid. I'd go to like Primus before they were a big band. And it was like these kind of big scary dudes and, like, am I even welcome here sort of feeling, but definitely did not get that feeling from Skank and Pickle. And then, after I got the CD, actually funny, a young Cherry Poppin' Daddies.
Oh yeah.
They were the first opening band, and they were like a mishmash of ska, funk, and jazz swing stuff. And I got their tape too. And from there, I just was like ska. I just started digging into this music, ska, and eventually I had a band before that, and soon after that we became a ska band because that's the music that I loved. So
nice.
But the reason that it developed to me writing this book at this point in my life has to do with the fact that I became a music journalist around a decade ago and just really came into contact with how the music failed to gain respect from journalists and from readers and from people in general. And in a way, it almost kind of became more and more of a joke as the years passed since the 90s, to where people were viewing it as this sort of trend that happened in the mid 90s. Like it kind of came and went, but that wasn't actually the experience of ska. I mean, ska was a healthy, vibrant underground scene in the US for 15 plus years before it became an MTV trend. And before that, it was two-tone in England. Before that, it was in Jamaica. And even through the 80s and 90s, it became global. There was a scene in all over Europe. Mexico developed a pretty phenomenal scene in the 90s, and it got really big in the 2000s, and now it's even bigger. So, and then, when ska supposedly died, it didn't actually die. It just went underground. And there's tons of energy right now for brand new ska bands that have started within the last 5 years. So
cool.
There's like this, people don't understand this about ska. They just think it was a trend. And so that's part of the thing that irks me as a music journalist and as a person that loves this music and as a person who found ska to be their first, music that they really connected with. It's like people make fun of it, but they don't actually know anything about it.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, like, I grew up in the 90s in St. Louis, and so I was surrounded by fantastic ska bands. I mean, MU330 is so legendary, and they were a local band to me. I was seeing them starting in like late 1997, I think is the first time I saw them. And then that spawned off into the Rabies and Orange Tree and Jimmy Got Hustled and Fat Cactus and Dumb Luck and like this great little St. Louis ska scene. And we even had a ska festival called Ska-orama at this massive ballroom in the city. And, you know, so it was such a vibrant thing and surrounding me when I was in a punk band, but we played with those ska bands all over the suburbs in St. Louis, and we would play shows and it would be packed out and we would be the only punk band on the bill. And it was so cool. But, you know, I'm curious about like, if you personally have like a favorite era of ska, like whenever you are around at home, like what do you find yourself going back to like across the different eras of ska? What's your go-to if you're just chilling out at home?
Well, I would argue that all eras have really good bands and not so good bands, you know, a mixture. But I think, you know, you can't really do better than the two-tone era, because that was just that was like 5 or 6 phenomenal bands that not only started it, but were the ones that got popular as well. And they were there was a very heavy political context for them, and that they addressed politics in a very overt way while being top 40 pop stars in England. It was a very unusual time where you have these bands scoring top 10 hits with having real meaty lyrics and a real purposeful identity, you know, to say we're about, you know, fighting racism, and we're about fighting, you know, Thatcherism, and we're about commenting on the crumbling economy. And, you know, it's like, and they dealt with being anti-racist in a way where they got opposition. It wasn't just, you know, hey, we're against racism and everyone applauds. It wasn't like that for them. They dealt with Nazis coming to their shows and Sieg Heiling them, you know, trying to challenge them, and them having to be confront it and say, you know, get out of here, you're not welcome, you know, our message is anti-racism, you know. So, and the music was so good. All those bands, every single one of those bands that was on the two-tone label and was considered two-tone, like Bad Manners were not on two-tone label, but they're sort of considered as, because they were part of that scene. All great bands, all great songs.
Nice. And I was like really even amazed with like even the newest Specials record. There's like a song in there called like Vote or something like that. And it's like, if you vote for me. And it's so creepy and so beautiful. And I loved everything about it. And I was like, oh my God, I screwed up by overlooking so much of this stuff. When you talk about the politics and like the subversiveness of it, I absolutely love that, because that's actually kind of a recent discovery for me, embarrassingly. You know what I mean? So like what you're saying is something that I'm sort of just picking up on now at 37. And so that's kind of cool, I think, because it's challenging me in a new way to examine some of the stuff that I've, you know, been tangentially attached to for many years, but missed the boat. Yeah.
No, you know, like it's true of all eras too. I mean, Emery 230, the band that you grew up around with, there's one of my favorite bands from the 90s, and they put out, you know, their album Crab Rangoon. One of my favorites is so like good. A heartbreaking breakup album, influenced by Pinkerton, you know, Weezer's Pinkerton, you know, at a time when everyone wrote that record off. It was a commercial and a critical flop, but Dan Podhast was like really into that record, and he wrote a ska record that was totally like, you can hear elements of that, and totally unusual album. It didn't even really get very, very far, but you know, it stands the test of time. And then he continued to write really good songs. I love the KKK Highway song from their last official album. I mean, there's a song right there. It's they're making a statement. It's kind of funny, but they're totally making a statement about the state of, you know, racism in this country in, you know, at the early 2000s when they wrote it.
Yeah, Dan is like a local legend too, where I grew up, and it's just so fantastic because you'll go out to like a bar or something like Blueberry Hill in St. Louis, and like Rob Bell will be sitting there at the bar, you know, just hanging out, and it's just so rad. It's like, oh my God, dude, I was right in front of your trombone. You almost hit me in the face with it when I was a kid, and I'm just so glad to shake your hand and meet you. But so, Aaron, you're on a podcast where we talk about individual propaganda songs.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if you're a fan of Propaganda.
Oh yeah, great band. Love Propaganda.
Tell me about your fandom of the band over the years.
Well, I'm not. I wouldn't say like I'm a huge fan. I'm more of a casual fan of Propaganda.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. Me and punk rock, I think, are, punk rock's not my favorite genre. Although I do like some punk rock and I listen to some. So the early stuff in the '90s, how to clean everything. Is that, am I saying the name right? Yeah, the one that's definitely classic. And the other stuff they did in the '90s.
Yeah, there's Less Talk More Rock and the stuff on Fat and stuff like that. Yeah,
for sure. Yeah, and I totally love and respect Chris Hanna's politics and everything that he stands for in his songs, and that's what always kind of was odd to me about Ska Sucks. Like here you have a guy that's really saying a lot about capitalism and racism and these really important issues, and he also has got to say something about ska. I mean, that's kind of how it sounds or kind of seems, right, to the random fan with no context where that song came from. And but that's not really what the song's about. Actually, it's not about dissing ska.
Yeah, let's get into that. So we're discussing Ska Sucks by Propaganda, and this will be appearing in your book, which you wrote about, and I read in a advanced excerpt of the book on punknews.org. But when do you first remember hearing the song Ska Sucks? Like, did you like it? Did it put you off? Like, how did you feel about it when you first heard this song sort of, aping the ska rhythm, but dissing it at the same time?
I heard it. I definitely heard it at the time when it came out. My feeling about it, which I would say most of my peers felt, although there was some differing opinions, we all kind of thought it was funny. And we all thought, it's a good song for one thing. And it's funny that it's a ska song that says ska sucks. That's hard. And most ska people have a sense of humor about themselves. So it wasn't like this big, like, oh no, we're so offended. And you had ska bands at the time that would just cover the song. I mean, it was like the idea of being ironic about it was just super common. And that's just kind of how most people that were ska fans took it.
Nice. I remember hearing some covers. Some of the ones that I really like are Big D and the Kids Table has a great version. Against All Authority has a fantastic version.
Oh yeah, both of those are great. Yeah,
absolutely. So what I want to know is I want you to tell me a little about what you learned about researching this song, going back to the '90s, and I'm curious what you found out about like the Winnipeg ska scene in the early '90s, which bore this song. You know what I mean? I want to know about like the context and what you learned when you were researching for the book.
Well, actually, the song was written in the late '80s.
Oh, interesting.
So, and it wasn't really about the ska scene. It was really more about the punk scene. This is kind of like early Propaganda. They had a punk scene. It was pretty small. And there were these Nazi skinheads who would show up and they would just wreak havoc and they would just overtake everything. And I guess, Nazis are every Nazi, every Nazi scene's a little different, but these ones were, ska fans for some reason. So much irony to dissect there, but that's just how it is.
And the thing is, like, the listeners of the show are very discerning and they will absolutely know what you're talking about. And that irony will not be lost on them, I assure you.
So Chris and the rest of the band, they were sort of being passive about it at first because they just felt like, I don't even know what to do about this. These guys are showing up. We don't want them here. They know we don't want them here. And then that's part of what they're getting off on. So the band, bunch of fucking goofs from Toronto, they came to play Winnipeg, and I'm not sure if they witnessed it or if Chris and them just told them about it, but that band was just like, you gotta take a stand. You can't just let these guys, take over the scene.
Yeah.
What we don't have a problem in Toronto. You know why? Because we just kicked their asses.
Yeah.
done. They're cowards. And so, they thought about this and they were just like, well, I don't know if we're quite up for
Fisticuffs.
getting in a fight.
Yeah.
So what else can we do to sort of be take a stand? And so Chris wrote Ska Sucks, and it was a way to annoy them, a way to like insult them, a way to kind of single them out. And that's the purpose of that song, and that's where it came from in the late 80s in Winnipeg.
So the purpose of it sort of fits the mission of propaganda in like the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, exactly.
You know the story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it also makes sense too in terms of like Chris has said, and you can kind of tell that he's like, I don't hate ska, but he wrote it in '89 or late '80s, whatever. There was no money to be made in ska in the late '80s, so it obviously like. People in the mid 90s heard the song and it sounded like it was addressing this thing where ska bands were suddenly on MTV, but that was not even happening. And in fact, when it even got released on Fat Records, it was only like 1993.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, there still was no mainstream ska revival at that point. So obviously it wasn't, I mean, I think Mighty Mighty Bosstones had a major label deal in 1993, but they didn't have a hit single until years later. So it was the idea of ska being a big thing in 1993 was still absurd.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was something that never like added up for me for the timeline, because I know that like in my middle school, the first Real Big Fish and Goldfinger records came out. And I guess I was in 6th or 7th grade when those records came out. And those blew up pretty big. And I remember having them both on CD, but How to Clean Everything was already out for several years by that point.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. So I want to know about a little bit about the research process that you went through to find out this information about the context of this song. What did you do? Who did you talk to?
So I did reach out to Chris in multiple ways. I never got him to interview. I did actually, here's a funny story. I don't remember if I said this in the book or not, but I emailed different ways. I emailed the labels. I emailed every propaganda, whatever. No response. I asked my friend who at Punk News, I was like, have you ever interviewed Chris? What do you think I should do? He's like, if you want to talk to Chris, you got to send him a handwritten letter. I was like, really? He's like, yeah. So I wrote him a handwritten letter. I said, hey, I would love to interview for my book. It's about Ska Sucks. I know you're probably sick of talking about it, but I would like to present the real story behind it,
Yeah.
Because I heard rumors, but I wanted to verify it. And, I never got a response. So, but I also was familiar with the response song, a whole lot of Milka, A Message to You, Chris. I knew that I wanted to talk about that as well as the real story behind Ska Sucks. So I reached out to them early in the process, and they were really responsive. So I interviewed them early on, and I got that whole story, which we can go into in a minute.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
They told me, they basically said, yeah, the story, they told me what the story was, but they couldn't really be a reliable source.
Mm-hmm.
But they just kind of said, keep looking. Basically, you'll get a primary source that is credible. And then I did find it. The place that you can find Chris telling the story is on Turned Out a Punk.
Yeah,
one of his appearances on that. He tells the whole story. So that was I was able to have, in his words, him say these things that I had heard rumors about, and I was able to piece it together through that.
Yeah, man, that interview that he did with Damian Abraham on that podcast is absolutely fantastic. After I read your chapter, I had already listened to Chris's interview with Damian ages ago, but after I read your chapter, I went back and listened to it with new ears, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. So I love the fact that you were able to tie that thread and find that and just keep digging and not giving up, because he probably was annoyed that Damian even wanted to talk about it in the first place. You know what I mean? He's probably like, oh God, I can't believe I'm already on the phone. I got to answer this question.
Oh yeah. You can hear it. And he's like, what did he say? He's like, so I want to talk about that song that's plagued you, or something like that. And they both kind of laugh. So yeah.
Oh my God.
You can feel the awkward tension in that. Yeah.
That is so funny. So Whole Lotta Milka was a ska band from Winnipeg who I think is at this point probably most well known for their rebuttal song, A Message to Chris, in which they rebut the lyrics to Ska Sucks. And then they also play the riff off Stick the Flag Up Your Ass at the end of the song from Propaganda's first record, which is super cool. So tell me about that interview with Greg and the folks from Whole Lotta Milka. How did that process go for you?
So, yeah, I mean, I think locally they're probably known well beyond that song. But I think in terms of outside of that area, that's the thing that's kind of gotten out of there. So that was a really interesting interview because I didn't know some of the backstory of that band until we were talking about it. And Greg is a big Propaganda fan. So that's part of the backstory. He's a big fan. He knows what Ska Sucks is about, actually. He knows that it's not a diss on ska. However, even knowing that it wasn't a diss on ska, he still felt like, I need to say something about this. I need to like say, hey, ska doesn't suck, basically, because it's not so much that he's rebutting Propaganda. He's rebutting the culture's interpretation of the song and how they're all saying, yeah, ska sucks, so that's really the driving force behind it.
It's so cool because I would be at shows in St. Louis in the 90s and when you're standing around waiting for the next band to go on, there's music blaring at the sound guy's selection. And Ska Sucks would come on so often. Like I would be I'd be at a Diesel Boy show or something like that, and freaking Ska Sucks would come on in between bands, and I was like, oh god, this song, because I loved Propaganda so much, even back then, and I was like, oh god, this song, oh my god, and it would come on so often. So, but Whole Lotta Milka, you're totally right. The impression that I get of that band in Winnipeg is that they are very well known across the scene in Winnipeg, and they're kind of like, I hate kind of like local legends within the music scene. And whenever I ask folks who are from Winnipeg if they like Whole Lotta Milka, they're like, love them, great band, fantastic songs, great band all the way through. Like not even just this one song. It's not like a one hit kind of thing. Like they just are a very well respected group of musicians up there, and it's really funny that this is the first way that I was ever able to hear them, because I never would have heard of this band because I don't think they really are active anymore, are they?
They're not active, and I don't think that they toured much. So, for people like us who weren't in that scene,
sure,
it just didn't get out. But so what's funny is like, I think some of the lyrics of that song are so funny because they're addressing specific lines of Ska Sucks, and the one that like sticks out to me the most is the bands are only in it for the bucks.
Yeah,
there's a line in there. Well, let me see. I think I have it here. I can't find it, but it's something about like we play for peanuts, and we had to steal our saxophone. That's
God, what's the saxophone story?
So the saxophone story. So he brought this up because he's like, Chris says their bands are only in it for the bucks, but we stole our saxophone. Like that's his illustration of how much they were not doing it for the bucks.
Yeah.
They were so not making money that they couldn't even afford instruments.
Didn't they steal it from a school or something?
They stole it from a school, kind of. It was more like a school lent them it and they didn't return it.
I love it.
That was really
Oh my God. Okay. Well, is there anything else that like you found out during this this research process surrounding Propaganda, Whole Lotta Milka, Winnipeg, any other little nuggets that you feel like dropping into listeners' ears?
I'm going to read, this isn't really that important to the bigger scheme of things, but this is like probably like the thing that cracks me up the most from the chapter I wrote.
Go for it.
So when Whole Lotta Milka released that song, oh, by the way, Whole Lotta Milka, I think it was 1998. Yeah, it was 1998 when they released it. So that also gives you a little sense of the time. This is 5 years after Ska Sucks, but it's right in the midst of the ska revival being mainstream. So I think that kind of also shows you that they're talking to the people that are using it as a way to diss mainstream ska and all the other ska bands too.
Well, and hilariously, really quick before you get into your reading here, if anybody out there has a CD copy of Where Quantity is Job Number One, I've got it right here on my desk, and you can open up the liner notes and you can see where it says Ska Sucks, and it says, "See how to clean for the brilliant lyrics to the opus that inspired ska bands to write songs about Chris. Oh dear," which is so awesome because we're telling the backstory of that ska band right now, writing songs about Chris. And, it's right here in Propagandy's lyric booklet, which is just absolutely fantastic. And you know that Chris and Todd and Jorb were having a really good time when they put that together.
Oh, yeah. And Greg told me during the interview regarding those liner notes that was he just felt like that was the greatest honor, was that little
hell yeah
joke jab thing in those liner notes. It was just, he couldn't have been like more proud about that.
Oh, heck yeah. Because like you can have that on your because already by then in 98, like people know that Propaganda is a great band. And like you have that CD on your shelf forever. And like no matter what, like Propaganda could have faded away after 2 LPs. They could have gone on to do everything that they did. And you still got that as like a little keepsake of like, that's me. That's about me. It's so great. I love it.
So when they released a message to you, Chris, I think, so not everyone was a big fan of the song of their fans and people in the ska scene. And I think this kind of talks about how people interpreted Ska Sucks differently and people interpreted the response differently. I think some people, they saw the response as it being like a knee-jerk defense, and they didn't want to seem defensive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think the truth is that it was done with a sense of humor, right?
Absolutely.
And it's funny because before I interviewed Chris and stuff, I was reading some message board stuff, and people were just going like, "Oh my God, the ska band that wrote a response." Like they didn't catch the humor in it. They thought it was like, oh, like they're so insecure that they have to write a response song. You know, it's like, no, they think it's funny, you know?
Yeah. Oh, it's awesome. And like, they probably run into each other around Winnipeg here and there. It's like, oh, hey man, how's it going? Like, oh, you're that guy. Yeah. Which absolutely is awesome.
So Chris, I'm sorry. So Greg from Hold On Milka, he sent me a fan letter that they got in 1998 from somebody who was upset about them, writing a response song to Ska Sucks. And it is the funniest thing. So I'm going to read it to you because this is my favorite paragraph in the book, in the chapter. It says, and funnily enough, this kid who wrote this to them was also named Chris.
Nice.
So it says, your song is just an insult to the intelligence of Propaganda fans, not to mention a waste of one of your best dance riffs. Just because Chris says Ska Sucks doesn't mean we aren't going to support ska bands anymore. We aren't that dumb most of the time.
Oh my God, I love it. And it's also very funny that the person who wrote that is also named Chris. It's like, I wonder if this is a code. That's so great.
And like he just felt the need to write it. I think that's the funniest part. Like, I gotta give me a pen. I gotta write this band.
Well, and I wonder if if that letter probably came from within Canada, most likely, but wouldn't that be funny if somebody paid international postage to mail that letter to Whole Lotta Milka in Winnipeg? Like, I would just find that to be so funny if the person who wrote that was in like Jacksonville, Florida. I got to write to this ska band who wrote about Propaganda. It's just so good. I wonder if Greg still has the postage on it.
So in terms of like your other question about, my research and stuff, I would actually if it ever happened, I still would love to interview Chris, because I don't feel like I have all the answers still to this whole story. There's still questions that I have, and some of them I kind of fleshed out through research with Greg and some of the directions he took me on. But this is my main question that I don't have fully answered about the history and legacy of Ska Sucks. Did it work is the question that I would love to ask Chris about Ska Sucks and the Nazi problem. Did it work? Did the Nazis go away? Did they hear the song take offense and leave, or did they respond violently? What did they do exactly? These Nazis that they wrote the song for and played it for. Now, what Greg told me is that the Nazi problem did go away shortly after, but he also told me that there was other stuff happening at that time. There was a one of them had like killed a guy or something, and it was like deemed a hate crime because he was gay, and seemed like it might have been a motivating factor. And the police suddenly ramped up their attention on them, and the ones that weren't in jail were kind of went in hiding. So from my point of view, it's hard to tell if what the effect of the song was versus what happened in that scene. But I would love to hear more like anecdotes from Chris, like, yeah, you know, first time we played Ska Sucks, this is how they reacted and that kind of thing. Yeah. That's probably my number one biggest question for him.
Well, Aaron, I'm so glad that you said that, because that is a question that I likely would have overlooked in our conversation just now. And you, as an experienced journalist, you were able to intuit a missing piece of the puzzle that I wasn't asking. So I'm actually super grateful to you for just going there and bringing that up, because I probably wouldn't have asked you, what would you ask Chris if you could ask him, which is such an obvious and perfect question. So I'm really glad for your years of journalism experience right there.
Sure.
And here's you saw that.
Here's my second and final question that I would ask him.
Wonderful.
So on Turned Out a Punk, he said, no, the only people that were supposed to hear this song are the dozen skinheads at the Albert. You know, he's basically saying, you know, he wrote it for those people, and it wasn't supposed to get out. It wasn't supposed to become viral. It wasn't supposed to be this anti-ska thing. So my question for him would be, what was the motivating factor for recording it in 1993 on your Fat Records record? Was it, I mean, obviously they probably didn't realize that they still at that point were going to become as big as they were going to become. And I'm sure they had no idea ska was going to become big. And they probably had no idea also that ska was, that ska haters were going to like kind of hold on to it. But I'm still kind of curious why, if it was such a purposeful song, why he put it on a Fat Records album in like, you know, like 4 years later.
Yeah. Well, and I'm also wondering if, you know, in 1992, 1993, Fat Records wasn't like the empire that it became.
Sure. Yeah. That's definitely, yeah.
And I'm also wondering if Fat Mike had anything to do with it as like a, you know, an intuitive musical person who knows how to sell records. If he saw something in that song and said, you must record this. Like, I wonder if they were actually like told, like, this has to be on the record. You know what I mean? Because I wouldn't even doubt it, because, you know, you run a record label, you've got costs and overhead and expenses, and, you know, you want to be able to put food on the table for your family. So you sell some records and you put some songs on there that'll do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my theory.
I think that's a pretty good theory. And so, like, to your a comment you made earlier, Greg did tell me that he did run into Chris after their response song came out, and he said they saw each other at a Public Enemy show, like outside in Winnipeg, and he said Chris recognized him, and he said, "You," and they all kind of laughed.
So, I love it. Oh man, I wonder if their circles overlapped at all, you know?
Yeah, so it sounds like he's got a sense of humor about the response song. I mean, maybe even more of a sense of humor about it than maybe his own song, which he's, you know, obviously pretty sick of.
Oh yeah. So Aaron, we didn't even really get to talk about the rest of your book a whole heck of a lot.
Sure,
can you sort of preview for listeners who are potential readers? And I would absolutely encourage everybody to pre-order this book. I already did. And so tell us what they can expect in the rest of this book that you have put together.
Sure. Ska Sucks, that chapter actually is a really good like standalone chapter, because it's kind of a shorter, concise story. And I tried to do that as much as possible. I wanted each chapter to stand alone as a standalone essay that didn't necessarily need the other chapters, but they all work together to talk about the larger concept of how ska is, you know, viewed in culture, and what these stories are that you've never heard, because ska's not given the attention that it should. So Ska Sucks, the story of Ska Sucks is one of them. I have some like long chapters. I have some short chapters. Like, for instance, my longest chapter in the book is called Rude Boys Don't Win. And it is it's all about how ska came to the US right after two-tone. Like, two-tone was like cult underground music. Those bands did not hit big audiences in the US, but they did get loyal, rabid fans. The Specials, Madness, those bands came to the US and they played 400 or 500, capacity clubs, packed, people going crazy. And then most of those bands broke up right after that, or in the case of Madness or English Beat, kind of moved away from ska, became more pop bands. So ska as a movement never grew legs from two-tone. But what did happen was that a bunch of American ska bands formed in major cities in the early 80s. And, the Untouchables in LA, the Toasters in New York.
Oh, yeah.
And they, people know them because they continued on and started Moon Records. Bim Scala Bim in Boston.
Yep.
The Uptones in San Francisco, or not San Francisco, Berkeley. The Crazy Eights in Portland, Oregon. So two-tone inspired all of these bands in major cities, and they built these incredible underground scenes in their own city. Every one of those bands was like the biggest band in their city. The Untouchables would play really big venues. They were mods. They had scooters, and they had like legions of mod fans, just scooters just lined up outside the door,
Nice.
outside of the venues. So all through the 80s, you had this happen, and it continued to grow and evolve, but it just never was, labels weren't interested. It was never able to become mainstream, but it stayed consistently popular in underground. So I tell the story of how two-tone kind of didn't really go beyond cult status, and that American ska was like an evolving, vibrant thing for 15 years that, just never had anything. And then it was like 95, 96 when all of a sudden these kind of newer bands were the ones that caught the radio and MTV attention. And like, for the most part, the old bands, Mighty Mighty Boss Tones being the one exception, didn't catch that attention at all. Mighty Mighty Boss Tones did start in the 80s. But they were a heavier punker metal ska kind of band.
Dude, those first like 4 Boss Tones records are pretty unimpeachable.
Oh yeah.
They're pretty incredible. I actually went back and revisited those recently, and I was like, holy smokes, this is rad.
It's interesting.
I was really surprised.
I like their early stuff, and I do like their big albums too. But it's interesting to listen to, like, say, the Scott Core and the Devil and More, which is really raw and just aggressive, and then you compare that to their big 1997 album. I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's Face It.
Let's Face It. Yeah.
That album is so polished. It's a good album. It's like a good pop album, but it is incredibly polished. It is night and day in terms of its production. The songwriting is not that different. I mean, it's still the same band, but yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
So that's an example. That's like one of the longest chapters. It's a pretty in-depth history of how ska the ska's place in the U.S.'s underground culture for 15 years was one of just evading mainstream popularity. It's like time and time again, you had these bands, they'd build these big scenes, no interest at all. And then eventually, this new band, the crop did. So I have like more journalistic stuff like that. I also have chapters where it's like, I tell stories of my old band, just tell like little sort of personal stories, kind of throw that in there. I tell some thematic type stories. Like, I talk about the history of the ska fashions, whether it's like the Rude Boy stuff, the skinhead stuff, mod stuff. These are all sort of co-evolving in England. The Rude Boy actually obviously goes back to Jamaica, but skinheads, Rude Boys, and mods did evolve in England, and they had different histories. And they came to the US and other countries, and they continued to change and evolve. The whole skinhead thing is super complicated. Skinhead started out in the late 60s. It was sort of a neutral thing. It wasn't racist. It wasn't really anti-racist either. It was just these working class whites that were into the music and the fashion, and they were skinheads. And the race, there was a racist version of it that sort of evolved in the 70s. Nazi skinheads, a mutation of it. But then skinhead became anti-racist through two-tone, which is an interesting, like, lesser known history. Jerry Dammers, the keyboardist and sort of the leader of the Specials and Two-Tone, the record label, he was aware of the fascism and racism problem in England and how it was coming through the skinhead, and also that they were doing the ska revival thing, and that the skinhead was part of early England's ska and reggae sort of subculture. And so he kind of took it on and said, yes, ska and skinhead are related. And in order to be part of ska, you're anti-racist. Like, he kind of, like, in a way, he kind of invented these things, but he did it on purpose because he was trying to stop this really bad thing that he saw. And the idea of being an anti-racist skinhead sort of became like the norm in a weird way. Like, it was like from the 70s and 80s on, there continued to be a faction of racist skinheads and vehemently anti-racist skinheads, almost like there was stopped being a middle ground. And that definitely started with the Specials and Two-Tone kind of insisting on that point.
Oh my goodness. Well, I can see why Mike from Hard Girls was so clear in his assessment of your book about having it, how, it's just such a neat historical exploration of this genre. And I'm personally very excited for it. It's going to make my April really, really nice when it shows up in my mailbox. I'm very excited by it. I've been reading so much music stuff lately. Like, I read that Bad Religion book. I read the No Effects book. I read Jack Grisham's really, really wild book recently. And so and I got Jack McFeeder's book from Born Against. He's got a book called, it's like a history of like Southern California hardcore. I haven't dove into it yet, but yeah, this is really just going to sit nicely on my shelf with my others in this musical journey that I'm on.
Well, that's great. Like, I think part of what I was after too is I was trying to hope to get people who aren't, beyond just hardcore ska fans. Like, hey, you don't have to be a hardcore ska fan to find all this stuff interesting.
For sure.
It's totally interesting. It's compelling. It's, and that's part of my mission. That's part of why I kind of gave it that provocative kind of title, was a little bit of a dare to people who are not like, worship at the altar of ska. It's like, hey, I dare you to dive in deep and read about ska and not be intrigued and compelled and stuff.
Oh, the history's so great. I mean, just what I learned when I was doing some research for our first Ska Sucks episode, I was just like, I am such a moron for how much I overlooked all this stuff. So I'm really like excited because I know that your book is going to take me down a couple more rabbit holes of learning and listening to some damn good tunes. So Aaron, go ahead.
There's some fun stuff too. Like, I tried to really mix it up. Like, I think there's a phenomenon in ska where, and it's happening right now, oddly enough, where people become obsessed with celebrities with a ska past in a way that they do not become obsessed with people with a past with any other musical genre. And it's happening right now with Oscar Isaac.
Interesting.
Who actually, this has been going on. I wrote about it in the book because this first came out like 5 years ago, that he was in a ska band in the 90s, or a couple of them. And people just like have so much fun with this. Like, oh my God, Oscar Isaac used to be in a ska band. Like, it's like, it's sort of like this, the implied message is that he's, he's cool now, but he didn't used to be.
Oh my God.
So I wrote a whole chapter about that whole that whole thing about how that culture does that they really tack on to ska past as this source of significance. Like, I talk about him. I talk about there was a time, I don't know if you remember this, where the Killers and the Bravery were kind of beefing with each other. And like they were calling out each other's ska past as like the ultimate dagger.
Nice.
It was hilarious. I interviewed electronic music musician Dan Deacon, who has like a ska past. He used to be in this band called Channel 59, and they were like pretty amazing, kind of weirdo ska band. But they weren't that big. He did the band, and then eventually he became sort of like this kind of indie electronic dude that people got a lot of respect for. And then a few years after he kind of got like popular on Pitchfork and those types of sites, Stereo Gum, they published this article. They're like, Dan Deacon used to be in a ska band. It was like almost like there was no meat to the article. It was just, we're outing him.
Oh my!
And he was
God.
telling me how like embarrassed or afraid he was that he was about to like lose all credibility. But then eventually he kind of just accepted it and leaned into it and was like, yes, I used to be a ska band guy, and he was totally down with it now. But it's just, just goes to show you just kind of how ska is treated in culture.
Man, I love it. Well, I'm excited for your examination to, shine a new light on it for people who do have that limited and narrow perspective on it. And
Sure.
I hope that people who don't really consider themselves ska fans, or maybe they had like an interest in it when they were like younger and like they've gotten out of it, I hope they'll reconsider and revisit your book, because it's the parts that I've read so far are very smooth. They go down well. They're engaging and gripping for readers. So I think that you did a really good job, and I'm excited to see the rest of it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. So Aaron, where can people find you if they want to follow your progress and your projects and updates in the coming months?
So my website is just aaroncarnes.com. That's AARONCARNES.com. I have a Substack newsletter that I've been doing for about a month and a half.
Okay.
And that's I think it's just Aaron Carnes, Substack Aaron Carnes, but it's on my website. You can go to my website and click there. And I've been posting every Wednesday morning. I've been posting something. It's either something I pulled from the book or expanding on from the book. And I'm actually working on some new pieces that weren't in my book, like currently, that I'm going to put out in 2021. Like I did just like a few weeks ago, I did this in-depth interview with the dude who wrote that viral song, the Jesus is a Friend of Mine.
Oh, yeah.
So I got the full story. I interviewed him. I interviewed a few other people, and I'm waiting to hopefully see if I can interview the original, or one of the other people in that group, just to really tell this full story. But it's a weird, interesting story, actually. And, I got other stuff too. There's this band called Bad Operation. They're like this brand new New Orleans band who are
I've seen
amazing.
you posting about them. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Great, amazing band. Anybody that's like interested in discovering new ska, or if they have a belief that there's no new good ska bands, they should definitely go check out Bad Operation, because
Cool.
that'll convince them. But when I interviewed them about their new album, they just kind of randomly told me that, oh yeah, back in Katrina impacted the ska scene back in, in the 2000s. And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, well, there was nothing to do after Katrina, and there was no place that parents felt safe for their kids to go. So the only place that, people were okay with and parents okay with were these all ages ska shows. So Katrina effectively created this vibrant all ages ska scene in New Orleans for, I don't know the full story yet, because we haven't fully researched it, but that's that's a story that I'm working on, that I'm hoping to uncover sometime next year. It'll be on my newsletter.
That is freaking great. I love that. Creating something positive out of tragedy is, I feel like a common theme across all of human existence.
I just feel like too with ska, I just like, as much as people write off ska, you just find it in all these little weird, unexpected corners. Like, You know, I didn't even, I was completely blown away when they told me that. And I don't even know the full story. I just like, really? Why have I never heard anything about this? I mean, I've studied so much ska, and I've even studied a bunch about Katrina, and I've never heard this before. It's just like all these hidden corners.
Man, and we didn't even talk about like the whole like ska punk movement of like Less Than Jake, Slapstick,
Sure.
Link 80. Oh my God, there's so many good ones. I love it. So I'm like super pumped. I feel like I have to make like a new Spotify playlist for myself tomorrow for my run or something.
Sure.
Where I can go back and find all this.
I have a I don't know if you want this link, but I have a Spotify playlist that's like a soundtrack to my book. I'll send it to you. If you want to put it for your readers. Yeah.
I would love it. And I will post it. I will tweet that thing out. All right. Well, Propagandy fans who are listening to this episode, definitely go check out Aaron Carnes' new book, In Defense of Ska. Aaron, is there a subtitle? Or is
no
it just
subtitle.
In Defense of Ska. Love it.
In Defense of Ska. Yeah, we had that discussion with my publisher. They're like, because it's typical. You do a nonfiction book, it's like the title, and then the subtitle is to kind of explain what the book's really about. And I was just like, can we just call it In Defense of Ska? That's just the perfect title. And they're like, all right, we'll do that.
So great. Well, Aaron, I have punished you for an hour, and I hope you've had as much fun as I have.
Oh, I've had a great time. Thank you.
And I hope everybody, I hope you'll, get some enjoy. I hope the listeners will get a great amount of enjoyment out of our appendix episode for Ska Sucks by Propagandy, because all these stories are so cool. So Aaron, thank you so much for being here on Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandy. It has been a real delight.
Thank you.
That's for the real smut. If we were in it for the money, then wouldn't you guess? We wouldn't be so goddamn in debt. Playing for peanuts at every show. Forced to steal our saxophones. So Chris, I don't want to hit your bones. Hey Chris Hanna, does ska really suck? Hey Chris Hanna, does ska really suck? And I know if you ever hear this song, you'll just give it the middle finger. I know that's your whole attitude, an attempt to offend and be so rude. I'm rude as well, but in a different way, and I'm telling you, it's guys here to say, I hope you listen, but I know you won't. You got a record on that we don't. You have so many kids listen to what you say, so why do you try to aggravate? You say don't conform, but they conform to follow you. Isn't that what you told them not to do? Chris, you hypocrite, you. Hey, Chris Hanna, does ska really suck? Hey, Chris Hanna, does ska really suck?
Greg, Jeff, and Sam, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandy.
Hi,
thanks for having us.
So we got a trio of guests on our Ska Sucks deluxe bonus appendix, whatever you want to call it, episode, following up my interview that I did earlier with Aaron Carnes. author of In Defense of Ska, which is coming out. But I just want to start off by having each of you introduce yourself for a second. So, Sam, can we start off with you? Can you tell the audience of the podcast who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Sam. I host a podcast called Witch Police Radio. I've been interviewing Winnipeg musicians of all genres for the past 8 years or so. It comes out twice weekly. And in the context of this conversation, I grew up listening to ska in Winnipeg. I was in a band called Grandpa's Army that was relatively unsuccessful. But I was a big fan of Whole Lotta Milka. I think that seeing Whole Lotta Milka in the first place was kind of what inspired me to actually start a ska band in the first place, because I was already listening to that kind of music, but I didn't realize it could actually be done locally, and seeing them live was really a big inspiration there. So I'm happy to be part of this too, because it's a band that I really liked growing up and I still listen to.
Awesome. Well, Sam, and you and I have gone back like several months now. We were involved in the Manitoba Podcast Festival with you, which you essentially spearhead, which is fantastic. So I have loved collaborating with you, and I'm really glad that you could bring your encyclopedic knowledge of Winnipeg music history onto the podcast to talk about all kinds of great stuff tonight. So I'm delighted to have you. So Jeff, can you tell the audience of the Unscripted Moments podcast about Propagandy a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Jeff Crow. In a previous life, I was the baritone saxophone player for Whole Lotta Milka back in the late 90s and in the Winnipeg ska scene. I don't do anything musically related anymore. I'm an IT manager for the University of Calgary now. So I am way out of the music scene now.
Are you over in Calgary? Did you
Yes,
move
sir.
over to Calgary?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Did you play in any other bands in Winnipeg? Were you always a saxophone player? Were you in any other instruments?
Yeah, I'm a one-band wonder. Only Whole Lotta Milka because Crow made me, and that's not true. But
well,
yeah, that's it.
I think if you could be known for one band, I think that you did pretty well for only being in one band.
Cool.
Yeah. And Greg, last but not least, my namesake, my name twin on the episode, so hopefully it won't be super confusing. But Greg, can you introduce yourself a little bit to the audience of Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandy?
Yeah, sure. My name is Greg Crow, and I played in bands in between 1992 and 2015, mostly ska bands. And I played guitar and sang in Whole Lotta Milka with Jeff.
Awesome. What are some of the other bands that you were in that people might know you from?
After Whole Lotta Milka, I started a band called the Wedgwoods. And then shortly after that, I started to do a solo project of sorts that kind of morphed into a band called the Scarlet Union.
Nice. Did you ever take any of those bands on the road or anything like that?
I did a little more with the Scarlet Union, but the Wedgwoods did go out on tour one time. More, just on a laugh more than anything else.
Nice. I'm wondering if our paths may have overlapped. I lived in Saskatoon. I did my master's at the University of Saskatchewan in 2009 through 2011. Did you ever play Amigos or anything like that when you were in any of those bands during that era?
We never played Amigos, did we, Jeff?
No, Lydia's.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. Very good. Yes, I've been to Lydia's many, many times. Were you there in 2009 through 2011 by any chance?
No, I actually heard it had closed down at one point, but I'm a little out of touch, so I'm not sure.
Oh, that makes me so sad. Poor Lydia's. I hope it's still there. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about why we're here. So we're here on this podcast that I make about Propagandy, a band from all of your hometown. I quite notably am not from Winnipeg. I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri in the U.S., and now I live in Buffalo. And so I'm 5 minutes from Canada, but still on this side. And so I want to talk a little bit about Winnipeg and get a little bit of your stories before we dive into some of the purpose for our conversation, which is to talk about, this legacy of Ska Sucks and things like that. But Sam, when did you get into music? Did you have any formative moments that kind of led you down this path of being so interested in music that you pursued playing, but then also have been talking about bands and music in the local scene with Witch Police for the last several years?
I think it was just figuring out that I was able to badly play an instrument, and I had other friends who could badly play instruments, and we play 3 chords and start a band. And those bands were always terrible, but that kind of, leads you into getting shows, meeting other people in the community. And a lot of my friends today are people that, I played shows with in like 98 or something the first time, and I still see them, all these years later. So I think that just like becoming part of that community, even though none of my bands ever went anywhere or were ever successful or ever toured beyond like, a couple small towns in Manitoba, but just kind of being part of it that way really piqued my interest, I guess, in it.
Nice. Jeff, what about you? How did you get into like playing saxophone? What was like the impetus there? Was it like a 7th grade jazz band or something like that?
Pretty much. Crow and I went to the same school in sorry, I call him Crow.
That's fine.
Even though my last name is Crow. I know it's very confusing. I just go with it. We did junior high and senior high band together. We did jazz band, all that kind of stuff together. So we were just total, like your stereotypical band geeks from that era. That was us. We were total band nerds.
Nice. Greg, what did you do in band? Were you always in guitar? Did you start somewhere else? How did you get into playing music and writing and composing and all that?
Mostly like Jeff said, like from the public school system. And it's what I do now. I now teach. I'm a high school band teacher.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah. So I was playing trombone and tuba in bands in school. And then I loved it so much, I went on to study at post-secondary. And just as I was graduating from high school is when we put Whole Lotta Milka together for the first time.
Nice. Are you in the Winnipeg public school system right now teaching?
In Manitoba. I teach in a small town called Oakbank, Manitoba, but I taught in Winnipeg for 19 years before that.
Wow, fantastic. Well, I'm an English, philosophy, and religious studies teacher, as you can tell by my geeky T-shirt with all my religious symbolism all over it. This is my class T-shirt for the senior class that I teach. Awesome. So we got another teacher on board. I love it. Okay, so I want to hear from each of you here, and I'm not 100% sure how to go about doing this since there's so many of us involved, but I need to know about the Winnipeg ska scene back in the day. I mean, I guess you can go as far back as you know about, but I guess tell me, I'm curious about some major bullet points about what you can remember, what the major bands were, if there were what the dynamic of the scene was like. Does anybody feel like they have it in them to tackle this immense 7-part question that I have just posed?
I can start there if you'd like.
Great. Let's do it, Greg.
Pass it over to the other guys. I was playing in a straight edge hardcore band from 1992 to 93. And there was a drummer in that band. He and I were good buddies at the time. And I remember him saying to me very specifically, it's fun playing hardcore, but wouldn't it be cool to start a big old ska band? My friend Rich, he's a drummer. I could come off the drums and I could sing. Wouldn't that be fun to put a ska band together? And we started talking about this, and his name was Adam. Jeff, you'll remember Adam probably.
Of course.
And it never came to fruition, but he had kind of planted that seed in my brain. Now, that band that I was playing in, we had our difficulties and we broke up, but I ran with that idea and I started to talk to good buddies of mine, Jeff included in that, saying, how would you like to start a ska band with me? And we can get that going. And the drummer that Adam was talking about, my buddy Rich, who plays drums, he ended up starting another ska band called the Umpires. So A Whole Lotta Milka and the Umpires kind of grew up out of the ashes of like the summer of 1993. And there was a band at the time called JFK and the Conspirators that was around. I think they grew out of a band named the Operatives. I may be a little bit confused about that. Like I was saying to you before you started recording, that a lot of these memories are over 20 years old. So yeah. They're a little bit foggy. So I just want to put that disclaimer out there that these are things as I remember them. But I remember in May of 1994, JFK and the Conspirators put on this ska party and invited us to play with them. And then right around that time was when the Umpires started playing shows. So it was right around the summer of 1994 where there were 3 established bands. There was Whole Lotta Milka, JFK and the Conspirators, and the umpires. And that kind of lasted up until about 1999, when I think Sam's band had come on the scene along with another band called the Racketeers.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. That
Excellent.
was, I didn't hear Whole Lotta Milka until when did the first album come out?
January of 97.
So that was probably around the time, not January necessarily, but 97, 98 is when I first heard you guys. And there was kind of that whole other wave of bands. Like there was Grandpa's Army, there was the Racketeers, there was a lot of punk bands who were kind of, incorporating little ska parts in what they were doing. And it seemed like almost it was a new sort of set of bands. And Whole Lotta Milka was still there, and JFK and the Conspirators were still there. But I think that was right around the time that ska kind of got really big, like internationally too. Like that would have been Mighty Mighty Boss Tones kind of breaking it into the mainstream and stuff too around then. So I think I wasn't there for the first stuff you were just talking about because I was too young. But when I was a teenager and playing in some of those shows, they were big shows. Like the West End Cultural Center would have like 5 ska bands on, and it would be packed, which seems crazy now because I don't think that would happen today necessarily. But it was a lot of hype around it.
What kind of capacity of shows were these venues filling up?
Oh,
The West End's what, like 500?
No, not. I don't think
400?
we never had a show. I mean, we never played a show. Maybe when we opened for Goldfinger, there was maybe that many people.
Yeah, that was at that show. That was packed. Yeah, but no, even the Halloween shows, there must have been a couple hundred kids there.
Maybe.
Yeah,
every fall.
After the Winnipeg boom, which was probably around 2000, 2001, like Skalloween was an annual event that we would put on, we as a community, I guess, but there was usually, a few people running point. So I didn't really have my hand in it in a big way when it first hit the boom. But when it was at its peak, it became a 3-night event.
Nice.
Which is crazy to think about.
Crazy.
Yeah, where they would do like 2 nights at a very large venue, and then there would be like kind of an up-and-comers band night that would be done like at a community club, as I remember it. Sam, you might remember.
That sounds right. Yeah, there'd be those ones would have like 20 bands on it or something, and then the big shows would have 3 or 4 kind of more established ones.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Jeff, do you have any specific memories of like the scene in like that 93 to like 99 kind of that period of time?
We didn't get. Yeah, I just don't remember that being super sold out. So where'd we play? West End, Albert. What was that band on downtown there? That place.
Wellington's we played at quite a bit.
Yeah. No, the Pyramid.
The Pyramid, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, most of these places are just kind of a bar with a dance floor. West End was nice because it was you could do all ages shows there, because it's basically just community hall, a good stage too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of our bigger shows though were when another out of town band came. Did we open for Real Big Fish?
Yeah,
I think you did. Yeah, I was at that one too.
Yeah, I can't remember. That was later on. Remember the Messenger show, Crow?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
They had so much crap on the stage that we couldn't even. We opened for them. We could barely stand on the stage. They had so many things. Like the drum kit was just ridiculous.
Yeah. It was loud as shit. Like it was like when the bass player was playing, like you could feel like your heart trying to make its way through your rib cage. Like it was heavy duty.
Man, it sounds so great because all the things that you're saying remind me so much of the ska scene in St. Louis that I was growing up in, like 98, 99, 2000. We had these huge events called Ska-O-Rama, which one of the offshoot bands from MU330, they were called Orange Tree. They would headline, and there would be like 8 or 9 bands. They would play this massive ballroom that was like on the historic register in St. Louis, and it was just this unbelievably huge theater where it goes back to like the 1910 1920 era, and we just had these massive ska festivals, Ska-O-Rama, and it was an annual thing. So many of the things that you're saying, I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's like it happened in my own life as well, because I have these very distinct memories of watching these bands and just rocking out. And so I love it. I'm loving that there was this massively dynamic scene going on in Winnipeg as well, because you guys were just straight north from me in St. Louis. It's really cool.
Well, one of the things that was mentioned earlier too is that, I think that one of the positive things about the ska scene was it invited a lot of people who weren't necessarily already involved in the punk scene or the hardcore scene kind of into the community. I mean, like, when my terrible band started, there was 4 of us, we were playing bad hardcore songs. And then it just turned out that our drummer also played piano in a swing band in like this this jazz thing. And so a bunch of people from that band, he knew a bunch of horn players, and none of them had ever been to a punk show or been to the Albert or done anything like that. But then they suddenly joined our band, and I'm terrible at my instrument. Most of us were just awful, and these guys came in and they actually knew what they were doing, and things just suddenly got better. And I think a lot of bands, I mean, you guys maybe had the same experience, but benefited from having people who had this really cool musical training that a lot of the punk bands didn't have.
Nice. Yeah. Well, okay. So let's dive in a little bit to the other aspect of the show that we're talking about. So I feel like we have a really good context here for where we're going to go now. So Greg, let's talk to you really quick. What is your fandom history like of Propaganda? Like, when did they become like on your radar? Are you a fan? Do you like them, etc.?
Yeah, I remember very, very clearly the first time I saw Propaganda that wasn't on TV. There was a dude who had a public access show here in Winnipeg. His name was Johnny Sizzle. He's still quite active.
Still active, yeah.
Yeah, the Sizzler. He's very, very cool. And he had Propaganda like on his show, and had an opportunity to go see Propaganda. And I can tell you the exact year too, because I remember they were talking about Canada 125. So it was like they were talking about like Canada's 125th anniversary, and this is 125 years of colonialism and racism, and they had a Canadian flag on stage that they tried to set on fire. This all happened at the Albert, and I think there was about 30 people there. And I had this little cassette tape of their demo, and hearing those songs live in a club with that band on stage, it was very powerful for me. I wanted to do that. And so Propaganda had quite an impact on me, to be honest.
Nice. Jeff, what about you?
I'm the wrong guy to ask, man. I don't know if I've ever heard more than 2 songs of Propaganda.
I love it. That's totally fine. Sam, what about you? Tell me about, because Sam, you and I connected about Propaganda months and months ago.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about the role they play in your life, like how they came into your life when you first heard them, etc.
Well, I first heard them around the time Let's Talk More Rock came out, because, again, I'm a little younger, and that was kind of prime high school years for me there. And the reason I kind of glommed onto them was because, I grew up vegetarian, and this was the first time I'd heard anyone singing anything that remotely related to, that I could relate to like that. I mean, obviously there are other bands that were singing about animal rights stuff and being vegan and things like that, but this was the first one I heard, and the first local one. And ever since basically, hearing the second song on that album, I was immediately hooked on them. And I've been a fan ever since. I mean, not just because of that. I mean, their music's great too. But no, it's really cool that someone that good is from Winnipeg, and they seem to consistently get better with every release, which is insane, because usually it happens the other way around, where a band that's been around for this long will start to kind of taper off at some point, but they haven't, which is cool.
Yeah, they grow with me. I was talking to a guy that I recently interviewed for the show who's going to be on a forthcoming episode. And he's like, yeah, every episode, they seem to hit me where I am in my life, whether I'm, a little bike riding punk in a city, or whether I'm trying to change my diet, or whether I just had children. He's like, they always seem to hit me right in the heart about where I am in my life, which is pretty cool, because I agreed with him. So on May 31st, 1993, How to Clean Everything is released by Propaganda on Fat Records, including the notorious song that we're here to talk about, Ska Sucks. And I'm curious, Greg, maybe we can start with you. Did you have any relation, were you already a fan of the band when this record came out at the time?
Yeah, I remember exactly where I was when I first heard that record. I was walking home from work, and somebody had given me a copy of it to listen to, like, you got to hear the new Propaganda. And I'm walking home, and this humongous smile just formed on my face, because all the demo recordings that I had heard are now sounding super pristine and clear and powerful. Mm-hmm. And like I knew about Ska Sucks and about their position and what have you, and a little bit about the history of the song as I understand it, at least. So yeah, that was quite a moment for me.
Nice. When you're talking about the demo, are you talking about the martial law demo?
Yeah, like martial law with a cherry on top.
Yeah. Do you still have that?
No, I lost it. I don't know where it is. I know.
I'm always, every time people bring that cassette up on the show, I'm like, do you have it? Like I was talking to Todd Kowalski, and he's like, I don't have it either. And I'm like, oh. So I'm trying to get like eyeballs on one of these, like on the show. It's like my mission right now. So, Sam, what about you? Do you remember when you first came across How to Clean Everything? And, before we get into Ska Sucks?
Yeah, I had to backtrack, right? Because like I said, the first record of theirs I heard was Let's Talk More Rock. And then I loved that. So I immediately went out and found what else they had at the time. And that was what they had at the time. And love that too.
Nice. Okay. So what I want to know about now is, so you guys, a whole lot of Milka are well known for the rebuttal track to Ska Sucks, and it's very interesting to me that I'm doing a second episode on Ska Sucks because it is like hands down my least favorite Propaganda song like ever.
It's
like
bad, yeah.
I hate it. And, I gave it a 0.5 out of 5 when we did our Ska Sucks episode. But what I did whenever we recorded that episode is I used it as an opportunity to dive into ska that I had never really listened to. So I got super into listening to Byron Lee and Jimmy Cliff and Toots and Desmond Decker and all kinds of stuff that I had maybe missed as a fan of music in general. So I used my least favorite Propaganda song as like a launching pad into experiencing a variety of music that I overlooked. And I actually asked Sam, and he helped me out and sent me all kinds of great recommendations because Sam's got this like fantastic encyclopedic knowledge of 60s ska, it seems like. So Sam, I appreciate you, my friend. So tell me a little bit about what you guys know about the background of why Ska Sucks even exists as a track, because like I get the impression from Aaron that there was a lot more to the story that maybe people outside of Winnipeg were unaware of. Greg, do you have any insider knowledge on that?
I do, but I'd like to preface it by saying that it's just simply my understanding of it. And again, this information is 20 years old. It's based off of other things I've heard that other people have told me and snippets that I've heard from other podcasts where Chris Hanna is being interviewed. So I can give you my take on it, and doesn't mean it's accurate, but it's my understanding that that song was written to antagonize a particular demographic that would come into the venues. So as I understand it, Chris Hanna and Propaganda were heavily influenced by a band called Bunch of Fucking Goofs, and they just would not put up with any fascists showing up at their shows. And it changed things for them when Nazi skinheads or fascist skinheads would walk into a venue, and Bunch of Fucking Goofs would just take control and get them out of there by any means necessary. And so as bizarre as it sounds, there was a number of times, and I'm sure Jeff will help me remember some of these moments, where we had some unsavory characters showing up to gigs. And why they're coming to hear ska music is beyond me. I don't know why, right? There's some kind of dissonance there. Like, why are you coming to hear Jamaican music? Mm-hmm. But they would come. And so Propaganda, as I understand that, wrote that song to antagonize and to kind of stir the pot a little bit, right? And upset these folks. That song wasn't written, as I understand it, to point the finger at JFK and the conspirators or the operatives or any other Winnipeg ska band, like it doesn't make any sense. I know that JFK and the conspirators and Propaganda played gigs together. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I don't think they have anything against the genre itself. And they've said so on numerous occasions. Jeff, can you remember moments like that?
Yeah, I don't think we had a lot of problems with those a-holes showing up at our gigs too much. I mean, we had a few very, very strong anti-racism songs back in the day. So they knew we're not really the band for them. But yeah, there was that scene in Winnipeg of neo-fascist dickweeds walking around.
Yeah. Well, and I know that your record can be found streaming online as well. I listened to it earlier today. Do you guys have any songs that you may recommend in that vein, like the anti-fascist vein, like because your record is obviously a full record. It's not just this one song, A Message to You, Chris. It's a bunch of stuff. Do you have any songs that you're like super proud of that you would recommend people go check out that you're, still thinking about all these years later?
The second album. I don't even know if the second
about the first album. Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't even think the second album's streamable. We had a bit of a thing with our record label.
Yeah, I found it on YouTube, I think.
Oh, nice. Go for it.
Greg, and I think I actually saw a comment in the YouTube comments section of the records like, hey, this is my band. So I think you actually commented on the YouTube one that somebody uploaded.
Yeah. I think it's kind of nice that it's out there. Yeah.
Nice. Excellent. Sam, do you have any memories of any kind of unsavoriness at shows back in the day, like any experiences that stand out to you?
I think that by the time I came into the music scene, that was kind of thankfully ending. I mean, I definitely heard more stories from older guys about what had happened. There were a few shows I was at where some people would try to start shit and they'd get shut down pretty quickly. I mean, a lot of the time it would be like a Rock Against Racism or something, and they would just come to stir the pot and pretty much get kicked out right away. So I certainly heard stories about it, and I've read things and heard other people on podcasts and stuff talking about it, but thankfully it was mostly over by the time I was old enough to start playing shows and go to shows. What's really interesting, and Greg, you pointed out the hypocrisy of showing up to hear Jamaican and Jamaican-inspired music while also being, a fascist Nazi who is, most likely extremely racist individual. There's a lot of problems with that. So it seems like, by the time the 93, 94, 95, like when How to Clean Everything was coming out, like maybe that had dissipated a little bit in Winnipeg, like when the scene maybe cleaned up a little bit. Does that sound right?
No.
Little later.
Later, I think.
It's a little bit later. There's one gig in particular I remember where the Pie Tasters were in town. And we, a whole lot of Milka and JFK opened up for the Pie Tasters, and Steve Jackson was on stage during their set. And I was just up at the front of the stage, just, soaking it in. And he gets on the mic and he says, there may be some trouble at the back there. I just want you to pay it no mind. Just don't worry about it. It'll go away. I'm like, what's he talking about? And after the gig was over, you could tell that there was some kind of commotion going on outside of the club. We went out on to the front of the street outside the front of the club. And Steve Jackson used to sing with one of those old school, like grill mics.
Yeah.
And he had taken that out with him, and he was holding it in his hand, ready to use it. And there were several members of the ARA there, and they were yelling, there they go. And I'm like, what's going on? It's like, there's Nazi skinheads running into the alley there. They were trying to get into the club. And it was problematic, right? Like, this was 1995. So things were still intense in Winnipeg. Yeah.
Gotcha.
There was a court case that was going on at the time, and a lot of folks from that crew had kind of like laid low. And then once the court cases were kind of wrapping up, they were starting to surface their ugly heads again. So,
gotcha. So when do you have like a time when you were like, okay, things started to feel really positive and very welcoming and very open to everybody? Like, was there a time when you're like, okay, I feel like we're out of the woods?
2000.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice. So when your record comes out, so really quick, what I want to know is like, when Ska Sucks comes out in 1993 by Propaganda, what was the reception like in the local ska scene? Like, did the bands receive it as, what it was meant to be because they knew the background of the song's creation? Or was it like, oh my God, those jerks? Like, do you remember the reception in Winnipeg itself about that song in particular within the ska scene?
Can't really recall, to be honest. I think if memory serves me, it was like we took it for what it was. Like, it was a laugh, right? They were taking the piss and we were laughing too. So
nice. Excellent. I think that I've heard a bunch of covers of ska bands like Big D and the Kids Table, Against All Authority, who actually covered the Propaganda song. Did any of the bands in town or anybody like play it and kind of like co-opt it as like a joke and kind of throw it back out there? Sam, I saw you raise your hand there.
Yeah, we used to do it. Yeah.
Awesome.
And that was in part because half the people in my band didn't actually like ska. So, so I think it was kind of their way of getting back at me and a few other guys who were sort of forcing them to play this stuff. But we used to cover it for sure.
Nice. It's like taking it back, take the power and just throw it out there. So, Greg, tell me a little bit about the creation of A Message to You, Chris.
There's nothing to go too deep on here. Like, I mean, I thought it would be funny to write a rebuttal song, kind of like, you've played your card, let me play mine, and try to use a lot of quotations, either from their liner notes or from their lyrics or actual musical riffs, and just, try to steal a bunch of their stuff and put it in. They stole from Dandy Livingston, so I thought we would take from them too. And, it was just our turn to take the piss. That's what I took it as.
Yeah, one of the lines in the song is talking about like, bands being in it for the bucks, but I heard you guys have an interesting backstory regarding a particular saxophone.
Should go read the chapter in Aaron's book.
Yeah, I loved it. Aaron,
Covers it pretty well.
And what's so great about Aaron's book is that he already has released this chapter out into the world in preview for the book's release. And I would obviously encourage everybody to go and pre-order Aaron's book, In Defense of Ska, because the sections that I've read are wonderful and Aaron put a ton of work into it. So I was delighted that he tracked all of you guys down up in Winnipeg and in Alberta, which is really cool. So, Sam, as someone who wasn't in Whole Lotta Milka, but you were a fan, what was the conversation in the crowd like, given that everyone in the room, knew what A Message to You, Chris was about, knew about Ska Sucks? Like, were you and your buddies talking about these songs, like, as fans of these bands in general?
Yeah, I actually don't remember if I ever saw them play it live. I mean, I saw you guys play live all the time, but I don't know if I ever saw you play that song live. But on the record, for sure. Like, I remember the first time I got the record, I was at my friend's house. We were listening to it, start to finish, as you do. And when that came on, it took us a second, and then we just sort of realized, oh, wait, this is a diss track. This is a diss track against Propaganda. And then we listened to that a few times in a row afterwards, and it became, for sure, one of the highlights of the record, I think, just because it was so... I don't think I'd heard anyone outside of hip hop do a diss track before. I mean, later I obviously realized there's a long history of it, especially in Jamaican music. There's a deep history of that kind of stuff. But that was sort of my first experience. First of all, hearing local bands shit on each other, and then also hearing it in ska form, which was cool.
So I've got the liner notes here to where quantity is job number one, and under the entry for Ska Sucks, it says, for the brilliant lyrics to the opus that inspired ska bands to write songs about Chris, oh dear, which I love. And I just think that that's really cool that the people in that band that are mentioned in this Propaganda CD are sitting here with me having this conversation about this this fantastic ska scene that was in Winnipeg in the 1990s. It's just such a delight. Are there any other like major stories or Propaganda related or Winnipeg ska related that just really stand out to you as good memories, or anything positive that you'd like to add as we kind of bring our conversation in for a close tonight?
Well, there is that time we got in a knife fight with them behind the Albert. Do you want to talk about that, Crow?
Well, it was deadly.
Yeah. I've never walked the same since.
No. And we had to get a new drummer. That was not good.
Yeah.
We kind of had a rotating door on the drummer position.
The statute of limitations is done with that one, right? Like, we're not going to get in trouble by mentioning that on the air, are we?
No, we'll be fine.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. No, in all seriousness, I went to see Public Enemy in Winnipeg. I can't remember what year it was, but after the gig was over, I was leaving the venue, and there was Chris Hanna. So I said, I'm going to go talk to him. So I tapped him on the shoulder. I said, hey, Chris. And he turns around. Hey, I go, my name's Greg Crow. I used to play in a band called Whole Lotta Milka. And he went, oh, you. Yeah, it's me. And we actually had quite a good laugh about it. And he was like, no, I liked your song. It was good. It was like, yeah, I've been a big fan of yours for years. I just thought it was a little back and forth, a little jab here, there. He's like, no, it's great. It's great. It's fun. So he was, really cool about it. He's a really nice guy. Yeah.
Absolutely. Sam, what do you think?
Yeah. Both bands. I love both bands still. I mean, I know Whole Lotta Milka hasn't been around for a while, and Propaganda is still keeping on going. But yeah, I mean, they both get a lot of play in my record collection still. So I don't know how many people still have Whole Lotta Milka CDs, but I still have my copies, and I'm holding on to them. So yeah, I don't know. It's cool that this is still. I assume this song has been mostly forgotten in general, right? I mean, when was the last time you guys talked about this, aside from the book thing and then this podcast now?
Yeah, it's all because of Aaron's book. This has all come back.
It's cool that it's coming back, and maybe it means people will seek out. I don't know if you have any CDs floating around in the ether somewhere anymore, but people can maybe find the album on, like you said, on YouTube, and maybe they'll get reintroduced to Whole Lotta Milka, and then I can subtly put pressure on you guys over the next few years to have a reunion show.
Nice. Sponsored by Witch Police Radio.
The seven of us have not been in the same room since our last show, which was 20 years ago. Yeah,
that was a good show, though. Very good show.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
My it's just a delight to have this podcast. So, Winnipeg is such a central theme within the Propaganda universe, essentially. And me being someone who isn't from there, who has never seen Propaganda in Winnipeg, who hasn't seen live music in Winnipeg, I think that this is essential for me to have this conversation, because I just think that it sheds so much light on the context of this great band that I love so much. And, this is just all completely done in just tremendous respect for all the scenes that birth all these incredible bands that, that we all love. So I am just tremendously delighted to have all of you on the show tonight, live from Winnipeg, live from Manitoba, live from Alberta. Jeff, Greg, Sam, I'm just super grateful to all of you for being here with me to talk about this scene, these songs, these records. It's fantastic. I'm just grateful to all of you. So thank you so much for being on Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propaganda. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for having us, Greg.
Keep going. Keep going. There we go. Rudy, what's your message to you, Rudy? Revival is a cure, you stupid fucks. The bands are only in it for the bucks. And if you don't believe me, you're a schmuck. But the trend will die out with any luck. Oh, oh, ow.
Ska Sucks in 18 years. Sorry. We're not going to play it. Sorry about that. Okay, if some real fucking dumbass comes up and sings it, we'll play it. Because we're not singing it. Who's the biggest dumbass here? There we go. Hey, I'm the fucking biggest dumbass here. Ska fucking sucks shit! Ska fucking I hate the fucking horn! Well, we certainly got the dumbasses, ladies and gentlemen.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propaganda. Growing up in the suburbs in the 1990s with my specific friend group, it was impossible for me not to be impacted in numerous ways by ska. I had friends who were devoted fans of the Toasters and the Specials. Others loved the Blue Meanies, Operation Ivy, and the Mad Caddies. And some of us, specifically my friend Chris and I, leaned into bands with ska, but with a bit more of a hardcore tendency, such as Link 80 and Against All Authority. The fact that Propagandhi had this hilarious song about how ska sucks brought it full circle for me because I obviously never thought it sucked. This is the third episode on Ska Sucks for this podcast, which is truly hilarious and awesome to me, and I'm really delighted to be able to make it. Our first episode on the song came out in August of 2020 as episode 12 and featured a fun foray into some research Keith and I did digging into the history of the genre, as well as a fun conversation with Dr. Adam Shprintzen. The second episode came out in January of 2021 and featured a conversation with members of the Winnipeg ska band Whole Lotta Milka, who became somewhat notorious for writing a rebuttal song called A Message to You, Chris, which was track 12 on their 1996 Stomp Records LP, Got Milka, and which Propagandhi mentioned in their Where Quantity is Job Number 1 liner notes. That episode also featured a great conversation with Aaron Carnes, author of the fantastic book In Defense of Ska, which has since gone on to become an excellent deep dive podcast into the genre, which Aaron co-hosts with Adam Davis of Omnigon and Link 80. Recently, the In Defense of Ska podcast featured a great conversation with members of the band Against All Authority from South Florida, and Aaron suggested that I reach out and connect with Danny from Against All Authority for this podcast. So a direct thanks to Aaron Carnes for helping make this episode happen. If you don't know or remember what Against All Authority sounds like, here is a little taste. So, Against All Authority is back, and it is a total thrill to welcome vocalist and bassist Danny Lohr on the podcast to discuss his band's rendition of Ska Sucks, which first appeared on the 1998 Liberation Records compilation fantastically titled Ska Sucks, and then later appeared on Against All Authority's 2001 collection, Nothing New for Trash Like You, from Subsidy Records. So before we hear my conversation with Danny, let's hear Against All Authority's rendition of Ska Sucks. Enjoy.
Don't believe me, you're a schmuck. But the trend will die.
Danny Lohr. Welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Hey, how you doing?
Excellent. Thank you, Danny. How are you today?
I'm doing great.
Excellent. Thanks. So we are going to have a really nice conversation today about Against All Authority, Propaganda's music, your cover of them. But before we get into that, I'm just kind of curious about, a little bit about your backstory, your entry into music, being interested in activist-oriented music and things like that. Kind of tell me a little bit about your backstory there.
Okay, so I guess as far as music goes, I've always been into music. It's just something that my family has always had playing in the background growing up. And I got into I got into punk rock probably in, I think it was 1985. And there was just kind of like no turning back for me. I went to my first show in 86. I saw the Bad Brains.
Nice.
And we were just lucky enough in Miami to have this venue called the Cameo Theater, and every weekend there were just different shows. I got to see just anybody you could think of from back in that era: Agnostic Front, Gangrene, Agent Orange, JFA, The Descendants, the Circle Jerks, just like the list goes on. And I fell in love with it. I fell in love with the scene, with the culture, with the people. It was just, it was like a home away from home.
Nice. I'm really glad you brought up JFA too. That was a band I had never even heard of until somebody re-released their records like in the early 2000s. And one of my friends at the record store that I worked at in St. Louis was like, "Hey, we got these JFA reissues." And I was like, "Who is that?" And they're like, "Oh, child, please, you got to hear these." So I'm glad you brought them up. I don't think they've ever come up on this podcast before. What about activism? Tell me a little bit about your history within that kind of scene.
So I guess it all kind of started with bands like the Dead Kennedys and the Subhumans, and just listening to them and their lyrics, and then kind of researching on my own. I felt like I was never really inspired by teachers or my elders or anybody, to kind of delve in and look at different things. And it was kind of those bands that kind of challenged me to think for myself, and to listen to a different view and form my own opinions on things. And, that's kind of where that stems from. As far as the Activision goes, it's just something that's part of what our scene was down in Miami. You had to be part of something, like if you were in the punk scene, you were putting on shows, or you were in a band, you were doing a zine, making flyers, doing artwork for, you were involved. It was about being involved. And these were just, the stuff that we were singing about, we were just very much, we believed in,
Wonderful. Well, I heard you all recently on the In Defense of Ska podcast. One of my favorite podcasts. I think that what Aaron and Adam are doing there is absolutely wonderful, capturing the oral histories of the entire genre. And I think that I heard on that podcast that Against All Authority formed in the aftermath of Hurricane Andrew, when there was no electricity and things like that, right? Is that do I have that right?
Yeah, that's right. I didn't have electricity for about 6 months after Hurricane Andrew.
Wow.
And I had been in another band previously, but after Andrew, our houses were destroyed, so the band kind of split up. Our guitarist had moved way up to north. He moved out of Miami, and I kind of toyed around with the idea of just replacing him. And Joe was a good friend of mine. We knew each other from skateboarding and from just punk rock back in the day. And I think he came over and he practiced with us like once, but I just wasn't feeling it anymore. I just really wasn't. I didn't want to do that music anymore. And we didn't have electricity, and I had this acoustic bass, this Kramer Farrington acoustic bass, and Joe had an acoustic guitar, and I had collected music instruments just from going to garage sales and flea markets, and Miami, there's all kinds of stuff everywhere. Like I had a conga drum, I had a real Jamaican steel drum, like all these different things that I would just pick up here and there.
Yeah.
So we had a friend, another really good friend of ours named Milan, and we put him on the conga drum, And we just started like kind of fooling around. We were like, hey, let's do some Fugazi covers, or, Operation Ivy, or just, we're just doing some covers. And we decided, from there, it just kind of took off, and we were like, let's do our own stuff, let's do our own band. And that's how AAA started.
Excellent. Cool. So, you're on a podcast that is a minutia deep dive into the work of Propaganda. And so since Against All Authority covered Ska Sucks, one of the most notorious Propaganda songs, I'm wondering if you can tell me a little bit about, your story of like liking Propaganda, like finding them, your fandom, anything that rings back to you about becoming interested in them over the years.
So we had this amazing record store down in Miami called Yesterday and Today Records, and they just always had this great punk selection and 7-inch selection. And Joe and I, we're like avid vinyl collectors. So even back then, we would get like a Maximum Rock and Roll. We'd go into my bedroom and we would just sit there and look at the classifieds and the record reviews and just make notes and order things from Maximum Rock and Roll. And I think, I wasn't sure if I got it first or Joe got it first, but I remember like we were in my room and we had just gotten the Propaganda How to Clean a Couple of Things 7-inch, and we put it on, and I couldn't believe it. It was kind of like what we were doing lyrically, like that's kind of like what we were trying to do. Mm-hmm. And the music was just so catchy, and oh man, his voice was just so amazing. Like I just loved his voice on that. And it was kind of like a hybrid between like Gordon Gano of the Violent Femmes and Fat Mike, I guess. That's how cool. Like I pictured it, I was like, it's really different, a different voice. And that's what I look for in music. Cause I'm a bass player. So it's like, I really want to have, if I listen to music, I like for it to have a really good bass line, good bass player in there. But the vocals are front and center. So I like a little grit, a little growl, or just a little bit something different, like a different voice, not something clean and just like what everybody's doing. And that's exactly what Propaganda was doing.
Nice. Well, and they were contemporaries of yours at the time period. I know Against All Authority formed in like 92. Mm-hmm. So, Propaganda was, they came out on Fat in 93, even though they were banned for several years before that up in Winnipeg. But, mm-hmm. Were they kind of like inspiring to you as contemporaries who are coming up at relatively the same time as you?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Like their subject matter, just, the energy in their music, the songwriting, like, I really liked everything about this band.
Nice. Have you had the chance to see them live ever?
I have never seen them live.
Oh, bummer. Okay. So I was going to see if Against All Authority had ever played with them, but I guess that's a no as well then.
No, we would have loved to. But it seemed like every time that they came to our neck of the woods, we were on tour.
Yeah.
And, we just never crossed paths, which is,
well, that's definitely has come up here before where somebody will say, yeah, I've never seen them because every time they're here, I'm on tour. So that's actually happened on this podcast several times where people had the exact same story. So, In Defense of Ska went into this a bit with you, but I'm wondering how your band landed on the idea of doing a cover of Ska Sucks from How to Clean Everything.
So that was, I really liked the bass line in the beginning of the song. It was just, just a cool little thing that I used to play all the time when we were jamming, when we were practicing, or when we were writing songs. I just, if I was trying to get a sound out of my amp, I would just, start playing that and fooling around with my amp. And then we just thought it was kind of funny because of what they were saying. So when we would play live, sometimes like in between songs, if Joe broke a string or, I would just kind of pull that bass line out of my pocket,
nice.
And play it. And people got a kick out of it. They thought it was funny. They were like, oh, they're playing Ska Sucks. They're playing Ska Sucks. So that was just kind of funny. And we had played this show. Man, I can't remember what it was called, but it was in like 94. And it had like all of these bands like Mustard Plug and every ska band at that time, Bim Scala Bim, just like they were all in this this festival that was happening in like Orlando, and we got invited to play it. So, naturally, I think I started the set out with that just to turn some heads, because everybody was dressed in suits, and we were like these punk rockers. I think, leather jackets and spikes and stuff. And so we just thought it was kind of funny. But yeah, it was just kind of something that I always just kind of pulled out of my pocket just because, it was just kind of odd for us to be playing that because of what they were saying. They were saying Ska sucks, and people, we always had this weird thing with our band where the ska crowd thought we were too punk rock.
Yeah.
And then there were a lot of like punk rockers that were like, as soon as they would see the horns, they were like, oh, you guys aren't punk, So.
And I'm wondering if you remember any details about tracking this one. Do you remember anything about like what it was actually like about the recording for this one?
I don't really remember much about it. Just we had a good time doing it. We thought it was really fun, and we were cracking up pretty much the whole time. At one point, you can hear us laughing, like in the back, towards the end of the song.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this song in general as being important for the genre, because like Aaron Carnes in Defense of Ska, the book, he includes an entire chapter on this one. So like it seems like this song has like kind of achieved some kind of like mythical status within the genre itself, and I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on the placement of this song and the importance of this song within the genre.
For me, it might be a little bit different. We at the time, I feel like punk was going through this whole sellout phase, like where people were getting called sellouts, and Green Day kind of broke, and Nirvana was getting big, and like all these bands, and people were just, you had the people that were just real core supporters of punk, and the sellout thing got thrown around a lot. And when ska started getting big, MTV started doing this thing called Scatter Days, and it just, things punk kind of broke, and this kind of had like the message that it was sending was just kind of, it was cool to us. It meant, I know that the band, what the band talks about, the message in the song is different to what kind of like we related it as, because to us, when they were saying like this, the ska revival isn't cool, you stupid fuck.
Yeah.
Bands are only in it for the bucks. And that's kind of like, we were this core DIY band, and that's the kind of the stuff that we were preaching was, hey, let's keep punk separate. Let's not put it into the mainstream. It's for the weirdos, let's keep it weird, man. Let's keep it for us so that we have something to cling to and a safe place to run to. So that's kind of like how we interpreted it.
Nice. This came out on did this come out for the first time on the 1998 Liberation Records compilation of the same name, Ska Sucks? That's when it came out the first time?
Yes.
It's crazy, man, because I didn't know that that's the first place that ever came out, but I actually had that on CD when I was in high school. And what do you remember about that comp in general?
Oh man, that comp was cool. That comp had I think it started off with like the Dancehall Crashers. Is that right?
That was a great. I'm actually going to look it up on Discogs real quick here, because I feel like we should talk about the comp for just a second. Okay, so I'm on there now, and it's Dancehall Crashers, Hepcat, Pie Tasters, Choking Victim,
Mustard Plug, Link 80,
yes, Link 80,
MU330, Slapstick. It was like, it had all these great bands, man. The Chinkies.
Yeah, well, and also MU330, my hometown band growing up when I grew up in St. Louis. And let's see, Link 80. Yep. Okay, great. We've got there. That's a fantastic compilation. What do you do you remember anything about the story of how that comp came together or anything?
Not real. I knew Dave from Dave and Tang. They were the guys from Liberation Records. They used to come to all our shows, and we would actually stay with them sometimes when we were out in California.
Nice.
And just those guys were cool. They were just big, ska and punk guys, man. They had Liberation Records, and yeah, it was cool. I remember after a show, we all ended up in a hot tub together in somewhere. I don't even remember where.
Nice.
Yeah.
So then the song came out on an Against All Authority record called Nothing New for Trash Like You. I'm wondering if you can tell me a little bit of the story behind this release.
Okay, so we had done a lot of 7 inches and a lot of compilation tracks. And we were afraid that kind of stuff was going to get lost, because people weren't buying vinyl, as much anymore back then. Like the CDs and compilations were like the big thing. So, and we had done like some cover songs. Like we did the Ska Sucks, and we did In On Your Joke, which was another cover. And I don't know, we thought that kind of stuff was like, people don't know those songs. We'd go to play a show. Everybody knew the songs that were on the albums, but they didn't really know the 7-inch stuff. And so we decided to just put all of that. It was kind of like a compilation of our stuff, of all of our 7 inches and the compilation tracks, like our journey with all of that. Our very first 7-inch was on that. We did a split with Less Than Jake, and those songs were on there. We did a split with The Pissed, so we put those songs on there. We did a split with Anti-Flag, so we put those songs on there.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, and so that's kind of what that was. It was just like, let's get all these songs that aren't available on a CD. Let's get them all together and put them all on something.
Nice. Well, something that I'm looking at the Discogs listing for that release right now, and your other stuff is all on Hopeless, but this one came out on the imprint Sub City, right?
Right.
What's the story behind that? I'm just kind of curious about how that happened, instead of just being like a normal Hopeless release, how it became a Sub City release.
So Sub City is a really cool idea, and it was like, you got to pick where you wanted some of the money to go to, and it would go to like different nonprofit organizations to kind of spread like social awareness, and it was something that Hopeless was doing. And it was just like, for us, it was just like hand in hand with punk rock and what we were doing. We played a lot of benefit shows back then, and for us it was a way to kind of give back to the things that we believed in, and for the people that were fighting for the things that we believed in.
Gotcha. Well, and interestingly, a connection to Propaganda is that the first Weaker Thans album from John K. Sampson, who plays bass on Ska Sucks, came out on Sub City.
Yeah.
In the US. So that's kind of cool, right?
Yeah. And it totally makes sense,
Yeah. Okay. So have you maintained an interest in Propaganda over the years? Have you kind of appreciated their trajectory as a band?
Yeah, definitely. I listened to all their stuff. Definitely like the early stuff better, just like, most people that gets into bands, back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Did Against All Authority, I know you said this earlier, but I was kind of looking around on YouTube a little bit, and I couldn't find a video of Against All Authority playing the song. Did you guys ever play the full version of this song live a lot?
We've never played the full version live. We've just played snippets of it.
Nice. Okay, so you just bust out the bass line here and there just for laughs?
Yeah, we just bust out the bass line.
Very cool. Something else I was thinking about, I know that this isn't really related to Propaganda, but I read on your Instagram that you wanted to make a band that was a mix of Subhumans and Operation Ivy, both of whom you've mentioned during this conversation. Mm-hmm. And that's fun because I know Against All Authority did a split with Jesse Michaels' Kamen Rider as well. And, I'm wondering just because I'm curious, and I'm a big Operation Ivy fan and Jesse Michaels fan, Kamen Rider fan myself, what did you dig about doing that split with Kamen Rider, considering Jesse and Operation Ivy were one of your, major influences when you started the band?
Man, it was just kind of like an honor to be able to do an album with somebody that we respected so much,
Yeah. Nice. Did you guys ever get a chance to play with them at all?
No
Kamen Rider. I actually got to see Kamen Rider one time on one of those Sub City Hopeless tours.
Oh yeah.
And it was just kind of an amazing feeling to actually be like watching, be like, man, that's Jesse from Operation Ivy. I can hardly believe that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Against All Authority recently reemerged after I know you guys broke up in 2007 and came back in 2021. How has the reemergence as a band been for you all?
Oh, it's been great, man. It's been so much fun, and we've been doing a lot of playing. We've got stuff booked for the future. we did our first show back at the fest here in Gainesville. In
I saw the video.
Yeah.
That was your first show back at that Bo Diddley Plaza?
Yeah, that was our first show. That like the night before was our first like live practice.
Amazing.
In 15 years, yeah.
Wow. How has this time around, coming back after a 15-year break, how is like the focus on the band a little different than it would have been when you were like a full-time touring band?
Oh, it's a lot different now. Our drummer lives in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and our horn players live in Jacksonville, and Joe, our guitar player, lives in Miami. So we're spread all over the place. So that's a lot different. Before, everything was kind of focused on touring, being in a band, and just staying out on the road, recording new stuff. But this now we're all kind of in agreement. We're just in it to have some fun. We're not. Well, we actually wrote 30 new songs over the pandemic.
Wonderful.
When we had the lockdown, we found this. Our drummer knew about this app called Jam Kazam, which is kind of like Zoom for musicians. It deals with the latency issues, and we just started jamming on Jam Kazam. And our whole idea was that we were just going to get back together and do like a couple of shows. So we were just kind of jamming all the old songs, and next thing you knew, man, we had 30 new songs. So
wow,
yeah.
So what's the plan?
We're just kind of taking it easy. We're actually we're recording the first 10. So Joe just finished the guitar tracks on those. I finished the bass. The drums are done. So we're just kind of putting lyrics to it. Roger from Less Than Jake, he just lives like a few blocks away from me, so he has his own studio. So we're just kind of building things back up,
Awesome. What's the name of his studio? I know I've seen it listed before. I'm a big Rehasher fan, so I was curious. Okay. What's the name of his studio? It's like Moat House or something, right?
the Moat House. He actually has a moat that goes around his house like a castle.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
What were you up to during the interim when Against All Authority wasn't playing?
I had a son.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, I'm a dad as well, so I may have to float your name to the Rad Dads podcast. A couple of buddies of mine run that show.
Oh, for sure.
Awesome. Well, Danny, what is your? I'm curious if you can tell me a little bit what your favorite Propaganda record is and why.
Oh man, I would have to say, I'd say, How to Clean Everything.
Okay. Nice.
And, yeah.
Why is that?
Just the songs, the lyrics, the energy, everything about it is just great. Like I just love the humor in the songs too.
Awesome. Well, Danny, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you. I was very excited that Against All Authority was coming back. In high school, my buddies and I all fall down. 24-hour Roadside Resistance were some of our absolute banger soundtracks to driving around in the suburbs of St. Louis
Awesome.
All those years ago. So it is wonderful that you all are back, because to me, you all hold a pretty special place within the scene as a particular kind of band that is kind of rare. Like your sound is not something that you hear a whole heck of a lot because of the intensity of the songs mixed with the horns. So you guys have a real special place in my heart. And, so just as a fan of music, I'm glad you're back. And I'm really stoked that you were willing to come on and chat about your rendition of Ska Sucks. And, just chatting about the tunes and telling some of your stories. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. On this episode, my guest is David McWane from the band Big D and the Kids Table, and the song is, you guessed it, Ska Sucks. Big D and the Kids Table included a fantastic rendition of Ska Sucks on their 2019 covers album, Strictly Covered,
which also features covers of work by Hepcat, Morphine, Operation Ivy, the Beastie Boys, and more. I really enjoy Big D's version because of their inclusion of a long passage of The Specials, A Message to You, Rudy, in the middle of the song. Ska Sucks is track 3 on Big D and the Kids Table's covers record. And in this episode, David McWane joins me fresh off a fall 2022 Big D tour to discuss his love of Propaganda, Big D's years-long friendship with Sula and Hago, their cover of Ska Sucks, The Specials, and more. You can find Strictly Covered at Big D and the Kids Table official.bandcamp.com or wherever you check out music. So please enjoy my conversation with David McWane and Big D and the Kids Table performing their cover of Ska Sucks. David McWane, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Well, thank you for having me. I think this is a really cool podcast because the band rules.
Absolutely. Well, David, why don't you go ahead and spend a moment and introduce yourself to the audience out there? Because I'm sure a lot of people know who you are, but I'm sure that there are some who are just, being introduced to you for the first time.
Yeah. Okay. So I started school in Boston around 1995, and literally the first group of kids I started talking to were then later Big D and the Kids Table.
Nice.
We were just musicians at a music school, Berkeley, and just kind of did that whole thing of I play drums. So that was my principal instrument. And then, Mark would be like, oh, I could play guitar. And Steve was like bass. And we got together to just first strictly jam Operation Ivy songs. Just because, and I'd never met friends who would want to do that,
Mm-hmm.
So us three were really into it. And then slowly we started saying, well, why don't we start a band? And each member of the band literally was just another one of our friends. And the reason why we have horns was because when we would go jam, they wouldn't have anything to do. Do you know what I mean? So we it was just one of those why don't we all play together? And because you just wanted to. We were addicted musicians. We had limited parties we were invited to. So we just played all the time, and we weren't like doing one of those like, we're gonna start a band and we're gonna go tackle the world. Literally, it was just, hey, that's a cool riff. Hey, what about this? Yeah, like it was just playing. It was playing like as if we were in a sandbox or something. And then one day, a band dropped off a Broke show. Broke is an old band, and somebody asked us to open the show, and we thought that was really funny because we didn't consider ourselves a real band. And then they said I had to sing rather than play drums because we didn't have a singer. And then 26 years later, Big D and the Kids Table.
Are you like a good drummer? Are you like a reading music kind of like very trained, specifically a drummer?
I would say I'm a phenomenal drummer.
Nice.
But that's because I chose, and it's kind of like I can take this to singing later, but I chose just not to listen or mainline all the things that all the drummers were doing. Like all the drummers would listen to the same drummers, and I noticed they would generally play the same way and with fills and style. So I really just kind of like said, no, I'm not going to listen to Stuart Copeland. I'm not going to listen to all these things. Like you hear it, but I'm not going to study it. And I just studied other things like hip hop drummers, DJ Crush, The Diggable Planets, Portis, to try to make these try to put them on the kit, even though they're all synthetic sounds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, I'm that, and I'm also like a very behemoth drummer, like just really hitting them. And so, yeah, I love drums so much. They're a huge piece of me. And the band I played in was Drexel, and those guys are just awesome. And they've gone on to do other things. Aaron Sinclair, A. Sinclair, I think he goes by now. But yeah, they just told me to sing, and then it's just a fluke. It's just random.
Amazing. Yeah.
Well, my first exposure to your band was, I believe, 2005. You were opening a Toasters tour, and I saw you play in Columbia, Missouri at a tiny little bar on the main street in Columbia, Missouri, right by the university campus. Yeah. And I went to this Toasters show, and you guys played, and I was like not as excited about the Toasters because I wanted to see like fast punk bands. So like the fact that you guys were the ones who opened up, like I was like, okay, this is awesome. So like you won me over right away. Like it was like 2005 was the first time I heard your band. It's like 10 years in, it took me a long time to get there.
Well, I remember that tour well because, the first time you really meet Bucket and the rest of the guys, it stands out, he taught me a lot of things like about like publishing and, that tour, he's really good about taking you under his wing and going like, do you know all these things? And you're like, I don't. He's like, all right, well, hear me out real quick, So that was a big deal tour for us. Yeah.
Well, and that was a big deal for me too, because a bunch of my friends in high school were super into the Toasters, and I never really got it. And then I saw that show, so I was super pumped about you guys. So I was in an amazing mood because you guys crushed it, and then they came out, and I was like, oh, I really get it now. This is really special. So it was one of my most perfect college shows that stands out in my memory is Big D and the Toasters in Columbia, Missouri. So I'm delighted to be able to tell you that. So as a drummer, I would imagine that you may have some intriguing thoughts and ideas on George from Propaganda then too, I would imagine, because he, to me, is kind of a special standout figure. And I feel like I'd be missing an opportunity if I didn't bring that up to you.
Yeah, I can almost go through almost everybody. But like you're saying, like we start with drums. So yeah, excuse me. So in high school, I listened to basically, metal and hardcore. You're from Boston. You're probably going to know a lot about Boston hardcore, New York hardcore. Yeah. And we also, you have to remember that the back in those days, the Mighty Mighty Bosstones would play with Slapshot. Like the ska scene and the hardcore scene in Boston were the same scene. And so and then I would listen to like early rap because like I loved Curtis Blow and stuff like that. And so at that point, I already was a fast playing drummer because of Master of Puppets and early Metallica and what have you. But then it was interesting. Like I didn't really know anything about the punk sound, like the Fat Record sound.
Sure.
Okay? I mean, like nobody around me was doing that, or playing it at all. The only like introduction to ska and punk was Operation Ivy and the Bosstones, and I think you could pretty much say that was pretty much it. You know what I mean? So by me liking those two bands, suddenly Aaron from Drexel that I was telling you about, he goes, check out Propagandhi. And as they put it, I'm not really a shepherd, as they say with music. Like some friends are the shepherds, and they go, check out Propagandhi, check out this. I have kind of like a quiet taste. Like I'll go and get things and listen to them, but I'm not like showcasing them to friends and stuff. So I was always like a follower or just someone that would, be told, so Aaron would be like, check out Propagandhi. And of course, right away, I was like, oh, there's this style of music that's still doing the fast kind of thrash metal that I like. But it's a different genre. And so that started going, oh my God, Propagandhi. And I mean, we played them just religiously.
Yeah, well, and interestingly, since you're coming from thrash metal, so does Propagandhi. Like Chris and George are, notorious childhood metalheads, and so they were coming from exactly the scene that you're describing, And I think that really comes across a lot in the way that they performed in those early records, because they just sound a little different. You know what I mean? They're a little different than a lot of the other bands from that time period.
Well, I'll jump and say one of the big things that inspired me. So drum wise, yeah. I mean, I was like, let me like even in that song Ska Sucks, the way he starts the I mean, it's just so cool. And if you go and listen to early Drexel stuff, you can hear that I was like, hell yes, I'm gonna take that kind of oozy drums and go for it, kind of like a Wilhelm scream.
Oh,
we were kind of bands at the same time. And me and Nick were. We would have lots of conversations about the style that we're talking about, and we would kind of like watch each other get better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When they were smacking Isaiah, I'd imagine too, right?
That's right. Yeah. And so definitely drums. But what was great about the guitars was, that really did, their guitar playing was something I put in my back pocket for some Big D writing, because I'm a huge fan of the double picking, like dun 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 dun. That stuff. I just love it. I think it's so cool.
Yeah.
And they do it so well.
Yeah.
And so, like you're saying, I can hear the thrash metal in them with that. But then even when they do like the volumes swells, like when you hit a chord with the volume off, and then you bring the volume up. Yeah. I mean, I was like, my God, this is like Master of Puppets, but different. Like everything they were doing was fresh for my ears, but also like the love was already deep rooted. And then, like when I went to write the song that LAX from Big D and the Kids Table, like you can, like, I can, with us talking, I was like, yeah, well, I think, it was the listening of Propagandhi at the time that helped shape that framework. You know what I mean? I never really thought about it, but even the double picking, my style of fast punk songs, when I write them on guitar, I think are coming from that time of loving their style. And I don't think you can go, oh, like NoFX and oh, like the Suicide Machines and you can go down the rabbit hole. I'm like, no. Specifically Propagandhi. You know what I mean? Like they had I know people can think it's all the same, but it's not really all the same.
So as a person who appreciates heavy music, I feel like you maybe have some interesting thoughts on their progression as a band. Like maybe I don't know, because a lot of people have been like, yeah, I only listened to the first two records and on the show. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But I'm wondering how your progression as a fan has gone with them, especially considering the fact that you come from other genres of music as your like home, kind of like home base interest.
Well, I do have to admit some bad things. And that's, I was never the guy who like bought records either. Like I was never the guy that the idea of this buying $20, that was just beyond me. Like I was always the guy that would have everything on blank cassettes or blank CDRs. But like, so when my group of friends that would always play Propagandhi when we all went in different directions, I didn't keep up on it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And so I do know things, and I go, oh, is this a new Propagandhi? And I like it, but I have to admit, but after this interview, of course, I'm going to go right back because now you got me all jazzed back up about it.
Nice.
But one thing I'll say is that it was a huge deal that our good friend, early Big D friend Susu, started playing with them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, Sue Lynn was in the band.
Huge deal for us. She was like our Florida best friend, person who came to our shows in Florida. And then when she got the job with them, we were like, "What?
No way! Seriously?
To have a friend in Propaganda is ridiculous." You know,
this is amazing. This is an amazing little historical moment here that I didn't even know. That is so cool. So
yeah,
so you go way back with Sue Lynn then. Fantastic.
Way back. And one of the biggest things is that you don't get this all the time in life, is we always knew she was a badass.
Of course.
She was our badass Florida friend. And for other people to recognize it and her get a spot in like one of the best fucking bands, like it was just so great. I mean, it was what it's made of, and you don't always get to see stuff like that, So,
amazing.
So, but it's also one of those things where it's weird how the scenes get. And even though Big D is in the punk and ska scene, we are so far from the Fat Wreck scene.
Right.
Like we don't know anybody. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I've palled around with Bad Cop a couple times, but it's like, I think that's their Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? And I think, sometimes it's not others people, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Have you ever seen Propaganda live or crossed paths with them in any way?
No, no. And
they're elusive.
How so?
Well, yeah, in all those years, like the late 90s, like I'm from St. Louis. So from finding them in like 1996 until 2007, they were like my favorite band, but I never got to see them live because they had a tour scheduled around Today's Empire's Tomorrow's Ashes, and then 9/11 happened and they like left the country. So there's a lot of years on where they were not very active at all, which were formative years for so many of us, wanting desperately to see them live, but just not having the opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
So, you saying you've never seen them before is extremely common for people on this podcast. It happens all the time.
Yeah. I think, I mean, not to reiterate, but Melancholy and Propaganda, these were like huge, big deal bands for us, and, shaping and formative, like you said, but yeah, but then I never could see them or anything.
Right. You have to like live in a certain place.
Yeah. It's confusing. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Big D and the Kids Table a little bit. So on this show, I love featuring artists and musicians and bands that cover Propaganda's music, and I'm always on the lookout for who is doing what. And I found Big D's cover of Ska Sucks. It's been ages ago. But I'm wondering, tell me a little bit about the lore of the song Ska Sucks in general. As somebody who's kind of in and around the ska scene yourself, I'm wondering if you can talk to me about like what this song means as far as like something that's like a part of the scene, and just kind of like what it means to you as just a piece of work itself.
Well, the song was not only a big deal song for me, but also like had me kind of like learn as far as like humor. I'm young. Humor and snarkiness, and kind of where I was at. So where I was at that time, like I said, I liked Operation Ivy and I liked the Boss Stones. And then when I like these bands that I'm about to say now, but I'm just saying at the time, little disclosure, at the time, Real Big Fish and Less Than Jake were crossing my paths, and no doubt, and I call it the color, the color bands. I was like, whoa, what's going on? And I'm just starting to get into the specials and like everything about being like cool, like you can't use the word cool because then it's not cool, but like just poise of these bands. I really liked their poise. And then suddenly this new wave came in and it was the total opposite poise, right? So I loved that Propaganda was saying, ska revival isn't cool, you stupid fuck. Do you know what I mean? Like I was just very with him. You know what I mean? like, I know. I like the idea of ska always being a genre that's in the underground music scene, and so I also, when I started singing, I really, really liked his voice, like his attitude, his lyrics, just the sound of it. I was like, oh, it was one of those, I didn't know you could do this, because he's a one-of-a-kind voice, and his lyrics one of a kind, and so vocally I was very like, this is my guy, like I could identify with him, because I don't, like, I'm a drummer. I'm not saying it's bad. I describe it like, I don't get mushrooms on my pizza, but that doesn't mean I'm against people who likes mushrooms on their pizza. But like, I don't like sing-songy bands too much. Like, like I like Tom Petty, but I don't.
Right.
That is just, it's not made for me. It's not. I don't gravitate to it at all. I'm like, ooh. And so he was different. He was just like, you know what, fucking this and fucking that. He's like that mother who's got her teeth closed, but she's still fucking telling her kid to get off the fucking couch. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
so on board. And I do think who I am now, it could have been a little different if I'd never had heard him. Do you know what I mean? I think a lot of my mold is the way it is because I had the opportunity to kind of just hear an original character.
Yeah. Well, and I love that you got the humor of it, because I think that's extremely important to the band themselves. And people see Propaganda as a very serious band. And of course they are. They have very, very, like, tons of serious topics throughout all of their records. And I've traced them on this podcast for 2.5 years at this point. But the humor that is like behind those guys in that band is so essential and like subversively hilarious. And I feel like Big D kind of like has a spirit like that as well. Like you mentioned the song LAX earlier, a hilarious song. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's something that kind of is important to you as well.
Well, I know what you mean. Like and I am not the one to describe someone else's humor. You know what I mean? But their humor is like right with ours as far as Boston humor. But it's different. It's like I can appreciate and wonder sometimes, like, where are they coming from with this?
Yeah.
But I do think it's got this general place setting near Boston humor. You know what I mean? Going like, just razzing really deeply your friends. You know what I mean? Like look at this fucking guy kind of stuff. Like. So I do think it was a film. Their humor, like just to reiterate it, it's similar but different, and I think that's why I liked it. Yeah, I
love it. Well, one of the things you should do in your Propaganda rabbit hole that you're about to go down for the next couple of weeks or so is that you should find 1990s live recordings, especially from Gilman, where basically they just like yell at the crowd for like 3 or 4 minutes between every single song, because it's the funniest stuff you will ever find on the internet. The band finds it extremely cringeworthy because they're them, but like I find it to be extraordinarily funny, and I know that you will love it if you find the 95 live shows from Gilman. They're hilarious.
And somehow I know this, like I just can't quite remember, like I don't think I ever saw them live, like, but I know that their banter is like, NoFX has their banter, but Propaganda is their banter.
Right. And they don't do their banter anymore, really. It's not like that these days. So if you go to a show, you're not going to see them behaving in the same ways they would 25 years ago. But it's very much worth going back and checking out. Sorry, Chris Hanna. I don't mean to tell people to go and dig into everything, but it's too good. Okay, so tell me a little bit about, so you guys do this cover. Tell me a little bit about the decision to make the song, how you landed on it, any recording stories that stand out to you about Big D and the Kids Table's rendition of Ska Sucks.
Well, the record itself, Strictly Covered, we like to do like an EP in between full lengths so that you can kind of close the book on whatever you were inspired by. And, so that the next record doesn't sound too much like it.
Mm-hmm.
Fans might want them to. So for this EP, we decided to just do covers. And yes, each cover is kind of like an essential part of what made Big D or what is part of the members. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
like these are the songs we love. These are the songs that represent making a cake. Like these are the ingredients. So Strictly Covered is like the ingredients that makes Big D and the Kids Table, And so Propaganda had to be on it. And in that song, because of my attraction and, to the lyrics, to the humor, and then him just saying like, fuck all these bands. And at the time I was kind of like, yeah, fuck all these bands. Do you know what I mean? Like you're messing up the way I look at this genre. You know what I mean? And so you have to understand, it was an absolute pleasure to do. And it's like putting on your hero's clothes. You're like, look at me. You know what I mean? And it sounded awesome. John Graber, the guy recorded it. He did an outstanding job. And it was just an honor and a pleasure to be inside that song.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's a detail that I want to really latch into here for a second. So yesterday it was announced that Terry Hall from the Specials passed away, and Big D's cover of Propaganda Ska Sucks has a very faithful recreation of Message to You, Rudy within the song, which I think that today is extraordinarily timely to discuss. Tell me about the decision to, not do what Propaganda did and to do like the full Specials recreation within the middle of the song.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost like it didn't even have to be said, if you know what I mean. Like when we were doing it, I think it was one of those things where we all looked at each other and we're like, well, we're gonna play it longer, and we're gonna play it, like properly, if you will. Sure. You know what I mean? So we also thought that was a funny, and I can't describe how, addition to the humor, because we love the Specials. You know what I mean? I still can't even put my finger fully down on where they're coming fully with that song. And you know what I mean? I'm not them, but so we thought it'd be funny to actually make that part sound proper and like it would if it was, the Specials doing it.
Yeah.
And so we had it. And it's a great excuse to play that song without covering that song. Like every ska band kind of wants to play that song, you know what I mean? But does the world need every ska band to cover it? No. So it was a good excuse to kind of, take a little piece of the chocolate and eat it. You know what I mean?
I love that. That's such a cool little moment. And I just really wanted to emphasize the fact that, just this day after the announcement of Terry's passing, I mean, that being able to chat about that section of the song with you is actually really special for me right now. So I'm glad that we got to do that,
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so the song appears on Strictly Covered. Is that the first place that it appeared? Because I know it appears elsewhere as well. I think it's on the Fat Records documentary film compilation well, right?
Right, but I never got to see that or get a thing of it. Yeah, so we did that for them. And then it's sometimes with those projects, you're like, can I have a copy?
Gotcha.
But then we did change the lyrics at the end too, which was an additional fun thing.
That's the next question I was going to ask. Tell me a little bit about the revised lyrics, because I loved I only listened to Propaganda's old stuff revision. So tell me a little bit about the revision process for the lyrics.
Well, I just thought that because like the real home base of this song is it's funny and ironic, like it's a hilarious song. You know what I mean? That I thought one should add a joke to the joke. Do you know what I mean? Like that, and literally doing that because that's what Propaganda would do. Kind of it's like you're trying to be like, if they were me, they would do this, right? And then every band knows the most, like the thing you don't want to hear ever is I only listen to your old stuff. Like that's of course like nobody wants to hear that. So that's the number one thing I went for. Do you know what I mean? Because I play in a ska band. He says Ska sucks. So, so I'm like, oh, okay, that's below the belt. Let me go below the belt with you. I only listen to your old stuff. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's an equal, like, and then, it's really funny making fun of Fat Records bands for a second. Fat Records bands go, we all know that they go like that. And so it's kind of funny to say it in a song that's doing that. And Fat Mike has never fucking liked our stuff. I mean, that's just the truth. That's just true. Like you play in this genre and you got the kings, the kings of the scene, the kings and queens of the scene. And you're like, you hope that they you hope that they give a shit a little. And, you know, I mean, Big D's always been an outcast in a genre of outcasts. So that's an honor, of course. But so that whole like Ska Sucks, I only own Propaganda's old stuff. Fat Records bands go jing jing beat it bop bop, and Fat Mike has never ever fucking liked our stuff. I mean, that's just a good time. That's just a good time of lyrics right there.
It's truly wonderful. And you know, I love the fact that you kind of describe yourselves as almost like outcasts, because I think the Propaganda sees themselves very similarly in the same way. Like for a long time, Chris's Twitter bio was the North Korea of punk. So I think that they kind of see themselves in a similar way. So I think in a way you two are almost kindred spirits in that regard.
Yeah, we should go on tour together. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you should talk to Sue Lin. Why not, you know?
I mean, that would be so cool. You know what I mean? Like, again, I always go back to, it's just so cool that she's in Propaganda.
Couldn't agree more. So, you know, you've got a bunch of other really great stuff too. I listened to the record this morning, and the Rancid cover of Old Friend, loved it. I love the Earthquake and Fire Hepcat cover. So there's some other fantastic stuff on this record that I think that everybody would really like. So if anybody listening out there hasn't heard the Big D Strictly Covered record, I mean, it's wonderful. And I was listening to it today and I loved it.
I because, you know, it's not our songs. I really like it too. And can you say that? And the brand new, the Beastie Boys cover, it's just sounds really great. Like I'm saying, like, I'm just wearing these people's clothes, you know, like it's almost like being, you know, like the first time you put on like either your metal jacket or like your punk jacket, and you're 14 or something, and you're like at home and you're looking in the mirror and you're like, yeah, man, I'm in, you know what I mean? It's kind of how I look at this record. I listen to it and I'm like, yeah, man, you know, like doing these songs, you know?
Yeah.
The Sam Black Search cover, like, it's awesome.
I know that feeling well. Like there's a live band here in Buffalo that does live band karaoke after shows. So I went and saw Anti-Flag here in Buffalo last weekend, and then there's the live covers, the live karaoke band afterwards features the first drummer from Every Time I Die in the band. So it's like a good band.
Yeah.
And I got up there and did Mother by Danzig and Damn It by Blink-182. And it's the kind of thing where the band is so good that the crowd gets into it. So there's basically like a mosh pit for live karaoke. And I just go as hard as I possibly can, as if like this is my band. Yeah. And so I know that feeling of like wearing those clothes, because like when you see everybody bouncing in unison to the chorus of a Blink-182 song while you're on stage singing, there's no way not to get into that. You know what I mean?
I totally agree.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Canada recently, and like an after the show, you know, happened, and one of the guys from I forget, but they were doing Operation Ivy songs of Creep Show. I knew it would just take me a second.
Yeah,
they're singing all the Operation Ivy songs. I posted up and just had a blast watching. I mean, you know, it wasn't Operation Ivy, but these guys are playing the whole record and, you know, just drinking it up, you know.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What's next for Big D and the Kids Table? Kind of what is your 2023 sort of shaping up to look like?
Well, we just, the day before yesterday, got off tour with the Slackers, and we've never been on tour with the Slackers ever. And that was so fun. And just like little kids going to camp for the first time, we totally made friends, like with each other. Like we're total, who'd have thunk that we're totally in line with each other.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I mean, they're New York and Boston. I mean, we should know that, you know what I mean? That people are generally kind of the same humor. And so that was a pleasure. And so now we're going to, you know, do Christmas and do New Year's, but Big D's actually had a little trouble getting on the road as much as we want to after the lockdown. You know, it's, you know, like a superhero just waiting for the red phone to ring. You know what I mean? We're like, we can't, like, we've gone out. We did a good run with Mustard Plug. I mean, we've done, but we wanted a little more. And so we're going to just keep trying to hack at getting back on the road. You know what I mean? It's because the touring industry, you know, definitely flipped its script after that lockdown. And so we hope to make 2023 and 2024 more than 2021 and 2022.
Wonderful. Well, David, I'm rooting for Big D forever and always. And next time you all roll through Buffalo, I'll hang out and I'll chat and get to meet you in person, which will be great fun. It's always awesome to meet a fellow Propaganda fan. So thank you so much for choosing this song to cover and to lean into it and to really go into the specials part of that song. I thought that was such a cool feature of this cover that kind of stands out from other versions I've heard. So that's really cool. But it's really awesome that you were willing to do this with me and hang out and chat about how fantastic Propaganda is. It really means so much.
I appreciate it. And, it's an honor to even be in the same sentence as them. And before we even go, I know we're kind of wrapping it up. There's just one lyric I know I'm reversing, but when he does the, fuck Zionism, fuck this, fuck religion. I mean, how old was I? Like 17 when I heard that.
Right.
And, that's one of those moments where you're like, I'm different now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and the fact that he laid into it and kept saying it over, like, I just didn't know you could do the things that they did until I heard them. It didn't exist.
Oh, dude, that's not to me, that's not even the biggest example. For me, like growing up in the American Midwest, having the lyric on How to Clean Everything where he says, fuck the troops to hell. I'm like, whoa, like there are so many brave things that absolutely blew my mind that I still to this day can't believe how many lessons I gained from this band about like what is possible to have as a thinking human being. You know what I mean?
I think he was the first person that I really understood or could smell or taste. Oh, this is freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. Like bands like Body Count and stuff will say crazy shit, but they're just crazy, good.
Yeah.
Like crazy shit. But he was saying something with a meaning and would make you think. And that's what he did. Like, you turn the song off, but the song is with you almost always because you keep thinking about it. Like, where's he coming from? What exactly does he mean? He just did that. You know what I mean? And so, out of all the, and I'm not being silly, like the do that, all that kind of those. They are just the best one.
I know. Well, and like, there's people I've heard Fat Mike say that like when Propaganda came along, they raised the bar on everything from music all the way through lyrics. He's like, they were the ones for him specifically that raised that bar so much, which is, such an important statement, one that I completely agree with. And I'm glad to hear, I'm glad that you interjected and brought us back to that point, because it would be a shame if you were on the podcast and didn't have a chance to say like kind of what the band meant to you kind of like what they did for you, like as an idea about how to live in the world and how to think as a person who is committed to lifelong learning.
Yeah, drums are obvious because we all loved those drums, but guitar playing and vocals, huge amount of influence in who I am now.
Excellent. I couldn't agree more. Well, David, thank you. It's a thrill.
Great fucking band.
I know they're the greatest. They're the greatest of all time to me, which is why I obsessively make a podcast about them. Awesome. So, and now you're a part of the podcast journey as well. So I appreciate you being here and taking the time to do this for me.
Absolutely.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. In December 2020, an article popped up on punknews.org titled, "Read a chapter from Aaron Carnes' In Defense of Ska about Propaganda's Ska Sucks." I immediately contacted Aaron, and he came on our January 2nd, 2021 Ska Sucks Part 2 episode, which I naively titled the Ska Sucks bonus episode Extravaganza, thinking there was no way we'd do more than 2 episodes about Ska Sucks, right? In January of 2021, the In Defense of Ska podcast launched with co-host Adam Davis from Link 80, Omnigon, and Dessa. In May 2021, Aaron Carnes' book In Defense of Ska was released. And since 2021, the In Defense of Ska podcast has been covering the stories of ska with incredible detail and to my immense enjoyment.
In 2024, Aaron Carnes and Clash Books release In Defense of Ska, the Ska Now More Than Ever edition. I recorded an interview with Aaron for a totally different podcast about the second edition, and then he hit me up again and said, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we did an Unscripted Moments exclusive cut and just talk about my edits to the Ska Sucks chapter as a standalone section? Genius. So the first half hour of this Ska Sucks Part 5, the Holy Smokes More Ska Sucks edition, is exclusive to this podcast, and the 65 minutes beyond that include an interview I did with Aaron for a totally separate podcast. There is music separating the two sections. Go follow In Defense of Ska podcast, pre-order In Defense of Ska the second edition, scope out the guest list of the podcast, consider supporting what Aaron is doing. He's a pal, and I'm so glad that he's back on Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. Please enjoy Ska Sucks Part 5.
Ska sucks. Ska revival isn't cool, you stupid fuck. The bets are only in for the bucks. And if you don't believe me, you're a schmuck. But the trend will die out with any lie. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Aaron Carnes, welcome back to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
I am honored to be back.
Aaron, it has been a while since you were on this podcast. Your episode that you were on turned out to be Ska Sucks Part 2 in what is now this will be Part 5. So Ska Sucks Part 1 was one of our earliest episodes. Ska Sucks Part 2 with you came out on January 2nd, 2021, and also featured a few members of the band Whole Lotta Milka.
Yeah.
And my friend Sam, who hosts Witch Police Radio in Winnipeg, who is also a deep ska enthusiast and fellow Fishbone fanatic, such as yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So, Aaron, the way I found you is punknews.org. They published this article titled Read a Chapter from Aaron Carnes' In Defense of Ska about propaganda's Ska Sucks. And so that article came out in December of 2020, and it was previewing your book. This is the first I ever heard of it. And they published this exclusive preview chapter about Ska Sucks. Tell me what you remember about that exclusive that punknews.org did with you back in the day.
I've known John Gentile from Punk News for a good number of years. He used to come see Narboots all the time because he lived in the Bay Area for a good chunk of time. I don't think he lives in Philadelphia. That's where he's from. But he found us somehow, and he would just come to like every show, and he would like cover us. There's like several write-ups he's done on Punk News for Narboots.
Yeah.
And he was one of the people I reached out to when I wrote the book and asked if he wanted to do anything on Punk News. And he suggested that we do a preview chapter and an interview. And that was one of two preview chapters. I did a preview chapter with Brooklyn Vegan, and we did the Jeff Rosenstock chapter. That one did incredibly well. Mm-hmm. And then the Punk News one that did really well too, because it connected you to me. So
yeah. Okay, so the thing that obviously captured my attention is if you would have done a Jeff Rosenstock preview chapter with Punk News, I would have found you eventually, but it would have taken me longer, right? Because I would have had to be like, oh, wow, a book about ska. And I would have had to order it, and I would have had to get pretty far into the book, and then I would have been like, oh my gosh, this whole chapter is about my favorite band Propaganda and their song Ska Sucks. So I'm super grateful that you did choose this particular chapter for the first edition of the book. Tell me what you remember about putting together the original edition of the Ska Sucks chapter for first edition of the book.
Well, I knew pretty early on I wanted to write about Ska Sucks because it's a thing that I remember in the 90s that song existed, and that song was sort of like a thing that irked ska fans, but also ska fans would like it and ska bands would play it. So it was it was simultaneously embraced and rejected by the ska scene in the 90s. So I thought that was really funny, the way that the ska scene reacted to that song. And then at some point I had heard that the song was had to do with, Nazis invading the scene. So that really fascinated me. And I was researching it, and I couldn't really find much solid information out there about that for whatever reason. The only real good information I could find about it, aside from people kind of giving me hearsay, was Chris Hanna's interview on Turned Out a Punk.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty much it, really. And even that was somewhat superficial. Like, it kind of just went through the basic stuff. Like, we were in the scene. We weren't a big band at the time. Nazis were continuously like interrupting our show. We didn't really know how to deal with it. A band from Toronto called Bunch of Fucking Goons. We played a show with them. A bunch of fucking goofs. Yeah. No spaces.
Right.
They said, like, you got to deal with these Nazis. You can't let them overrun your scene. We deal with them by kicking their ass. And then, as I understand it, the way Chris Hanna explained it on Turn Out a Punk is he said he didn't feel comfortable trying to approach them in a violent way because he's not a violent person. So he came up with Ska Sucks as this way to like bring it to their attention that they thought they were idiots and make them uncomfortable in that way. I think that was the extent of what he explained on Turned Out a Punk.
Yeah.
So it kind of confirms the basic story, but doesn't really go too deep into it.
Were there any other materials that you were able to dig up? Because, doing a full chapter based on just that tiny little snippet, I mean, that's hard work too.
Yeah, I think what I did is I talked about other stuff around it too. Like, you talked about having Whole Lotta Milka on the show. I talked about what they did, and what they did was they wrote a reaction song saying was it called A Message to You, Chris? I think it was called.
Message to You, Chris, yeah.
So they were, and they knew that what the song was really about. And so I talked about them. I got a really funny fan letter from Whole Lotta Milka. Greg sent me this letter that was like, it's hilarious. The fan was just like saying, "Oh, I don't think you guys need to make that song. That's stupid. We don't. Us Propaganda fans, we're not stupid. We don't do whatever Chris says. I don't. It's just." So I put that in there, and then there was I talked about sort of what I said earlier, how like the ska scene sort of accepted and rejected it simultaneously, and that was, I think, pretty much the extent of what is in the chapter in the original edition.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Greg Crow from Whole Lotta Milka. Thank you, Greg, for doing the podcast way back when and telling the story. And something else I discovered by doing some digging is if you look at the CD version of Propaganda's 1998 compilation where Quantity is job number 1, next to the song Ska Sucks, it says, this is the song that caused ska bands to write songs about Chris.
Yeah,
and then it's like, oh boy. So it's just really funny, the amount of things that kept happening around this song. And second thing, my girlfriend grew up in upstate New York in the mountains, really close to Lake Placid. And she's very amused that I do this insanely deep dive podcast into this one band. And she knew about Propaganda, but just this one song. So this is the song that my girlfriend knew in the mid 90s in relation to who this band was. But she did know who they were, but this is the only song that she knew. So this song is a powerful cultural phenomenon in punk and ska for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy if you take their entire catalog, how high up Ska Sucks ranks. Because I mean, it's a well composed song in terms of the chords and the melody, but I'm sure that it was not a song that they pictured as a representation of them in any way at all.
Yeah. And I've been trying to, one of my main goals now on the internet is to get the ska or nah guy to ask me to ask me if I like ska. And I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the day that I get asked that question, because now doing 5 episodes of Ska Sucks, like surely I deserve to be asked that question.
Surely you do, yes.
By now. So Jake, if you're hearing this, please, I need to be asked. I'm not going to tell you what I think unless you ask. So please ask. Okay, so
Aaron, since you did the first edition of the book, I'm very delighted that you came back to talk about this again, because listeners out there, hopefully a bunch of them read your book and are listening to your In Defense of Ska podcast, which is now careening towards 200 episodes with your co-host Adam Davis from Omnigon, Link 80, and Dessa. So that is an unbelievable podcast you've got going on over there. Tons of your guests overlap with our guests here. So there is just like this wonderful little synchronicity between our two shows that has amused me ever since we began at virtually the exact same time in May and June of 2021. What I want to know now is you have this second edition coming out, and I want to know explicitly and specifically about what you did to update the Ska Sucks section in the book. What has the journey been like for this particular chapter in the book for the second edition?
This is actually a chapter I'm really proud of in terms of how I updated it for the second edition. There's a couple things that I was able to access that I didn't the first time. One of the things that I did was I talked to Against All Authority, which you did an episode with them on their cover of Ska Sucks. So I got this time, instead of saying that the ska scene embraced and rejected it, I got a quote from Danny to explain what they thought of the song and why they played it. And basically it was the gist of it was, we thought it was funny. You know, they love ska. They thought it was funny that there was this song called Ska Sucks and that they were playing it and they were a ska band. The other thing that I didn't really think about this too much before I talked to him, but he said like that when they would play shows that he would start playing the bass line and in seconds, everyone knew what they were doing. And I was like, I guess that's true. I guess that's bass line is that recognizable that you just start playing it and a crowd who is familiar with this song, they know what you're doing.
Yeah. I love it. Well, and I was also able to have Dave from Big D and the Kids Table on to talk about their version of it as well. And it just thrills me to no end that Danny and Dave were enthusiastic about coming on and talking about these random covers that their bands did way back when. So you're able to get this new information. You're able to update the chapter. What else did you?
So the big thing that was a more minor thing, but the big thing was that with your help, you pointed me to the fact that Chris Hanna has a Patreon and that he has a podcast on that Patreon, and then he kind of deep dives into his own music on that.
Yeah.
So the second episode of his podcast was about Haile Selassie, Up Your Ass, but in that episode he goes into pretty extreme detail about that song and Ska Sucks, because I think he kind of thinks of them in a similar manner,
right?
Like songs that maybe had a specific reason why he wrote them that have really not held up and were really taken in a different direction than he intended.
Yeah.
And both of them, I think he feels like ended up being unintentionally racist as well.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that? Because, he goes into great depth on the show about it. I was wondering what your reaction was to Chris's own critique of the songs, between 27 and 30 years after they were released.
Well, I definitely appreciate that Chris is so self-reflective to do that, because I feel like people are often so defensive about things that they create that if they would say like, I created this for this reason and people are misunderstanding it, that's on them, not having a self-reflective moment about it. And even wondering why you decided that you needed to create that. I think in the case with Haile Selassie, he's talking about it being a reaction to learning about Bad Brains, who were his favorite band, learning about their homophobia.
Yeah.
And also kind of then going from that to going to the homophobia that's in Rastafarianism. And the point he made, which I think is a very valid one, is that yes, it is true that there is homophobia in Rastafarianism and that Bad Brains said some pretty gross stuff back in the day, that there also is this other layer that's happening, and that's that them being a black band, Rastafarianism being a religion, for people of darker skin color, that they might get this sort of worse than like people like white bands in the 80s who were hardcore that said homophobic stuff. Like, why isn't there a big backlash against them? And other religions that are very homophobic that, that exist, and why aren't they viewed in that same way? So that was really the point of view that he came across, that there is a sort of subtle racism when it comes to who you villainize for things that deserve to be villainized and who you kind of give a pass to.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Bad Brains song that I believe was explicitly mentioned from their Quickness album, Bad Brains have also gotten rid of that song as well. I believe that they reissued that album and reissued the particular song in question purely as an instrumental on a 25-year or 30-year reissue or whatever. I know that there has been some modification in that song as well in the Bad Brains camp, which is pretty cool to see too,
Yeah, I don't know too much about Bad Brains, but I do get the sense that HR, I'm not sure how tethered he is to reality, and the rest of the band do not really care for that legacy. So,
yeah. When you were thinking about revising this chapter, were you able to get in touch with Chris at all and chat about the song?
I joined the Patreon. I listened to it. I took notes, and then I asked Chris. I told Chris who I was, what I do, and I asked him if I could use pieces of his Patreon, and I could quote it in my book, and he said, "Go ahead." That's really it. But if it was not a Patreon exclusive podcast, I don't feel like I would have been compelled to or even needed to do that, because it's public. It's like if you read a New York Times article, you can quote it as long as you say this is from the New York Times, right? But I don't know what the legal thing is for a Patreon exclusive podcast. So it just felt like I think I probably should ask permission for this. I don't know.
Hey, I just think that's like a kind and classier move anyway,
Yeah.
It's cool. It's cool that you did that.
I was hoping he would talk to me about it more, but he didn't really say. I don't know. I asked him, I said, "You want to read it?" He said, "Sure." And then he never commented on what I wrote.
Gotcha.
But that's fine. He's a busy guy. But
the opportunity was given.
However, in his podcast, he talked more detail about how this scene had Nazi skinheads that would come to the show, and that they would be wearing Screwdriver shirts and then special shirts. So I think he really he identified ska with these people. And I think that's part of where that kind of that anger came from, is seeing these guys with special shirts causing this mayhem at these shows and being like, "Fuck you,"
Yeah,
so
totally.
I can understand that. But I think, what the conclusion he came to in retrospect is that those guys don't represent ska, right?
Yeah.
You can't blame ska on what those guys were doing, because those guys were, like white supremacists do. They are completely misunderstanding and the thing that they love, right? Like, why do they even like the Specials to begin with? A band with pretty politically leftist, overtly anti-racist lyrics, and with members who are both white and black. It's just the antithesis of what they're about. Yet, I don't know. They're down with it.
Yeah. Well, Aaron, something I want to ask about, since you brought up the Specials, and since the Ska Sucks song explicitly is, derived from stuff around the Specials, I got to tell you, man, their record that they did a few years back called Encore, dude, that record rules. Have you listened to this newer Specials era?
Yeah, that's probably the only Specials record beyond the original ones that I like. I think the rest of them are just kind of fall a little flat. A lot of covers and stuff like that.
Yeah, that "Vote for Me" song, man, there is some dark tone on these records. Like this Specials record, man, I gotta tell you, I was listening to that a couple years ago, and I was like, this record is absolutely fantastic. So shout out to the Specials for keeping it going and putting out some bangers late in their career. It's really, really cool to see.
So after I kind of listened to this and I thought about this some more and I kind of worked in some of the stuff in the chapter, I was talking to Greg a little bit more about this. And, I told him what I had been learning. And I said, something I guess I didn't really think about much in the first time is that if this song was written to sort of push Nazis out of the scene, did it work? I mean, did they stop coming to shows? And he said that as far as he knows, they were coming to less shows, but he's not really sure if it had to do with Chris's song, because he said there was a high profile hate crime perpetrated by one of them that led to a murder, whether it was intentional or not, and that there was like police, kind of like there was just a lot more heat on them, so they kind of disappeared. So the conclusion is it's uncertain if it had anything to do with the song or not, that they had other things going on.
Yeah, I would imagine the murder was a little more influential than Chris Hanna singing Ska Sucks at the Royal Albert on a random Thursday night. But I'm not going to draw total conclusions on that at this time. So how much updating to the chapter were you able to do? Did this chapter get like a pretty serious revision? Because I know the book got tons of revisions, huge amounts of revisions for the new edition. I think you said like tens of thousands of extra words. Every chapter got revised. How did this one go?
Well, I think like the stuff that I've already said, I think is gives it a lot better context. And another thing that I added, and I say that I feel like I got a pretty good. Chris said this. I would have loved to have seen Fat Mike say this. So I haven't read Fat Mike saying this yet, but Chris basically said that Fat Mike insisted that they put Ska Sucks on the record, that the band did not want to put Ska Sucks on the record, that they thought it was too much of a gimmicky song, but Fat Mike thought it was hilarious and was like, you got to put this song on there. So they felt like, he was the one paying the bills, so they basically had to. That was another interesting insight to learn about. The other thing, kind of related to that, and I did get some, I did listen to some Fat Mike interviews that kind of confirm that, is that Fat Mike feels the need to be very involved on a band's first record that he releases on Fat Records. He feels like, and I got a quote from him, not directly, just from a podcast I listened to, where he said, I got to make sure that the first record I put on Fat Record is perfect and great and everyone loves it. And after that, the band could do whatever they want, because the first one is all that really matters. So that really confirms his level of involvement on How to Clean Everything.
I mean, he still talks about that record to this day. A few months back when he was doing an interview on, I can't remember what YouTube interview he did, but he brought up How to Clean Everything just a few months ago in completely glowing language, and he still talks about it to this day as the record that defined the Fat Record sound. But yeah, there's definitely some stuff on this record that if I was sequencing the record, I would not include. Like, I would not have included Ska Sucks. I would not have included This Might Be Satire. I would not have included Highly Salass Up Your Ass. I would have put songs like Government Cartoons and Homophobes Are Just Pissed Because They Can't Get Laid and songs like those on instead. But, I'm
which
not
was
a record
which
label.
was intended, right? Isn't that what Chris said?
Yeah. Because they did the 7-inch where there's Homophobes Are Just Pissed Because They Can't Get Laid, which was left off the record. There was Pigs Will Pay, which was also left off the record. There was a 7-inch that was put out. One of the tracks was put on the first Fat Records compilation. So there were other tracks. The exact amount of tracks that were needed to replace some of my least favorite songs are ones that would have fit really nicely. But like you said, you take off Ska Sucks, and then you don't have that iconic bass riff that Danny Lore from Against All Authority can play at ska shows and draw everybody in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, Chris actually said on his podcast that they wanted those songs to be on the record and not Ska Sucks and Highly Celeste. So
yeah,
I think the sequencing that they wanted was the one that you wanted. So who knows what the legacy of the record would have been if they'd had gotten the record that they wanted.
I know it might have sold way less. truly possible that leaving those songs off the record could change the entire trajectory of how well that record did commercially. Because if you go on Fat Records' website, you can sort for best-selling albums on their website store to this day. And I think that How to Clean Everything is like the third or fourth ranked highest selling record in all
Wow.
Fat Records' entire recorded history. It still sells,
Now, so one thing Chris said on that podcast too, and I'm sure you've covered this in different ways on this podcast, is that some of the stuff that we're talking about in relation to these songs and the reaction to How to Clean Everything directly impact how he approached more rock, less talk, because he felt like he did not like the confusing messages on How to Clean Everything, and he didn't like how people were taking the songs in directions he didn't necessarily intend. So
yeah,
he felt like he wanted to make sure people understood exactly who Propagandhi were, exactly what they stood for, and there'd be no like confusion at all. And I think them putting gay positive and pro-feminism on the album cover was part of that campaign to be like, this is who we are. There's no misunderstanding who we are and what we're about.
Yeah, I love it. Well, Aaron, this has been a really nice little peek into the process. Was there anything else that rings your memory about the first edition, the second edition, the revision process, like what readers can expect to see from that chapter? Or do you think that we kind of did an okay overview of it?
I think we did a good overview, and I think like what I did for this chapter, it varies chapter to chapter, but I did for this chapter was I was able to sort of hone in on some holes or some areas that I felt like I kind of had to brush over for lack of information. Now I feel like the chapter reads much better and has like just a lot more detail, and I feel like you can really understand everything a lot better of like why the song was created, how it was intended, how it was misunderstood, and what its continued legacy is. Like to this day, I mean, actually somebody had told me that they feel like the Ska Sucks thing has been totally, everyone knows now, but I don't think that's the case. Like when I did a book event with Dan Ozzie in 2022 at Silver Sprocket in San Francisco, and at the end I was doing a little Q&A on my section, and he said, what's the song that did the most damage for ska in the 90s, and why is it Ska Sucks? And I laughed, and then I said, well, that song was never intended to mock ska. That wasn't its intention. And I don't think he knew that. And yeah. I explained the whole history of it, and I mean, although in a sense he's not totally wrong, I do think that's the legacy the song took on, and it became that sort of theme song to people who hated ska or thought it was funny to mock ska. Be like, ska sucks. That's the song.
I recently got to talk to John K. Sampson from Propagandhi for the only time that I'll ever likely talk to him for this podcast project. And he reiterated, he's like, back then we were really writing songs for 50 of our friends in these tiny clubs in Winnipeg. And then all of a sudden we're being signed by this record label in California because of opening up for NoFX one time, so the tininess of who these songs are originally meant to be heard by, it really is the immediate social circle of all the people that you can hear in the recording, in the live tracks from the Where Quantity Is Job Number 1 CD compilation, where they're calling out their friends by name from the stage. They're like, oh, LaPlante, come up here. They're talking to their friends from the stage on the floor. And that's who was meant to hear Ska Sucks, is like the people that are in that recording in Winnipeg in like 1990, 1991, 1992. So the tininess of the intended audience for these particular songs is absolutely hilarious when you think about it.
And also the other point that Chris had brought up in that same podcast episode is that they in no way expected this record to do well. How to Clean Everything, they were excited to get a little bit more of a budget than they had in the past, but they didn't think it would be this big thing. They didn't think it would be even a moderate thing. They just thought, we're going to get a record and we're going to put it out there and we're going to go tour. So they didn't in any way anticipate people all the punk scene and all the ska scene knowing this song, you know?
Yeah. Well, Aaron, what listeners on this podcast now can expect is another hour and 5 minutes of you and me talking about the second edition of the book for a conversation that we recorded yesterday for a totally different podcast where we go into your second edition book in a lot of detail. And I'm really delighted to bring this exclusive Propagandy section to this podcast, because to me, it's just like such an important piece of your book, because it's how I found you. It's how our friendship began. And I'm just really delighted that we were able to do this exclusive little section for this show only that isn't even going to be on the other interview. But since we did talk about your entire book for an hour and 5 minutes yesterday, the listeners on this podcast can just keep on hitting that play button and you'll get the entire rest of the conversation for the rest of the book. But Aaron, I mean, it's been a wonderful last 4 years, keeping in touch with you, watching In Defense of Ska, being a patron, getting the behind the scenes episodes that you do on Patreon is one of my favorite parts of my podcast refreshing activities. So I just love your show. I love what you and Adam are doing. Your guests are fantastic. You hit some of my childhood too, man. Talking so much about Link 80 and MU330. So if any listeners out there haven't listened to In Defense of Ska, just go scope out that guest list, because it's really going to rock you. But Aaron, do you have any other closing thoughts or suggestions for the exclusive Propagandy section of this interview?
Too hot for the other network.
It is. It's too hot.
No, I think that you and I had a great interview that they're about to listen to, but I'll say at the top of it, in case they don't feel like listening to the whole thing, that my book is available to be pre-ordered right now at clashbooks.com. Just go to the books tab and it should be right there. Follow In Defense of Ska at In Defense of Ska on all social media platforms. And check out the podcast.
Aaron, what's your favorite social media platform for the podcast right now?
I guess I used to be Twitter, back when it was Twitter, but now I think I'm more about Instagram at this point. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, folks, we're going to go into the next hour and 5 minutes of me and Aaron talking one day prior to the section we are recording now. Thank you so much for listening, and please keep going on this episode. We talk about the book in great detail. Go check out In Defense of Ska, second edition, and you get to learn about it right now. Aaron, thanks so much for joining Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandy.
Thank you.
You guys listen to ska and shit? Yeah. That shit sucks. Like, it is terrible. Like, fuck. Fuck. A message to you, Rudy. Fuck you, Rudy! Ska Sucks. Ska Revival is a cool, you stupid fuck.
Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Aaron, I'm wondering if you can just spend a moment and introduce yourself a little bit to the listeners out there so they know
Sure.
who you are and what you do.
My name's Aaron Carnes. I've been a music journalist since about 2009. In 2021, I released a book called In Defense of Ska. I guess you could say I wrote it because I've been a long time ska fan and I've been a long time music journalist. And I think through the course of being a music journalist, I really got a good sense of how dismissed ska was. And I think I just really made me want to, give ska like a proper book and stuff. when I a few months before the book was released, I started a podcast called In Defense of Ska. Its intention was primarily to promote the book. And, a lot of it was probably driven by the fact that we were in a pandemic and I didn't really know A, how to promote a book, but also B, how to promote a book while not being able to go places physically. So I decided on a podcast. I took a podcast class.
What? Oh my gosh, amazing.
Which I don't think was super helpful. Although I think the one thing that was helpful for is the intro, the format that we have, I got from that class. It was like a little bit of music, me doing this sort of like introduction, Adam and I chit-chatting a little bit, and then go into the interview. I kind of got that from the class. And it's funny because now I listen to like more podcasts than I did back then. And I see like, oh, a lot of people actually don't do it that way. They're actually like, hey, they bullshit for like 10 minutes and then they talk. And I'm like, I don't like that. I like, tell me what the episode's about and jump into the episode. And so I guess the money I paid for that podcast class was worth it for that. Our first episode, it'll already be out by the time this episode's out, but our first episode with our new network, Consequence, is dropping in a few days, and like we like retooled our intro a little bit too.
Oh, cool!
Just to even kind of more hone in on that sort of professional. I guess it's what's interesting is the podcast is it is free form, interview, but it's like a middle ground between being very structured and being like letting a conversation go where it needs to go, because I have very, very like detailed outline of where I want it to go. And I have an arc in mind, and I have a pretty clear intro setup, but stuff still goes in chaotic directions too. So
Aaron, let's chat about some ska here real quick.
Yes.
You're also a musician. You played drums in a band called Flat Planet in the 90s. And, you were on some compilations and did some touring and did some roadieing. But, I'm curious about what your earliest memories of ska are. Like, take me back to like kind of the very beginning of your origin in this genre of music that you've spent your life documenting.
The first time that I was aware of something called ska was in 92 when I went and saw Skank and Pickle play at a venue in Santa Clara, California called One Step Beyond. I don't know exactly why I went there. I feel like someone I knew, because I was into underground music and punk and like the funk metal stuff. So somebody cued me in on like, oh, check out this band, Skank Pickle. They were basically local. I mean, I lived in Gilroy. They were from like San Jose, Los Gatos, which is about a half hour apart. And I was totally blown away. Full horn section, the style of music I didn't really understand anything about, but also they played like every style. They played reggae, funk, punk, all that stuff. But I was like a fan. I was sold. I was on board. I did a deep dive like immediately, and I just kind of shifted my interest towards ska. But the funny thing is, and this is something that I've like realized more in like the last like 3 or 4 years. I don't know why it took me this long to realize it, but I was already a fan of Fishbone. Mm-hmm. And I was a fan of Mr. Bungle, their first record. And both of, Fishbone, obviously they played a lot of ska. I mean, they played a lot of other stuff too. And they often weren't like necessarily called ska. They were called alternative, particularly in the 90s. So I didn't really think about Fishbone having like these different styles that they were playing. It was just like, it's Fishbone. They're just crazy, right? And then Mr. Bungle, same thing. Like I loved that first record so much when it came out. I just thought it was like, okay, they're going to this like crazy carousel sections. That's how I thought of it. But now it's like, I realize those are ska sections. They were playing ska. And we even interviewed Trevor Dunn, the bassist, recently. And we went into detail about their ska history and them falling in love with Fishbone and being really into like Bad Manners and Oingo Boingo. So, I mean, it was intentional. It wasn't, it really is very legitimate, like ska stuff happening on that first record. So I just think back at how funny it was that I was already into this music. Just, I had no language for it or understand it as a separate genre until that Skank and Pickle show.
For me, my first memories of ska would definitely be, Real Big Fish, Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, partially, no doubt, Sublime. watching MTV and VH1 in 1994, 1995, like that kind of era. The impression that I get music video from Mighty Mighty Boss Tones stands out hugely in my mind. Same with the Sublime videos, and then Sellout by Real Big Fish. So these things, and my first ever show ever in my whole life was Blink-182 on the Dude Ranch tour with Travis Barker playing drums for the Aquabats, who opened for Blink-182 in February of 1998. So for me, I got ska immediately in my first ever live show. So I mean, it's a pretty important thing whenever I think about the history, my own history within music as well as a fan.
Yeah. How old are you? Because you're a little younger than me, so you kind of came to ska more as it was a mainstream genre, right?
Yes, I just turned 40 in November of 2023. So I was, 14 years old, seeing that Blink-182 Aquabats show in '98, and my dad took me and my two friends. So I was there. I saw Travis Barker in the Baron Von Tito costume back there ripping it up for the Aquabats.
Yeah, I'm 48, so I think that my book and my podcast reflects my experience a little bit more, and that's that I came to ska while it was an underground genre, and got really into it as it was growing away from the mainstream, and then watched it become a mainstream genre and had very negative feelings about that. So, but I imagine, a lot of people I talk to that are your age, they come to ska through it as a mainstream genre, and then they dig deeper. And so a lot of them feel like, well, yeah, there's better bands than XYZ that were on the radio, but if it wasn't for these bands, I wouldn't have discovered the other stuff. And so, and I can kind of understand that. And it's kind of like opened up my own perspective about the role that ska being a mainstream genre has had.
Oh, totally. And for me, another huge one is Time Bomb by Rancid, and then realizing that Rancid used to be Operation Ivy.
Yeah.
So for me, like that 1994, 1995, that window is so important for me. And I'm sure that if there's anybody out there who's 40 who knows ska like me, that's probably their exact same entry point as well. So that's pretty cool to think about, just the differences in your experience and mine, and how we're
exactly
eight years apart, and just seeing that little differential. I love it. So, there are people out there who might be listening to this conversation who have only listened to ska, maybe only heard one or two ska songs in their life. Most likely the ones that they can think of would be the impression that I get by the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, and maybe a No Doubt song or a Sublime song. And I'm wondering if you can just give a sort of a potted description, for lack of a better term, of the waves of ska that happened since its origin. Kind of like tell listeners about a little bit about the fluctuation throughout time.
Great. I love this question because I have a different perspective than I think is sort of the common narrative about the waves. And also, I'll say this, I use the term ska pretty liberally, but ska I think of more as like a major genre category, like rock or jazz. So much about ska is about its subgenres, and it all falls within that ska sort of major category. But when we're speaking about ska, what it really is, when ska is ska, just like it is Jamaican ska from late 1950s to early 60s. That is ska. It is a form of music that predates rocksteady and predates reggae. It incorporated a lot of different things, like it incorporated jazz and incorporated American R&B, particularly like the New Orleans, kind of the grittier version of R&B, and mento, which is sort of more like a folk music from Jamaica. So these elements sort of kind of like organically created Jamaican ska. And it had an upbeat sound. It wasn't like particularly political the way reggae became, and it wasn't so like love stricken the way rocksteady was, but it also sort of evolved at a time when Jamaica was had its independence. So I'm sure that sort of impacted its joyful sound, its dancey sound. But Jamaica's a land where something comes up and they move on to something different, and that's been the story of ska. So everything that we think of and we're talking about that's not Jamaican ska, I call it, I don't really call it this publicly, but I think of it as ska revival, because it all stems from two-tone ska, which is from late 70s England. The Specials, the Selector, Madness, these bands, primarily the Selector, if you're looking at the real origin, and Jerry Dammers, the keyboard player, they were consciously taking these old ska records from like the 60s that were out and around at record stores, in England, and they were deliberately like mixing them with the punk and the alternative and post-punk music that was happening in England at that particular time. It was something that was very thought about, like let's, initially the Specials were trying to mix reggae and punk, because reggae was very popular and punk, both of these things were very political and they were very popular. Reggae was popular with punks, and they just couldn't really make the energy of these sounds work together. And so Jerry was like, let's go back further and mix it with ska and rocksteady and early skinhead reggae. And that's basically what you have with the Specials and sort of the ska revival scene, is that conscious effort. And, let's be political. Let's be very political. Let's address what's happening right now in England, which a lot of the music does. Some of the stuff, you listen to two-tone ska stuff and you're like, yes, I know exactly what they're talking about, and I feel it. Some of it, you're like, what are they talking about? Because they were addressing very specific issues of their time and place. So a lot of people like to call that second wave, and then they say third wave. It was 90s ska. I think this is where I feel like we need to depart on the common narrative, because I see it as ska revival. And what ska revival did was it birthed a whole new global sort of ska movement, if you will. And within that movement, you see all sorts of subgenres being birthed. And it's all happening, it's all happening at once, really. I mean, yes, a little bit later you see ska core and other things like that, but really people are taking ska. Two-tone has shown people that you could sort of mix ska with other things, and they're just taking it in every direction, because it's been the new established version of ska, because Jamaican ska really wasn't something that spread globally to the extent that two-tone ska did. Two-tone ska got all over the world. It was very, very popular in England. It was top 40 music. Tapes and CDs found their way all over the planet. In the US, it was wasn't that big. It was kind of a culty thing, but people in America, in New York and LA, that just like love weird British stuff, they ate it up. Yeah. And a lot of those people started bands, and they kind of created scenes in their own cities. And, it took a while before it like really caught on in the US.
Something that I love that you just said is the you mentioned like ska core and things like that, and the way that it branches out. Like I remember seeing one of my first shows was like the Toasters in like the early 2000s, and Big D and the Kids Table was opening up. So like I was seeing this generational divide between like this like late 70s sound from New York City mixed with like what came later. And I love the way that the worlds kind of blended right before my very eyes, if that makes sense,
Yeah. So like some important bands from my point of view in terms of their different takes on ska were like Fishbone, obviously, who played a lot more ska in the 80s than they did in the 90s. They introduced like this concept of like really you can play everything with ska, and they were so good at every genre that it worked well. In Argentina, you had Los Fabulosos Cadillacs, who really kind of were one of the first like bands in Latin America to play ska and mix those elements with it, and they went on to be a really big band by the 90s. Operation Ivy, obviously, they were punks first, and they kind of showed that ska could be played by punks and be treated as a punk subgenre, even though it isn't. But they treated it like that. Tokyo Ska Paradise Orchestra started in the late 80s in Japan. They mixed all kinds of really cool elements with ska, and they're a level of musicianship that I've never seen of any ska band ever. Like I saw them last year at Supernova, and it was mind-blowing. Like they were perfect. Everything was absolutely perfect. Hepcat kind of drew on traditional ska. The Busters from Germany, they kind of did like kind of skinhead reggae ska stuff. Suicide Machines, Against All Authority were like a great ska or a great punk ska band. Mighty Mighty Boss Tones like mixed hardcore metal ska. I could go on and on and on, but my point is like, this is not a singular line. This is like a web that blew up from Two Tone ultimately. I mean, yes, some of these bands start later than others, and Fishbone is a huge, very influential band on everything that came after it. But ultimately, ska just kind of went in every direction. So that's why I don't really like to say third wave, because it didn't really happen like a wave. It happened like, and it's, it's still the case today. Like, there's new bands forming, and what is informing their style of ska? It could be anything. And, more bands now mix ska with emo, for instance, which wasn't a big thing in the 90s, but, a lot of them grew up when ska and emo were both a thing. And so now that's their sort of ingredients. Now, the thing about all this is like, what happened in the 90s in like 95 to 97 or so was Real Big Fish, Save Ferris, Less Than Jake, Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, Goldfinger, these bands got on the radio. These bands sort of came to represent ska. But they're primarily bands that are mixing pop, punk, and ska. So it's a very singular perspective of ska. And I think that was good for marketing to kids in the 90s on MTV, but it's bad for people who think of ska as like, well, it's just this one thing, and it's like kind of a superficial thing.
Yeah. I mean, without my friend who dug into it a little bit more deeply, I never would have discovered Moon Records, for example. I had one friend who got really into it because he played bass, and he was like really amazed by the bass playing in some of the ska that he was listening to. So he kept digging into it, found this entirely other world. And then you had things like Hellcat Records start to put out records by bands like, Dave Hilliard and the Rocksteady Seven and Hepcat and bands like that. So, it's a really interesting way that it found people like me who were very into the NoFX, Bad Religion, Pennywise world, and then the way that ska infiltrated. Because when I found the Suicide Machines, Destruction by Definition, and Battle Hymns, and Link 80 on Asian Man Records, like those were the sounds with the speed and the tempo and the aggression that looped in the ska that made me see like, oh, these worlds are so much more blended than I ever gave them credit for. And that's really what drew me in, is finding the bands that had the speed and the aggression that I was used to and sought out, but then seeing those other record labels that kind of bridged that gap for me. I loved it.
Hellcat's so interesting because that's Tim Armstrong's label, and Tim Armstrong with Rancid, they had Time Bomb, huge hit, one of the major sort of ska studio. It's a subsidiary of Epitaph. Every single ska record that was released on Hellcat is awesome.
Yeah,
and none of them were mainstream.
the Gadgets, that Gadgets record that came out, holy smokes, unbelievable. Well, Aaron, you're on the second edition now of In Defense of Ska, the book, right? I have here's my first edition right here, with the original cover with the Gilman Street, and I even have a signed copy that I got whenever the book first came out. And looking back over the 3 years since the first edition of this book came out, I'm wondering what like some of your fondest memories of putting all the pieces of the book together are. Like, if you're feeling reflective and nostalgic as you move towards the next iteration and edition of the book, what are you looking back on as some of your fondest memories of getting it all together in the first place?
For the first edition or the second edition?
Well, we can do the first edition first, and then if you want to talk about the second, we can.
Well, my fondest memory of putting the first edition together was getting to go to Mexico. I went to Mexico it would be 2019. So I'd been working on a chapter about ska scene in Mexico. Actually, where that started was you go back to 2015. I had written an article for Playboy about LA's Latino ska scene. And I was aware of that because Eddie from Voodoo Glow Skulls told me about it. He's like, I was talking to him at Gilman. We're friends, we know each other okay. And he was just telling me, he's like, you'd be blown away if you see what's going on in East LA right now. it's out of control. It's so big, and they have their own bands, like local bands, and they're doing super well. They have these big festivals there,
Is it
and I was
Ska
like,
Wars Festival?
yeah, Ska Wars.
Awesome.
And so he told me that, and the thing about Voodoo is that since they're a primarily Latino band from Riverside, they're not like, that wasn't their scene per se, but they all love Voodoo, and they all kind of made them sort of an honorary member of that scene.
Yeah.
And they also, a fun fact about Voodoo Glow Skulls, they released an all Spanish version of their second record.
Yeah, is it
Ferme.
Baila de los Locos?
No. The first record, Ferme, they just released a Spanish version of Ferme. Like, so that was their first record on Epitaph, right?
Yeah.
And then like, it was like 95, I think. And so then the next year, 96, they's like, here's the Spanish version. But like, you didn't really see that. Like, you didn't see like Spanish punk or Spanish alternative kind of hitting that market at all. I mean, even like Oso Motley didn't like put out their first record for a few years after that. So that's a little sidebar. Yeah. So anyways, like I kind of looked into a little bit more, and I had like a connection at Playboy. I had just started writing, freelancing there, and I pitched the article to the editor. He's like, that sounds awesome. And I went down to Ska Wars, and it was like, yeah, I would say about 3,000 people. It was at a park in East LA, very DIY, but huge. I'd never seen a local DIY scene just so vibrant. And like, the thing that really struck me about it was that it was really filled with young people. It wasn't a bunch of old people who grew up with this music and they're still supporting it 20 years later. But, I mean, bless the old people like myself that do that. It was a bunch of young people, and they were so into it, and they knew all the lyrics to these local bands, and they were just dancing like crazy. Anyways, I'm working on my book a couple of years later, and I'm like, well, I gotta have a chapter about that scene and go deeper into that scene. It's so cool. And I'm talking to Clemente Ruiz, who's like the main person who I interviewed for the article. And by the way, Clemente told me when that article came out, I was like, you're the first person to cover this scene that really got it right, And I was like, I feel so honored that you say that. I mean, I'm not from that area, but I guess I understand. Maybe it's because I understand ska, so maybe that's why. So I was starting to interview him again for the book, and he's like, you gotta go to Mexico. You got to see what's happening in Mexico, because it is crazy in Mexico. There's festivals happening in Mexico City with like 20,000 plus people, and I'm like, okay, I'm down. Let's go.
I'm going.
Yeah. So he's like, I'll let you know when there's like a good festival coming up. And so, I'm working, I'm getting my book done. It's actually getting close to when I need to turn in my book. And so he's like, okay, so there's this festival in Oaxaca. It's not the epicenter of the scene, but a lot of the primary bands are playing there. So I would recommend you just go to that one. It's not the 20,000 people at Mexico City shows, but you're going to get a sense of it. And I was like, okay. So I brought my friend Alex, who was the singer for my band in the 90s. And we went. It was at like this football field. There was like two stages, one on either side. There was probably like 10,000, maybe 8 to 10,000 people there. And like,
jeez,
because of Clemente, he got me, he talked to them and like got me so I can go backstage and talk to the bands and everything. And I'm talking to like this organizer guy there, and he's like, this is kind of small, but it's our first time doing this. So hopefully we'll get a little momentum and kind of make this a little bigger. I was like, this is small. Are you serious?
Man, so you got to do some travel, have some unexpected experiences. Were those experiences like in East LA and Mexico pretty shocking for you to just see like how vibrant the genre was still going in certain parts of the world that a lot of people aren't paying attention to?
Yeah, I mean, at this point I'm kind of used to it, but yeah, at the time I think it was surprising. And I think what's interesting about it, the thing that struck me the most about it is like, you go to different countries, you go to different areas, there's different cultures, but it's like kind of the same. Like kids are, they dance a little different, but it's kind of the same, the similar energy, the way they're dressing, kind of the way they're acting at a show. It's like, it really kind of like being in Mexico really made me realize how it's like, we all love the same thing. Like kids in Mexico at these shows, me as a kid going to these shows, like we're getting the same thing out of it. Like it really does it is like this universal thing.
Yeah. Let's dive into a little bit of details about the second edition. I'm wondering what was cool or challenging specifically about doing a second edition of a book, because doing a first edition of a book is hard enough in and of itself. Revisiting, updating, revising something that's been out for a couple of years has got to be just a brand new kind of challenge, and I'm just curious about what that was like for you.
I would say my biggest challenge with this was knowing if this was the right place to put my energy, and wondering where the line is. Like, am I putting too much time into this? Am I going a little too obsessive with this? Like, some of those thoughts were definitely kind of in the back of my mind as I was moving forward, because I ended up going kind of deep into how I revised it. Like, I mean, some people might be like, I gave it a new copy edit, and I added a thing at the end, new edition, new cover. That might be how most people approach it. I didn't approach it that way. I approached it I went through and I re-edited every single chapter, and I looked into each chapter and I said, is there anything missing that I can add? And in some cases I added a section, and in some cases I added a sentence. You know what I mean? I went a little overboard with it. I might do a new interview for a section because I'm like, this could really use this. And then I wrote this whole extra chapter at the end, which is kind of a long chapter, but it's really like a collection of chapters. But I just called it one chapter. And overall, there's like 30,000 more words in this book than the first edition. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, you just really reignited my excitement, because all I've seen from this book so far, you sent me the digital edition, but it doesn't have the same, power if you hold a first edition book and then you have the second edition in your hand right next to it to kind of like give them the physical comparison. So you just reignited my curiosity in edition number 2, because this was my summer beach book when the first edition came out. I read this on the beach overlooking Lake Erie, just south of Buffalo, in the middle of the summer, and it was my beach read, so I'm excited because I'll have a new beach read for the summer of 2024 where I reinvestigate my ska knowledge.
One of the funny things about it is, like, I went through and like each, all the chapters, like I was saying, and I would kind of think about it and research, or maybe set up some interviews, or maybe I would dig deep in some articles and fill out some stuff. But also what's going on at the same time is I'm doing this podcast.
Yeah.
And every episode of the podcast I'm doing is expanding my knowledge. And sometimes it directly affects oh, this chapter here, I just talked to so-and-so, and he really kind of broadened my understanding of this specific thing I wrote about. And that would inform, and I would just use that. I would just be like, oh, okay, so here I could fill out this section a little bit more. And maybe I'd talk to that person and be like, hey, I'm doing this, or do you have anything else to add? And it worked out great. But it also led to a couple really funny little additions. Because the podcast, we bring on so many people outside of ska. And every once in a while, they have such an interesting little take on the scene. So I used a quote, and with their permission, I used a quote from John Darnielle.
Yep.
And I used a quote from Kyle Kinane.
Nice.
I would never have reached out to these people to get an interview for this book. It would make no sense, but they had a couple funny quotes that I just felt were so good. So with John Darnielle, I did have a chapter where I'm going down the list of like, this is what's happening in the 90s when ska's blowing up in the mainstream. And I'm kind of listing out the bands who are blowing up, what their singles were, blah, blah, blah. John Darnielle on our episode had a really great quote about Goldfinger's song Superman. So
nice. Love that
I used his quote for that. And then with Kyle Kinane, he came from Chicago. He grew up going to Fireside. He grew up going to slapstick shows. And he had like a really funny quote about how Fireside Bowl, where all the punk shows was like this little tiny space with no stage and everybody crowded in there. And he had he went on this whole rant about how like he always felt worried, like a mother, like someone was going to hit their face with the trombone and blah, blah, blah. So I used that quote. in there too. It was just like add a little color, but it's like it must be really funny if someone reading it, they're like, oh, here's the story of Slapstick and a Fireside, and here's a quote from Kyle Kinane for some random reason.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I've been to Fireside myself, and it's a really bizarre place. If anybody out there listening ever goes to Chicago and you're on Fullerton in Chicago and you see the Fireside Bowl, you should go in there and try to process having massive punk shows there, because it's such a bizarre space to have shows. But for anybody out there listening who doesn't know who John Darnielle is, he's a best-selling novelist and also the singer and songwriter for a band called the Mountain Goats, which are extremely prolific. And Kyle Kinane is a very funny comedian. So definitely some nice little shout-outs there. So you mined the podcast interviews for additions to the book?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't sit and listen to every episode, but I sent and like went through, my feed, and I was like, okay, this person, what did we talk about in this episode? And I would kind of think about it, and I maybe scrub through it, and I'd be like, oh, okay, there's some stuff here, and I literally went through each episode, at least considering what would be potentially helpful.
That is amazing, because at 180 episodes or so of the podcast now, with many more in the works, you have a gold mine of information that you could have drawn from for this book. So I'm just delighted to hear that you did, because the podcast is an entity in and of itself that is like just so complimentary of the book that so like seeing the podcast as well, it's like, wow, this is so deep.
Thank you. Yeah.
Something that stands out to me a lot as a genre is how representative of society so much of ska actually is. The book is extremely diverse. It's multiracial. It's varied in sexual orientation throughout the book. And, growing up going to punk shows in the 90s and early 2000s, a lot of ska is very much in stark contrast to the 90s punk that I remember growing up and seeing. And ska and punk were so much in tandem, and I would like see punk bands like, preaching like unity and things like that from the stage. But then when you look at who is on stage at punk shows, like I would go see a 5-band bill and it would be all white, all male for the entire night. Ska seems different. And I'm wondering if you have any specific comments in relation to my observations about the diversity within ska. I don't care if you talk about how it compares to punk, but I'm curious about your observations of that as well after having done all this research for the book and the podcast.
Well, I'll say the first thing that struck me about that Skank and Pickle show wasn't necessarily that. I mean, Skank and Pickle was a band that had an Asian American male as one of the main singers, and then their guitarist was an openly gay woman. That wasn't the first thing that struck me about the band. What struck me first was that the audience was diverse, and by diverse I mean like came from different worlds. Like you'd see metalheads, you'd see kind of weird hippies, you'd see all kinds of people. Like I think seeing how welcoming ska was and how like there wasn't this sort of like uniform, and this was true for ska punk. We can get into a discussion about what the traditional ska scene was like in the 90s, and that's a little different. But the ska punk scene in the 90s was like super welcoming and like very inviting, and kind of like in contrast to some of the other shows I'd been to that were kind of scary. Like I was really into Primus, and their audience was kind of scary. Like, I don't know why exactly that's the case, because it's kind of, since they're such a weird, goofy band, but it was like they were it was intimidating as like as a little kid, who wasn't violent or didn't have like this violent urge that you needed to express. I was like, I love this music, but God, I feel weird being here. Being at the ska shows were like not like that at all. It didn't feel violent. It didn't feel aggressive. It didn't feel like gatekeepy at all. It was just like everyone's welcome. It's fun. It's kind. People, you were making friends with people just because they were there. I don't know. So I would say that was the first thing that struck me about ska, going to ska in like the early mid 90s. In terms of diversity, I mean, I think, I understand a lot more about the diversity now. And I think I began to understand that more as I was becoming a fan, is that if you look at the bands and you look at the audience and you compare that to other genres of that time, there were more people of color in those bands and in the audience than there were in a lot of other like rock oriented alternative subgenres at that time. I mean, like I said earlier, Skank and Pickle, Mike Park was an Asian American man. There wasn't a lot of like Asian American people in punk really at the time. Lynette was an open lesbian, and I grew up in a Christian home. I didn't have much experience with interacting with or gay people, I guess. And the church I grew up with, the church I grew up in was very homophobic, very anti-gay. And while I wouldn't say I was committed to those ideas, I definitely probably had negative biases as a young person, having been grown up that way. But I know having been a fan of Skank and Pickle and having become friends with them and getting to know Lynette, I'm sure that factored in hugely to me seeing homophobia as a very bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah, if I've talked about this on one of my other podcasts a lot, but if I hadn't found certain songs that framed social issues in a particular way, it's very, very likely that I would have gone down a really dark path because of some of the friendship groups that I was associated with in middle school who were into some of the darker aspects of like what was going on in metal, for example, so I credit music so much for helping me learn about stuff like that in the world. It really opened my eyes in ways that school teachers never really were capable of,
Yeah, me too. I mean, not only was going to ska shows, but also, going to DIY punk shows, and sort of when I was doing Flat Planet, being part of that sort of DIY punk scene, because we would do tours and play these like basement shows, and you would get to meet all these people in these scenes in different cities. That like exposed me to like a totally different world than this very religious home that I grew up in. And what's interesting is that it took me until I was in my early 20s before I had like confronted the fact that I was not a Christian. I kind of existed in this space for a while where I was like, I guess I'm Christian, but whatever. And I was a little bit loosey-goosey with it. But I felt like when I was in my early 20s, I had to confront it. I had to sort of decide, do I believe this? Is this who I am or not? And one of those things I felt like kind of came to my head was the idea that I did not feel anything negative towards people who were homosexual, and that I was consistently told that I was supposed to. And even though I'm a straight man, I'm not personally, like, it's not something part of my personal identity, but I felt so perturbed by that particular point of view that I just felt like I can't buy into this.
Yeah, it resonates. You mentioned cities. I grew up in St. Louis, a city with a rich ska past. Some of the bands that I was, exposed to where we had an unexpectedly strong ska scene were obviously the mighty MU330, Orange Tree, who derived from MU330, a band called the Rabies, also that splintered off of MU330, but also smaller bands, Fat Cactus, Jimmy Got Hustled, The Scholars, Murder City Players, Radioactive Bananas, Secret Cajun Band. There was a lot in St. Louis. And so, I'm sure that you found some places that probably had some unexpected surprises as well. You've already mentioned East LA and the unexpected surprises there, and in Mexico. Were there any other cities that you kind of dug into where, because we had a ska festival, Ska-O-Rama, every year at Casa Loma Ballroom. I'm wondering if you had any unexpected surprises as far as like really cool ska scenes in the country that stand out to you.
One city that I was totally unaware of having such a vibrant ska scene before I started my book is Long Island. I have no connection to Long Island. I grew up in California, but I did a chapter on Jeff Rosenstock, discussing his ska roots, and I also
Arrogant Sons of Bitches, right?
Arrogant Sons of Bitches. And I also did there's a section in a different chapter where I'm talking about, people having ska roots, people that are not ska, that have ska roots, and how that's been dealt with in culture, right? So one of the main people I interviewed for that chapter was Dan Deacon, who is like became a pretty popular, pretty cool, like electronic artist. But he played in a ska band for a number of years before that called Channel 59. So
Nice.
Which was awesome. Anyways, both of these people are from Long Island. And so I inadvertently was learning about Long Island scene through trying to set up Jeff Rosenstock's ska years and through setting up Dan Deacon's ska years. And I dove a little deeper into that with the second edition, just seeing how many people brought it up on the podcast. Like if they came from that area, it's like, oh, Long Island was amazing. They had a venue called Deja One where it was just like ska shows every week. They had like these sort of different generations of ska bands. Like what is the main Scofflaws were like one of the older bands, and they're a very cool band. Kind of, I don't know if I would call them, they're not really traditional, but it's definitely more recognizably jazzy ska stuff, right? And they were around the scene. Those are like guys that started in the late 80s. But then you have bands like, Jeff's band or Channel 59 and all these other bands too, who are like kind of like Crazy Kid Energy. And they're all kind of sort of coexisting together. Brian Diaz from Edna's Goldfish. That's another band from that scene, that era. So anyways, I learned all about that scene. There's a guy named Sean McCabe who was in a band called Premarital Sax, who I've become friends with. Yeah, I know. Best ska pun band name ever. No, he's a friend, and he like really, for the second edition, he just like gave me the details about Long Island scene, so I could really fill it in for mostly the Dan Deacon chapter. That was pretty fun. That's fun to find that stuff out, because you always hear Orange County is the one you always hear about because that's where like a lot of the bands that blew up came from, and it was a vibrant scene. But those scenes existed all over the country.
I love it. You mentioned friends too, and this book has led to some new friendships for you. I know, for example, I never would have found you if you had not written a chapter about Chris Hanna and the band Propaganda from Winnipeg, Manitoba, writing a song called Ska Sucks, which you featured in the chapter. So I know you've made other friendships as well. One of my favorite chapters in the book is the way you incorporate a fan from Germany. A very cool story about a fan in Germany who collects obscure ska demos from the 90s. And that story has stuck with me since the first day I read the book, because to me, the way that you tie in fans is so important, because it's like an exemplary way of non-gatekeeping, right? Not only do you talk to people in bands, not only do you talk to people who have record labels, but you talk to people who just love the music. And, I'm wondering about some of your favorite relationships or opportunities that you've managed to cultivate for relationships stemming directly from, making the book, doing the podcast. What are some of your favorite like friendships?
Well, like my story is like a fan story. I mean, I did play in a band.
You're it. Yeah.
I was a fan of Skank and Pickle, and I started writing fan letters to them. And the person who dealt with fan letters in Skank and Pickle was Mike Park. And so him and I became friends through me first writing letters saying, I love you guys. But I also, I went out of my way to write weird fan letters because I had this assumption that they're getting all these letters and like, they probably don't read them or they probably throw them away. So I got to stand out somehow. And so I just wrote these crazy letters, and they went on for pages. And then Mike at one point, he would write back, but then at one point he's like, give me a call. Here's my phone number. And we started talking on the phone. We started hanging out, but he later told me that the reason he gave me his phone number is because he didn't want to have to read my long letters.
Amazing.
But yeah, I mean, otherwise I would say like, I've gotten to know, I would say the people that I have interviewed for the book or the podcast that I've become friends with in a more meaningful way are almost always like the ska bands. We bring on people outside of ska and super friendly interviews and that kind of stuff. And I might chat with them here and there a little bit outside of the interview. Like we had John Ross Bowie on the show from Big Bang Theory. And I've chatted with him a little bit since the interview, like when we did Bill Stevenson. Bill Stevenson came on the podcast, and he had this whole thing about where he has this whole stretch that he does, and he sent
Yeah.
us a video after the fact showing us the stretch.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I was like, I bet John would love this because he's a big like pop punk fan. And I sent it to him, and he laughed, and we talked about it for a little bit. But that kind of stuff, that's friendly. But like the ska bands, like whether I knew them back in the day or kind of knew them back in the day or didn't know them at all back in the day, we're all becoming like much better friends. Like the guys from Mustard Plug, for instance, like pretty good friends with them now. But I didn't really know them personally back then. I was just a fan back then.
Yeah.
And I think they all like really respect what I'm doing and what Adam and I are doing with the podcast.
Well, let's talk about Adam. The podcast just started before the book came out, as you mentioned, taking on a life of its own. Adam Davis, your co-host, was the guitarist in one of my all-time favorite bands, Link 80, and now is the singer for the almighty Omnigon, whose record No Faith I have right here from Bad Time Records, an amazing record label doing fantastic ska right now, and I've got it on very gorgeous blue vinyl. Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Adam Davis doing the podcast, because it's so special. When I listen to the podcast, it's like, here's my time with you guys, and it means a lot for listeners.
Well, we first met in high school. He's a couple years younger than me, and I don't remember specifically how we met. He says that we met at a Cure show, which I know I remember him. I remember him being at the Cure show, and I remember talking to him. I don't remember if that was, in fact, the first time we met, but we'll just take Adam's word for it. That's when the first time we met. Cure played at a San Jose. God, it was this gigantic arena. I had no idea the Cure were that big. This was right when they had that right when Wish came out. So yeah, everyone that I knew that was into cool music was at that show. So Adam and I apparently met at that show, and we were, I don't know that we were close friends. We were within the group of people that were friends or friendly with each other. He and I started a band after Flat Planet called Fashion Police, which was a bit of a reaction to band stuff. It was like we're going to make a band do just weird songs and just be a little bit on the performance art side of things, be confrontational, have no intention of making this band be anything. It was kind of like a cathartic outlet for us. And we tapped Adam to be in the band as the guitarist. And I don't remember after that. I know we kept in touch. We eventually started our own band, like in 2008 or 2009, called Narboots, which was kind of similar. It was more, but it was done in a less like aggressive way. It was like kind of confrontational and kind of like weird and theatrical. We did that for right up until about 2018. We haven't really done anything since. He started doing Omnigon, and I was really heavy into my book, so I just kind of didn't really have a lot of time, and there hasn't been much like impetus to start again, although we do talk about it every once in a while. But definitely through the Narboots years, him and I became like much closer friends, and to the point where we now like jokingly refer to the podcast as like the new season of Narboots.
Perfect. Well, if I can blow your mind here real quick, I don't know if you know that I have this, but I have 1 of 5 of the Narboots test pressings.
Wow.
Here is my number 3 of 5 test pressing from Narboots' album titled Album. And it's signed by Mike Park with my little certificate of authenticity. But I have the Narboots 1 of the 5 test pressings that I got directly from Mike a couple of years ago. So there's my mind-blowing Narboots edition. And I knew I had to have that ready because I knew that Narboots was going to come up, and I was like, I got to show Aaron I have the test pressing.
That's amazing. The funny thing is that album is like basically just punk rock songs, right?
It's great. Yeah, I just listened to it today. I had this test pressing on no more than 2 hours ago in my house. And, I just had to tell you, I had to show you that because I knew you'd love it.
but the band, like, pretty much after that became an electronic band.
Yeah.
Like, we just would play electronic backing tracks on our iPod, and we would sing, Adam and I with our long extended mics. I don't know. We didn't want to go wireless for whatever reason. And, we would sing in the audience. But yeah, we moved away from actual guitar, bass, drum, punk, pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, my favorite episodes, I've listened to not all, but many, many, many of your episodes. And I just wanted to tell you some of my favorite podcast episodes. So if anybody out there is listening, is curious, where do I start with In Defense of Ska? Here's my personal list. Anything involving Mike Park is wonderful. The episode with Matt Bettinelli-Olpin from Link 80, who is also now a major Hollywood director who is attached to the Scream franchise. That episode was amazing. Barry Johnson from Joyce Manor, loved it. Steve Choi from RX Bandits. Brendan Kelly from Slapstick, the Lawrence Arms, and the Broadways. Kamala Parks, who is an absolutely legendary figure in punk and venue management and booking and everything that people might not know. Reed Walcott.
And Kamala is like a really important name in terms of the history of Gilman specifically. I should add that in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Reed Walcott, We Are the Union. Laura Jane Grace from Against Me. Jay Navarro from the Suicide Machines. Dan Pothass from MU330. Brad Logan from Leftover Crack. Angelo Moore, who I know was most likely an insanely special interview for you, considering your adoration and love of Fishbone. Rory from the Impossibles, Rory Phillips from the Impossibles and the Stereo, who went on to come on my podcast after coming on your podcast. But a few more that I really love is the Blue Meanies, John Darnielle, Beto and Soundclash, Joe Gittleman, Dan Ozzie, and this one, the Abrupters from Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, your neighbors.
Because they are my neighbors. I love the Abrupters from Buffalo.
And we mentioned you. Yeah.
And I get talked about on that podcast. Yeah. It was an amazing story. And so those are some of my favorite. And I'm wondering if you had any other ones that you're like, off the top of my head, these are a few of my favorites that I'm just like so blown away that I got to do.
Well, Fred Armisen is a guest that we've had. That was pretty amazing. It was really amazing just how friendly and gracious he was.
Yeah.
And he did not rush us. We did a long interview. We did some bonus stuff for that too. And he was totally fine with that. That was a fun interview. One of my all-time favorites, and it's kind of a little outside of what we normally do, but it will always probably be my number one interview, is Tim Capello, the saxophone player from the film The Lost Boys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Tim Capello, he's like, the sexy sax man, that's become a thing, right? And it's been a parody of his moment of that film. I had a connection to him from some of my journalism that I do. And I was like, oh man, I would love to have like a really long interview with him. I don't think he has any connection to ska, but who cares? I just want to talk to him. And so we brought him on, and he's like, I don't know anything about ska. I'm like, that's fine. I just want to hear your stories. Cause I heard some of his stories. He's got some incredible stories. And we brought him on. And then for the first half hour, he's talking with just encyclopedia knowledge about Jamaican ska. I'm like, you don't know anything about ska. Sure.
Wow.
But then it's like we tell his stories, and he used to play with his main gig was Tina Turner. He played with Tina Turner for a long time, and this is like Tina Turner at her absolute commercial peak, right? All through the 80s. Yeah. When he did the Lost Boys in the early 90s, he was like had a couple day break from touring with Tina Turner. So to him, that was just like this little weird little thing he did, and then he's back to his real job. But it's sort of the thing that became like identifying him in the current time. He played with Carly Simon. He played Peter Gabriel. He did like a comedy thing with Billy Crystal. So he's just got rock and roll stories for days.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, and Fred Armisen too, going back to that, Fred Armisen has been super active in music. He just wrote like the intro to the recent No Means No biography that came out recently. Wow. Yeah. So Fred Armisen, I'm glad to hear that he's just a music fan. He just seems to love music and just love talking about it. So I'm loving that you had a great time with Fred, and that he didn't rush you through the interview to get to the other side for the next thing on his schedule for the day.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Fred's band?
A
from
little
the
bit
90s?
trench
Yeah.
mouth, right?
Trench Mouth, yeah. They
Very cool.
they're very much in the vein of Fugazi, but I would say they're actually have a little bit more ska reggae dub elements than even Fugazi.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and I loved in the book where Mike Park from Skank and Pickle and Asian Man Records says that Skank and Pickle could have been the Fugazi of ska, because I couldn't say that I disagreed with that either, and I liked that that was included in the book too.
yeah. Skank and Pickle
Awesome.
were a very, very do-it-yourself band. I mean, they ran their own record label, they released their own stuff. And the thing about Skank and Pickle, and I think I made this point a few times in the book, is that they're not really remembered too much by people who weren't part of that at this point, because they didn't have songs on the radio. A lot of their records, I don't think, are as good as some of their contemporaries in terms of recording and stuff like that. But at the time, they were like probably one of the biggest bands. Like Skank and Pickle would play to 1,000, 1,500 people on tour. Totally independent band, releasing their own records, just building this fan base up all on their own. And I would say Mighty Mighty Boss Tones might have been the oldie band. You know, this is before those bands were on the radio. Mighty Mighty Boss Tones had a huge fan base before they had a hit single. I'd say Mighty Mighty Boss Tones was probably the only ska band that was eclipsing them at that, by the time Skank and Pickle broke up in like 95.
Wow. Amazing. You know, the second edition you mentioned earlier, I want to talk just a little bit more about that. It contains that chapter at the very end where Patrick Stump from Fall Out Boy comes in there and kind of talks a little bit about ska. But it's a brand new chapter. Like, what was that writing process like for that brand new edition that went into the book that didn't complement the other chapters, but is just a brand new standalone thing for the second edition?
Well, one of the things that inspired me to do this second edition, there was a couple things, but one of them was addressing some of the things that either I felt personally was missing or I was hearing from other people that said was missing.
Yeah.
And so I was putting together just a couple different things. And one of the things that I noticed that they were all sort of connected to was that they were addressing a lot of what was happening after ska fell out of the mainstream. So ska kind of peaked in like 97, 98. It's starting to go down. By early 2000s, it's considered a dead genre.
Yeah.
But it's not actually dead. It's like, it's kind of gone into the underground a bit, right? And so in the last few years, you're starting to see a little bit more, like some of the bands that are happening right now, like Catbite or We're the Union or Bat Operation, Kill Lincoln. These bands they're not in the mainstream, but they are starting to get outside of the ska bubble. And so people outside of ska are starting to notice them.
Yeah.
So there's kind of been a conversation about like ska's back, or, you know, is there a new ska revival or new ska wave happening? So these conversations are happening now. And so I found that I was talking a lot about the period between the early 2000s to the present time. And so I called it the lost years because it's like, whatever, it's maybe it's the dead period, maybe it's the underground period. What is it, you know? But and so I this chapter goes through all sorts of little scenes or little moments that really illustrate where ska was at during these times. And in many cases, I think that there's a vibrancy to it. And in a lot of cases, I think it really exemplifies community because it's all very community oriented. And I think ska has always been like a community oriented music. And when it became a mainstream genre, I think that's part of some of the disconnect and some of the struggle that it's always had, is because really it's a community genre. And when it's like put in this sort of MTV space, it really kind of there's like a really uncomfortable thing about that, where this music comes from everybody sharing, everybody working together, everybody building it, everybody getting something from it, not really rock starness, right? I mean, it's true to some degree with punk, but I think punk's history is a little different. And I think they've sort of worked it out, and they've kind of created their own different tiers of what punk is. And there's all kinds of arguments about what's punk, and is punk the music, is punk the attitude, you know? Ska, I don't know, ska's a little different to me. I think that community spirit has been the lifeblood of it. So the Lost Years really shows different scenes of that community life, but over the years. There's there's a traditional LA ska scene in the early 2000s with Blue Beat Lounge by Chris Murray. There was the Brooklyn Rocksteady scene in the early 2010s. The band The Frighteners came from that. What else was there? I talk a little bit even about the Christian ska scene. In particular, I'm interested in Five Iron Frenzy and sort of their return in 2013 because of the nature of them being a pretty overtly leftist band who are Christians. I think they had a pretty significant impact on a lot of like Christian kids, and their return was met with one of the record-breaking Kickstarter.
Wow.
Which was, that record was broken by someone else like not long after. But at the time they broke a Kickstarter because they were so meaningful to so many kids who grew up in the church.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about Big D and sort of the impact they had in the late 2000s, being a band who wasn't really mainstream, but maybe the closest of the ska punk bands that came out post the 90s boom.
Yeah.
And I talk about sort of Bad Time Records and these bands and kind of where they came from and what they came from, because there's a lot of factors that led to these bands having a more successful period right now.
Awesome. Well, Aaron, I'm so delighted with our correspondence of the last couple of years, what you and Adam have been doing over at In Defense of Ska, and just talking about podcasting kind of behind the scenes. And, working towards this second edition of the book, it was super exciting to me whenever you told me that you were doing this. I am so happy that I get to be the one to bring this conversation to the world, to feature this book on the network and everything. And I'm wondering if you can just tell listeners where to go, what to check out, if they want to follow along, see what you're doing, and see what you and Adam get up to, but also just anything you want to promote whatsoever. Go ahead and shout it out.
Well, the second edition of my book comes out in October of 2024, but you can pre-order it right now. And I ask kindly that if you're interested in what I do and you would support ska, that you pre-order it, because it'll help sales. It'll help the algorithms, say that this is something to share with more people.
Yeah.
So go to clashbooks.com and go to new books. You can pre-order it right there. For the podcast, In Defense of Ska, you can get it wherever you get podcasts. You can also follow us on social media. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. The handle is @In Defense of Ska on all of those.
Wonderful. Aaron Carnes, author of In Defense of Ska, the first and second editions. Thank you so much for being here. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Fuck you, Rudy! Ska sucks! Attitude, you're a stupid fuck! And if you don't believe me, you're smart!